Chapter 501 Cousin Saves Me. They're going to rebel. It is understandable to criticize Chen Qianqiao, but don't generalize it. Du Sheng joked. Maybe I will be the top one day, so why don't you be unlucky? Chen Qianqiao's legend was bought from outside. It was not created by his own team. It cannot be revised or upgraded, and it will not be long before it will decline. And I don't know if it's because of the beautiful licking, it makes my brain suffer from diseases. Du Sheng's man who is standing in a position with 3 feet of urination against the wind will definitely be fine as long as he does not commit suicide. Lin's Hilling covered her mouth and chuckled, hugging him. You guys have so many women, can you marry me? It would be fine if you don't dislike me. This situation cannot happen, and who knows what will happen in the future. Du Sheng smiled and opened the topic and suggested. If you are interested in increasing your income, you can ask the broker to contact Shonda to see if they have any intention to cooperate. The new game they developed is looking for a spokesperson. If you come to you, the price will definitely be satisfactory. Although Shonda Company may face some problems in the future, it is still one of the top domestic companies. It's harmless to endorse it for 1 or 2 years. Even if cooperation is not reached in the end, there will be no loss. After attending the celebration meeting that night, Du Sheng was still energetic after being launched by Lin's Hilling for the 3rd time. However, this girl had already tried all her strength, and now she had no strength to raise her hand. Du Sheng is not good at damaging her enthusiasm, so as not to have no ambition next time. The next morning, he cooperated with Sony to do propaganda and flew back to Beijing at noon. It was not until I got free that I clicked on the lottery roulette. Initial D is a comic-based drama. The male protagonist's abilities are much exaggerated than reality, but they also belong to the urban category. It should be okay to extract some skills that fit your own. There are still 13 draws, and each comprehensive evaluation can be rewarded 3 times, which is a waste if you don't need to. Thinking of this, with a casual tug, the light flowed, and 7 items popped up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 copies of the movie script of Detective Chinatown Trilogy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Toyota AE86. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Extreme Bend, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Extreme Career. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Double Car Synchronous Drift, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 million neon coins. Du Sheng swept around quickly, which was expected. After all, there is no need to spend money, got it for free. However, when I was fond of that sports car, my eyes lit up slightly. The Toyota AE86 has been drawn out, it's interesting. It's still a modified version in the movie. Its body is light and equipped with a 4AGEU modified 4-cylinder engine, with a maximum horsepower of 180, and a 50:50 weight ratio in front and rear body, with excellent balance performance, and defeating a number of top racing cars in cornering. The shackle card is also good. It can be used in Instrumental Performance LV2/Green. This skill has reached its peak and can be used normally. Du Sheng considered that he would record an English album next, so he simply spent it. As a wave of knowledge and skills poured in, he felt that the playing technique was more exquisite, and even his singing skills were improved to a certain extent. The next time I shifted my focus to the movie, Detective Chinatown Trilogy and Extreme Career were both popular movies in previous lives, so it would be nice to draw it out in advance. I won't talk about the Detective Chinatown Trilogy, which has swept the box office of 10 billion yuan in Asia. In the future, even if you don't act by yourself, it will be great to use it to train your artists. As for Extreme Career, it should be a comedy crime movie in Kimchi country, which became a dark horse back then. Is it because the reason why it can be drawn is that, like Initial D, there are reasons for shooting in neon scenes? Du Sheng suppressed his thoughts and glanced downwards. 20 million neon coins? I'll probably get 1 million RMB back, which is also an extra income. Extreme Bend LV1/Blue, 10/1000. This allows you to accurately control the brake, accelerator, and steering, complete the actions of deceleration, cutting into corners and accelerating out of corners in a very short time, and pass through corners at the fastest speed. Double Vehicle Synchronous Drift LV1/Blue, 10/1000. The two cars enter the curve at the same time and drift, and the speed, angle, and trajectory are highly consistent, which can cause great psychological pressure to the opponent. If you participate in F1 in the future, it should be of some use. Du Sheng couldn't help but think of the hero's various handsome racing skills. The first skill can quickly open the gap with the opponent, especially on multi-bent tracks, which makes the opponent unable to even see the taillights of the car. In addition to putting pressure, the second skill can also block the opponent's overtaking route through the coordinated action of the two cars. These are restored in the movie. Not to mention whether they are practical or not, they are done with their handsomeness. Hey, I saved more than 400,000 unknowingly. Du Sheng's last sight fell on the main skill and reputation value. Reputation value, 416,398. At present, no one should be his opponent when fighting alone. It's not a joke to wear copper and iron bones. Before, he had stabbed himself with a knife in private. That is a steel knife that has a sharp edge, and it is great to cut ribs. As a result, under 500 pounds, the skin will be covered with blood marks at most. Even the blood tendons were not broken. If you use internal force to rely on it, you will not be able to break the flesh and blood even if you 1,000 pounds. You must know this strength, even many heavyweight world boxing champions may not be able to fight. What's more, he used a knife to chop hard with this force. It can be called a human-shaped monster. But the question is back. This does not mean that Du Sheng is invincible. On the contrary, the recoil force is unbearable for the internal organs. Especially when facing sharp bullets fired at high speed, even if they can barely block them with internal force, their internal organs will definitely not be able to hold them back. It's like fighting a beef across the mountain. The skin and flesh are not rotten, but the inside is rotten. After all, with so many practices he practiced, the one that gained the greatest benefit to his body was the dragon elephant Prajna. And this thing is currently in the 7th level, and has not yet tempered the internal organs and qi and blood. As for 9 Yang Divine Art, the next layer's greatest effect is the turtle breath technique, which should be used to pretend to die or avoid infrared detection. But it is not obvious for tempering the internal organs. The eternal life is only the 3rd level at present, and it is better not to mention it in front of the 11 levels. Fortunately, the next level of dragon and elephant is to break through the belt veins, and the biggest function is to train the tendons and enhance flexibility. It is very likely that I will go to North America later. If I do something, it is necessary to improve this skill. So Du Sheng didn't hesitate. Added it all. Not bad, I'm a little hope. Watching the progress bar climbing a lot, Du Sheng nodded slightly. Although the 8th level has outstanding effects, it also has a lot of investment. Based on the current average reputation of 10,000 yuan per day, coupled with the popularity brought by hype and film and television dramas, it is estimated that it will be able to pass by the end of the year. 3 hours later, the plane landed smoothly. After finishing the matters at hand, the 4 girls Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan regrouped into Girls' Generation and were preparing for the new special in the capital. When he learned that Du Sheng had taken time to come, he was very excited and his busy schedule accelerated a lot. Watching the members of Girls' Generation get into the car one by one, Du Sheng smiled and said, "Since everyone is free this afternoon, let's have fun, and it can be considered as celebrating your new album in advance." When Lu Yifei heard this, she felt immediately excited. Her personality is changeable, she can be as quiet as a virgin or as moving as a rabbit. "I've been waiting for this day for too long." She sat in the passenger seat, waved her fists and said excitedly. Cousin, you've been away from home for more than a month this time, which makes us think we're bad. Today you have to fulfill your brother's responsibilities and have fun with us. Du Sheng smiled and quipped. I originally wanted to take you to the amusement park to experience it in the evening, which is a compensation for not going to the last time. But it seems that it is not suitable for the capital. It is easy to be recognized when celebrities go to the amusement park to play wildly. Lu Yifei was speechless for a moment, and when she saw Yang Mi blinking at her, she closed her mouth. Yang Mi put her little head in the driver's seat and said in a sweet voice, Brother Sheng, you are the best for us. Take us to the amusement park for fun, just once. After saying that, she pressed her little face on her and kissed Du Sheng's face gently. Yang Mi knew Du Sheng's preferences well, and these few delicate calls made his heart warm. Seeing this, Lu Yifei and Lu Shishi also began to imitate Yang Mi's appearance of acting cute. Du Sheng felt a little unbearable. After all, except Tang Yan, the others were not in compliance with the rules. He first asked the 4 girls about their opinions, and then took them to a high-end farmhouse to enjoy a delicate farm dish. After some disguise, Du Sheng brought the 4 girls to the amusement park. The amusement park at night is brightly lit, attracting many tourists. Today is to wish them a big seller, so they are all very relaxed. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei snuggled closely against Du Sheng, while Lu Shishi held Lu Yifei's arm, and Tang Yan followed him. The 5 people walked together and acted so close that they attracted a lot of attention from around them. Du Sheng watched the scene of people coming and going. I rarely come here, nor have I been to the amusement park a few times. Now let's take a look and find the projects that everyone is interested in. However, you should pay attention to being dispersed and pay attention to safety. Lu Yifei immediately guaranteed. Cousin, we will pay attention and we will definitely not get lost. Several girls wanted to come to the amusement park mainly out of young people's curiosity and desire for happiness. They were attracted by various play facilities after taking a few steps. Du Sheng understood their ideas and led them to try. After all, these girls were either nervous about studying, or they were not suitable for traveling in public if they had a reputation, or they were not allowed to play with them. After playing for a while, the 4 girls decided to ride a Ferris wheel because they could overlook the night view of the entire city from a high altitude. Just halfway through the journey, when they saw the carousel, they were attracted by the flashing lights and cheerful music. They lost their previous ideas and ran over to choose their favorite Trojan horses. Du Sheng looked at their smiles from the side, and he also started to laugh. Then, they tried the roller coaster. The high-speed sliding and thrilling rolling made the 4 girls scream. Lu Shishi grabbed Du Sheng's hand tightly and shouted, Brother Sheng, I'm so scared. Du Sheng comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After getting off the roller coaster, Lu Shishi's face turned red and she said with a smile, It's so exciting, I want to do it again. Lu Yifei also echoed, Yes, it's really fun. Tang Yan pulled Du Sheng's arm and said, Brother Sheng, let's go and take the Ferris wheel. I want to see the night view on it. This is the idea at the beginning. Du Sheng nodded in agreement, and the 5 people lined up to ride the Ferris wheel. On the Ferris wheel, the 4 girls looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and talked excitedly. Tang Yan pointed to the neon lights of a continuous high-rise building and said happily, The night view here is good, and it feels more atmosphere than the Bund. Lu Yifei smiled silly and said, Haha, let's have a feeling when you play together. Yang Mi looked at Du Sheng and said softly, I have to thank Brother Sheng for being so busy. I'm here to accompany us. Du Sheng touched her little head and said with a smile, What's the matter? I have to come here if you send a new topic. After getting off the Ferris wheel, the group experienced several other projects and did not leave reluctantly until 9 o'clock in the evening. After returning to the villa, Lu Yifei grabbed a few young sisters and said, I'll run for publicity tomorrow, and I'll definitely be very tired at that time. However, the massage skills I learned from my cousin have improved, so you are blessed. Yang Mi and Tang Yan laughed and worked together to press Lu Yifei down on the sofa. Lu Shishi obviously cooperated a lot and happily stepped forward and said, "Sister Mi, please hold down Kyunkyun's feet. I want to give her a special massage to see if she dares to act like a captain. Cousin, save me. They are going to rebel." Although Lu Yifei was shocked, her struggle was futile and her sisters were soon attacked. Du Sheng was watching funny and reminded, "Don't make a big fuss, be careful of falling." "I know, brother Sheng, go and do it." "Oh. Zixi, you're actually attacking you. Sister Yan, give me the pillow and let Zixi taste our skills." Yang Mi covered her chest with shame and annoyed, and did not forget to respond. The next moment, the four girls were already playing with each other. Not long after, the two Lius joined forces to deal with Yang Mi plus Tang Yan. Seeing that they were having such a happy time, Du Sheng smiled slightly and turned to the stairs. These girls will promote their second album tomorrow, including various signing meetings, variety show interviews, physical store promotions, music platform trailers, etc., which will definitely be busier than the first time. However, they have already gained experience and believe they can deal with it. Get more comfortable. As for the results? According to them, this is a customized album by Brother Sheng, how could it be bad? Du Sheng actually had some expectations for this. With their current popularity, it is certain that they surpassed the previous album. It's just how much the range is. According to his vision, it would be good if the sales volume in Asia exceeds 1 million. If it can reach more than 1.5 million, it will be a popular first-tier group. For example, the most popular She group in Bay City has not exceeded 2 million in the new Fantasy Journey released in February this year. At present, Girls' Generation is naturally not as good as it, so the market estimates are generally about 30% higher than the previous album. And this is because of the blessing of the aftermath of the Sword of Immortality. But Du Sheng knew very well how classic songs such as Invisible Wings, Perfume is Poisonous, and Isn't Missing You Because of Loneliness. In his previous life, he was a crazy existence. So, his estimate is 1.2 million. More than twice as high as those music critics have estimated. The next day, Du Sheng and Girls' Generation went their separate ways and became busy with their itinerary. In addition to the new endorsements he received before, the broadcast of the Kung Fu program also needs to cooperate with the promotion. At present, in addition to advertising on sports channels, comprehensive channels, etc., the Kung Fu program is open outdoors in the main streets of the city, subway stations, bus stops and other places. Wang Jinhua accompanied other artists to the capital for an audition the day before yesterday. Today, she took the time to meet Du Sheng. Before, we also posted exciting moments of the event, trailer videos, contestant news, and other content on social media platforms such as blogs, Renren, Taiba, etc. to ensure that the broadcast the day after tomorrow can attract enough people. What do I need to do? Du Sheng nodded slightly. For this show, Star Media invested 20 million. In addition to ensuring 5% of the scenes, he also spent a lot of effort on it, so he naturally liked to be in one shot. However, based on the popularity and promotion brought by the Olympics, he estimates that the ratings should not be less than 6%. Because the boxing competition at this Olympics was so explosive. 11th order, except for the Rakshasa Kingdom winning 2 gold medals and 1 gold medal in the Lighthouse Kingdom, the others were won by Guba. As for Dongfeng, except for Zhou Shiming who won the silver medal in the 48 kg order, the others almost left the field in disgrace. This aroused the red hearts of many boxing fans. Therefore, the Kung Fu program that happened to be launched will definitely bring about a wave of craze. Then the release of the Kung Fu movie will definitely be very exciting. Tomorrow, a grand event launch conference will be held, with more than 100 media, sponsors, TV stations, etc. participating. Wang Jinhua stayed in the capital mainly to coordinate this matter. you will attend with the contestants and host this grand event. In addition, there are fan meetings, autograph meetings, and other activities, which mainly expand popularity and fan stickiness. It has to be said that this person with more than 10 years of agency experience and being hailed as a gold medal agent is indeed not a big deal. Du Sheng nodded while writing down key points to avoid making mistakes in his busy schedule. Before getting on the bus, he suddenly asked, "Kill Bill 2 has been released at the box office, what is the European box office?" He knows it in Asia. 30.12 million in the mainland, 16.89 million in Xiangjiang, 960 million neon coins, and 3.2 billion kimchi won. Among the many North American blockbusters this year, this film is considered to be of medium to upper level. In Du Sheng's memory, its box office is not as good as the first one, and it is obviously better now. One thing that is certain is that the box office of the mainland and neon should be the reason why he made a guest appearance. If it doesn't count the discs, the box office in North America is $69.83 million and the global box office is $166 million. Wang Jinhua knew what he meant and smiled. There are many producers in Hollywood who are interested in you. In the past half month, I have received at least 5 inquiries or call you to make a guest appearance. But you don't have much time this year, so I declined for the time being. Speaking of this, she remembered something and said with a smile, "By the way, although The Ambush has not been released in North America yet, the box office of a certain overseas country is very impressive. Do you know where it is?" Du Sheng filtered his mind and thought, "Neon. Haha, I'll be right." Wang Jinhua clapped and said, "There is a week postponed to the mainland, and the box office is currently as high as 1.9 billion neon coins. According to Xinhuan Company, it is expected to reach 2.5 billion neon coins, which is a gratifying thing. Although it cannot reach the 4 billion return of Zhang Yi's Hixahun team, it is understandable. After all, the starring role, promotion, investment and other aspects are not comparable. What's more, Li Lianjia was at the peak at that time, and he alone supported most of the box office for Hero. Kimchi Country, Yuan Yuhuhuhuhukin's box office of $13 million? It's not bad." Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Naturally, he would not compare randomly. At that time, their leading team only ran a few road shows overseas, and it was a promotional cooperation with the local buyout party. It is indeed okay to have this box office. By the way, next, in addition to running the promotion and production of the Tang Dynasty and filming Chapelang, I have to participate in the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Festival in September, and I also sent it to the Kyoto International Film Festival in October. Wang Jinhua took advantage of his leisure to tell Du Sheng's itinerary first, so that he knew it. Chapter 502 Being famous wants to be crazy. Time flies, and a few more days pass. The Kung Fu program has been prepared for a year and was finally released not long ago. It is not a pity that Du Sheng, the team, and the contestants have worked hard these days. As soon as the program was launched on Yangtze 5, it broke several records. First of all, the ratings were broadcast on the first day, as Du Sheng and Mark Hunter competed on the same stage again in the K1 finals. The ratings that night actually reached 8.6% for the first time. The statement from director Bai was unprecedentedly explosive. Because the women's volleyball team made a big reversal in the final of the Athens Olympics not long ago, the main player Zhao Xingxin was injured and finally defeated the Raxhasa team to win the championship game, with a rating of only 8.2%. And this final, online and offline were completely boiling the next day. As expected, the Kung Fu program also enjoyed related treatments. Although Du Sheng's gimmick was gone on the second night, as the head coach, he had shots from time to time, and the biggest boss Mark Hunter underestimated that KO's pesticides and Zheng made countless viewers curse and chase after him. This is really the result of shaking and picking the edges and getting 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 the edges and getting. Therefore, the subsequent ratings remain above 7%. According to Zhong Zhengxing's call, TV stations such as Lizhi Station, Qinghai, Huhout have sent people to contact us to discuss the purchase of broadcast copyrights. In addition, the newly launched group videos of Group Entertainment this year also showed great interest in this program. It can be said that this program is basically implemented for peace. As long as this foundation is maintained, the three-level event model of heaven, earth, and man can continue to operate. In the future, we can also use the city as the latitude and integrate resources such as fighting clubs, boxing gyms, martial arts schools, and fitness centers to create high-frequency and popular prefecture-level and human-level competitions. This will not only allow blood transfusions to the heaven level, allowing more people to participate, but also cultivate a better mass base and more professional boxers. The domestic-related competitive projects are too behind, and only in this way can we catch up quickly. Du Sheng could also breathe a sigh of relief and focus on other aspects. During lunch on August 22, Du Sheng suddenly remembered that there was an important arrangement today. He logged into renren.com and posted a status. The latest album of Girls' Generation, Is Not Missing You Because of Loneliness, was fully released at 12 noon. Whether it is online Doubao, Renren, or offline major audio and video stores. Leave a message below this status and attach photos of you buying the album. I will randomly select 100 lucky fans from each of the 4 major platforms and send out signature posters and t-shirts. The new album of Girls is just launched, so Du Sheng naturally cannot miss this opportunity to promote them. This period has been so hurried that he almost forgot about it. As one of the most popular public figures online, Du Sheng's 4 major social platforms has reached more than 35 million fans, which is the top domestic star. Therefore, once this status was released, it soon received thousands of comments. It took so long to remember to do publicity. Is Du Sheng's support for girls a little late? I've bought it, and I'll have a photo attached. Although I am a boy, I really want Du Sheng's signature poster, preferably a bit sexy. The one upstairs, you have a really good figure. We can communicate in private. I also love sports. There are albums sold offline early in the morning, and I can't stop listening. It is worthy of being a song created by Du Sheng, as good as ever. Making a Wrong and Perfume Poisonous are my favorites. I hope I can be selected, and I want a signature from Brother Sheng. The male boxing fans upstairs let you go, Du Sheng is the exclusive one of our female fans. In order to support Girls' Generation, I mobilized the whole class to buy no less than 20 albums. Is this a lottery always a win? Everyone is discussing Du Sheng. Have you forgotten that this is the new specialty of Girls' Generation? Seeing these various replies, Du Sheng found it very interesting. Just as he was immersed in the comment area, Yesi called in. Ye seldom calls Du Sheng, after all, he usually communicates in the helping crane fist. Therefore, whenever she calls, it usually means something urgent. After Du Sheng answered the phone, Yezi told him. Sheng, Zhang Yi contacted me at the best time and asked if you want to participate in the celebration of 10-sided ambush. It will be released on September 1 at 7 o'clock on the evening of the filming. If you participate, you need to participate in the rehearsal 3 or 2 in advance. In fact, the 10-sided ambush had held a final banquet some time ago, but it was mainly for the crew. The unique celebration of Xinhuan Company is a grand performance, and people in the circle will be invited to participate. The movie won 182 million yuan in the country and had a global box office of more than $120 million. To put it bluntly, it means continuing to expand its influence and popularity to lay the foundation for the next drama. There are more ingredients in the installation. A few days ago, Wang Jinhua told Du Sheng that artists from Chen Daiming, Zhou Xiaoqing, and Girls' Generation have accepted the invitation and will attend the celebration. They did this not only gave Zhang Yuji's widow to Yingying, but also increased exposure to themselves, which was a killing two birds with one stone. But she didn't expect Zhang Yi's Higo changed the guoba and invited Du Sheng to perform on stage. Du Sheng thought for a while and responded, "Help me decline and tell him that I am about to be included in the group for filming, and the time conflicts." If he agreed to participate, he had to perform a rehearsal, and Du Sheng would have to rush back to the capital from Xiangjiang River. This may delay subsequent work arrangements, and he is not very interested in showing off his saints in front of such people. Yesi guessed that this would be the case, and then said, "Director Zhang mentioned on the phone that he is planning a new movie, which is considered an alternative art film. Although he has no intention, judging from his tone, he seems to be optimistic about you. If you refuse the celebration banquet in this way, it will probably affect subsequent cooperation." I have to say that Zhang Yi finally apologized for the vibrant people. His current main task is to prepare for a closing ceremony performance of the Athens Olympics and prepare for the release of the Tenside Ambush in North America. He still has time and thought about preparing for the new movie. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "I really can't find time for the celebration banquet, so I'd better turn it off first. After all, it's possible to go to the lighthouse later. As for Director Zhang's future projects, if he really intends to find me, there will be opportunities in the future." After hearing this, Yesi expressed her understanding. He also chatted with Du Sheng for a few promises and discussed, and then hung up the phone. Zhang Yi was visiting Kong Pai of the Southern Barbarians. It was 1,000 miles of riding single. Du Sheng saw the commentary version in his previous life. The story revolves around the experience of a neon father and son seeking survival in the East. Since the film was invested and produced by Neon's company, the main role is naturally played by Neon actors. Zhang Yizhong's reason for flirting with Du Sheng is naturally because of his high popularity in Asia. But playing a Neon character, especially the non-protagonist, is not very attractive to Du Sheng. Tong Lia, who was sitting opposite Du Sheng, listened to the conversation and said excitedly, "Brother Sheng, Zhang Yi is a stubborn man. She finished filming The Kiss of a Prank not long ago and had no schedule recently, so she simply went back to the Central Academy of Drama to make up for the lessons. Moreover, since being encouraged by Du Sheng last time, my confidence has recovered a lot, and I have come to visit me now. It's just an intention, it may not be a show. Why are you so happy?" Du Sheng was funny. "But I have to say that this girl's exotic beauty is indeed dazzling." As soon as she came in, not only did the audience's eyes lit up, but the contestants were also much more active in training. "That's Director Zhang De. If he invites me to play, I..." Tong Lia held her cheeks and thought for a while. Even for the sake of the role, it's worth training for several months. Rumor has it that Zhang Ziyi was discontinued by Zhang Yizi when she starred in Heroes. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and said, "With your current acting skills, it's okay to play on the small screen, but does it have to be polished on the silver screen?" Although Tong Lia has performed on stage for several years and has also appeared in 2 dramas, it is not enough to watch it in Zhang Yi's final case. Zhang Yizhong chose Zhang Ziyi back then because the latter was good in all aspects. He won the 100 Flowers Award and worked with him. Not to mention the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, choosing her is a guarantee. "I will work hard. I tried my best to teach you Crane Fist before, but you didn't learn it even if you worked so hard that you sweated profusely. It can be seen that this is not something that can be done by hard work." Faced with Du Sheng's teasing, Tong Lia didn't know what she thought of, and she blushed and whispered, "Brother Sheng, why don't you help me tonight? I promise to learn it hard." Although Tong Lia still couldn't let go of her reserve and was very embarrassed in front of others, she became unknowingly tired of her interactions with Du Sheng. Occasionally acting cute also makes you very funny. As the first pioneer, Du Sheng naturally loved Tong Lia especially. After all, this girl is beautiful and has an outstanding figure, and her exotic coquettish act is very appropriate. She is indeed a target for resolving her charm. Therefore, facing such a proactive and studious student, Du Sheng had to take time to guide her no matter how busy she was. But after 20 minutes that night, Tong Lia was so tired that she couldn't hold on. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I will be very busy in the next 2 months and I will not be able to have time anymore. Don't you cherish this rare teaching time? Teacher Du, please continue to give me advice." Tong Lia thought about it, but although she was reluctant to leave, she had to cheer up. "So my legs were trembling and had to grit my teeth and continue to learn crane fist. I have to say that girls with perseverance and dreams are very beautiful." As Du Sheng made this promotion, the number of women he met gradually increased. First of all, Fan Ou, who has appeared on major red carpets recently, and her popularity has completely stabilized. Next were the girls of Girls' Generation. When they were promoting their new album in Modu, they took the time to meet Du Sheng. It's just that the publicity schedule is tight, and the two sides are very busy, so they left after staying for less than an hour. Then came Lu Tao. She said she came to visit Fan Ou, but in fact everyone understood her true intentions. With Lu Tao's addition, Gao Yuan felt a little lonely. So Jia Siwen also came, and several beauties rarely reached a united front. This made Du Sheng almost use 8 successful powers to deal with it. After all, 4 kills are still very challenging and difficult. After a battle, it takes at least 3 hours to decide the outcome. I don't know if it's because of this joint effort that I'm resentful. The relationship between Si Niu became more intimate than before, which surprised Du Sheng. Because they seemed to be conspiring to something, they obviously wanted to completely defeat the man and turn him into a salted fish. So Du Sheng had a very pleasant stay during this short itinerary. "Brother Sheng, Spider is so angry that he is likely to accept the challenge." At noon that day, Wang Yeyang suddenly came over with a newspaper excitedly. Du Sheng was a little surprised and asked, "Didn't he say he wouldn't accept the title defense this year? Why did he suddenly change his position?" "Hehe, probably what you said in an interview with Fox before, let him feel ashamed." Wang Yeyang laughed and couldn't help but remember the content of Du Sheng's interview with Fox News at the press conference of the Kung Fu program. Fox News reporter: "Du, remember when you defeated the Iceman, you said that if Tyson and the others accepted your challenge, you would let them lie down on the spot. Is this sentence still valid now?" Although there was an ambiguity in the other party's words, Du Sheng was too lazy to correct it, but just said lightly, "The promise remains valid and they are welcome to challenge at any time." The Fox News reporter just smiled. Tyson is indeed preparing to make a comeback, but it is unlikely to accept a Yellow Man challenge. So he changed the topic. "Spider Anderson Silva once implied that you want to be famous and want to be crazy, and you are simply overestimating your ability. What do you think about this statement?" Du Sheng stretched out a finger and said lightly, "I said it was too much to play Iceman before, so I'll do it for 1 round. "What?" Fox reporter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this Oriental man would suddenly make such a loud voice. "You should know that Anderson Silva is a well-deserved world champion and the owner of the UFC middleweight gold belt, and his strength is unquestionable. I haven't dared to defend the title for several months, and I'm also equipped with UFC middleweight no. 1. I suggest that President Biden introduces a policy that will automatically abdicate if he does not fight for more than 3 months. Du Sheng's words are not just arrogant, but he does not take spiders seriously at all. But what news pursues his popularity? His pretentious interview will definitely cause widespread discussion. Regardless of whether there will be a battle between the two in the end, it is certain that there is a lot of gimmicks. As for who is damaged in image, it has nothing to do with Fox News reporters. This time he made a special trip to interview, because he was attracted by Du Sheng's popularity. As expected, this interview became the headline of the Fox Express the next day. The title is so big that Oriental boxing champion Du Sheng angrily scolded the spider for occupying the pit and not stool, and he is just a waste. The reporter used a lot of space to report Du Sheng's cold words, and even pointed out his disdain for the entire Lighthouse national boxing world. Once this report was released, it once again flooded the fighting circle of Lighthouse country. The Eastern boxer who dares to continue to speak wildly in the Lighthouse country. It's still a skill that you are not defeated with a contemptuous attitude. In this era, the most popular thing for onlookers is the excitement. It was reproduced and even published in China. Faced with such provocation and boxing fans' ridicule, the spider really couldn't sit still. If you don't even have a response, you will definitely not be able to take off your hat. In addition, considering that he pushed out too many challenges, UFC executives were also very dissatisfied. This is not enough to force each other inside and outside. So he accepted an interview that day. What is worth bragging about when you say that you can beat the Iceman? The waist can only bet and have a kind of way to decide the right way. What did Don Jin say? After reading it, Du Sheng put down the newspaper and smiled and didn't care about the spider's fragrance. People who lack cultural heritage can't even curse others, and they start with F. As for the other party, will he face the challenge? In fact, it is a matter of time before it has been delayed for so long. But I didn't expect that the other party dared to take on his own challenge. After all, if someone is more cowardly, he will probably pick up soft persimmons to fight. After dealing with the title defense once a year, it will be fine. This is what Wang Yeyang said, was angry and wanted to get back the scene. It can only be said that the human brain circuit in North American boxing is amazing. Sister Hua has contacted her and said she is urging UFC to arrange the venue quickly. Wang Yeyang has been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and laughed. In about half a month, the real chapter should be seen. His ability to worship Du Sheng almost reached the level of admiration. After this fight, Du Sheng is likely to reach the top of the UFC middleweight level and make a big fuss for Chinese people around the world. It can also slap the faces of those racist people in North America. They can also make a big profit from this. It can be said that multiple goals can be achieved in one fell swoop. The itinerary here has basically been completed. Let's go to Xiangjiang next. Considering that even if the UFC had to be promoted for half a month, Du Sheng took into account his busy schedule and got on the bus. Starting next month, dramas such as The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, Water Moon, and Blood Romance will be lined up to be broadcast. During these days, he recorded variety shows or related programs in advance in order to cooperate with the broadcast of the Tang Dynasty. As for other dramas, even if he doesn't go to hold on, he has to shout. Next, in addition to cooperating with TVB, Xiangjiang also has to attend the final banquet of Initial D. When the Neon shot the finishing part, the large army had already left. Lu Wei simply asked the team to go back to Xiangjiang and then set up again. Xiangjiang, Wanchai Night Banquet, brightly lit. Tonight is the finale of Initial D, and most of the people have come here. Even some people from Infernal Affairs came to join in the fun. Because these films were invested by Huangzai Company, this congratulatory banquet was paid by Lin Jianyu, the big boss. Hey, didn't Bai Ji come with you? Seeing Du Sheng coming alone, Lu Wei chatting at the door and laughed and teased. Almost everyone who is involved in the Hong Kong circle knows the rumors about Zhang Baji and Du Sheng. After all, when we were promoting 10 Faces, these two people could tell that they were right. One other movie she's going to be released soon, and she's running for promotion. Du Sheng smiled and explained casually. Currently, Zhang Baji is the only actress in Xiangjiang, and 4 movies have been released this year alone. For example, The Little White Dragon, which will be released on the National Day holiday, is a film invested by the company behind her. The person who follows the trend is naturally the mouse falls in love with a cat. The reason why Du Sheng paid attention to these is because the director who directed this film is very likely to work with him in the future. While chatting, Lin Jianyu and his wife walked over with their hands. "Wei, have more drinks tonight." Lin Jianyu shook the cup at Lu Wei with a smile. Lu Wei responded with a smile. "This time I have to thank Xia Linsheng and Lin too much for appreciation, otherwise this film would probably be overwhelmed." He had invested many times before and wanted to film this comic adaptation, but when he heard that the budget was 30 million, he shook his head. "If it weren't for the popularity of the Infernal Affairs series and making money for the universe, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to invest this time." "Haha, if you have money, everyone will make money together. I'm optimistic about it anyway." Lin Jianyu laughed and looked at Du Sheng. "A Sheng, you are a hero in initial word D. You have to celebrate the best tonight." Since he made a lot of money in The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat, he has always been optimistic about Du Sheng. When Lu Wei wanted to invite Zhou Jialun to play in initial D, he mentioned it. Then it was changed to Du Sheng. "Haha, it's easy to say." Du Sheng smiled slightly and clinked glasses with him. Chapter 503 Villain Killer. Thanks to the Militia 3 for rewards. The banquet arrived as scheduled, and the scene was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Many smart people realize the importance of this party. Shortly after the banquet began, many people in the circle came to toast Du Sheng. There is almost no need to think too much about whether to make friends with Du Sheng, a mainlander. After all, the opportunity that many people dream of is right in front of us, and no one will let it go easily. Whether Du Sheng's future movies will become popular doesn't have to be considered. With Lin Jianyu, the big water throat, and many top directors in Xiangjiang, the quality of any film will not be bad. Not to mention, the other party is the boss in the industry. Therefore, many artists have seen this opportunity and stepped forward to fight for familiar opportunities. Du Sheng naturally won't show off his skills considering the convenience of filming in the future. Seeing Du Sheng chatting and laughing with everyone, Mai Xiaowai couldn't help but whisper to Lu Wei. Du Sheng is not a simple person. He seems to be very good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. In the future, more and more people in the Hong Kong circle will seek cooperation with him. Lu Wei was silent after hearing this and sighed. The decline of Xiangjiang movies is inevitable, and it's better to have more roads, so that some people will not be able to see the situation clearly. As he said that, he got up and invited Du Sheng to chat. "A Sheng, go and have a drink." Du Sheng agreed, smiled, and patted Tong Dai on the shoulder of whom he was talking to, then stood up and followed Lu Wei to the smoking room and asked, "What, are you afraid I will drink too much?" "I'm afraid you won't be able to drink well, so I'll take me to drink until dawn later," Lu Wei said as he took Mai Xiaowai to the empty table. "A Sheng, how are your company's play ready?" "The director is still almost there, but the general framework is set up." Du Sheng's heart moved and said, "Is Sir Lu interested in helping out?" Previously, he originally planned to serve as a director himself and then let Li Dachao come to serve as a supporter. But now there are too many things and there is no way to do it. In addition, the directorial experience is not enough, so I just don't bother to tinker with it and recruit another one. The director of The Flying Heroes recommended by Zhang Baji is Ye Wuxin, who directed the series Chapeau Wolf, Fuse, and Ip Man in his previous life. But he still had to lead the team to promote the play, and he couldn't get away for a while. "Hey! Do you treat me as cheap labor?" Lu Wei laughed and joked. "My value is quite high, can you afford it?" He also has a film company, which means he must invest. Du Sheng smiled slightly. "The price is easy to say. Lu Sir, you still have 2 movies to deal with in the later stages. I wonder if you can take some time off." He has filmed many action and police and gangster films, and not long ago he won the Best Director for Infernal Affairs 3. Lu Wei's ability is naturally unquestionable. If I hadn't really been able to get out of here, I would have really planned to take it. Lu Wei spread his hands and sighed. After all, investing in the drama starring your kid is pure profit. Please, I'll charge cheaply. Mai Xiaowai smiled and interrupted. Lao Mai, you still have a movie called Thief Wolf in your hand, so don't join in the fun. Before Du Sheng could speak, Lu Wei shook his head and rejected. And you are good at literary dramas and coordination, and you are afraid that action movies will be made into art movies by you. Mai Xiaowai shrugged and said with a smile. Isn't Infernal Affairs 1 quite popular? Maybe the audience loves to eat this bite. Lu Wei shook his head and said to Du Sheng. Yewuxin you mentioned before is pretty good. I'll call him later to ask about the situation. In the Hong Kong circle, most directors know each other. Lu Wei has a wide connection, so he must be much more effective than Du Sheng when he comes forward. This can also be regarded as giving to Buddha by borrowing flowers. After all, there are still opportunities for cooperation in the future, so it is necessary to establish a good relationship. As for Yewuxin's promotion and distribution, he can completely leave it to the assistant director to handle it. Then I'll trouble Lu sir. Du Sheng didn't even hesitate to him and said with a smile. If he agrees, the computer will be turned on in Xiangzhong then so as not to run away from both ends. So busy. Lu Wei was a little surprised. It's really busy. Du Sheng explained. 2 dramas are about to be released, and there are 2 film festivals to go. If UFC confirms it, I will have to go there in half a month. It's always a good thing to have a job. Mai Xiaowai sighed. Now many actors in Xiangzhong have no drama to shoot, and there are not many crews in Xiangzhong that are operating. Only I can barely maintain the shooting of some low-cost projects, otherwise they will be unemployed. Let's down and go to the mainland to develop. Lu Wei sighed a little and said. The mainland market has huge potential. Since 2002, the box office has exceeded 200 million. Last year, it reached 1 billion, and this year it will only be more. The mainland has a large population, and even if everyone only watches one movie every year, it can bring huge benefits. This is the largest market in the world. You can benefit early by entering it earlier. Mai Xiaowai shrugged and said. It depends on the situation. If Thief Wolf loses next year, then you can only prepare early. Buzz. After chatting for a while, Du Sheng's cell phone vibrated. It was a message sent by Zhang Baji. She has finished the publicity and is rushing back. In addition, Yewuxin also verbally agreed to have a talk. During the chat, Yu Wenel and his movement guide Lin Dian and others also came to the scene. They had lost to Du Sheng many times in the neon beverage, and tonight they couldn't wait to pull Du Sheng to the table, intending to find the venue again. Lin Dian asked his subordinates to bring boxes of white wine, Mao Tai and Wu Yanzhai, all over the table. Du Sheng refused everyone and took the dice cup with a smile. After a few rounds of big talk, Yu Wenel and Lin Dian were drunk. And he himself only tasted 2 cups. Seeing that the leader of the martial arts army was defeated, Wu Yanzhai was eager to join the battlefield. Although he has a good alcohol tolerance, he is not good at playing dice, not to mention that Du Sheng also knows how to use his internal strength to change cards. After 2 rounds, he soon lost. Du Sheng sat firmly on the wine table, looked at several drunken friends, and smiled. Are you okay? Can you win if so many people can't fight me? Yu Wenel was full and choked, and slapped the table with dissatisfaction. Management and labor don't believe in evil. Grey Dog, Lao Ba, come here. He called his driver and his best friend over directly. At this time, a young man with a national face walked out of the crowd and came straight to Du Sheng and said loudly. Brother Sheng, I'll help you. Du Sheng looked back at him, feeling happy, but pretended to be unaware of it and asked. Who are you? My name is Wu. A young man with a national face smiled and said. I'm also an actor from the mainland. He has starred in films and TV series such as Kung Fu Boy Passing the Love, Tai Chi Master and Little Lee Flying Knife. Later, he came to Xiangzhong to develop, but he never made a name for himself and failed to become popular as quickly as Du Sheng. Yu Wenel saw him coming and said with a smile, "Ah, do you want to help your fellow villager stand up?" "That's right," Wu said half-jokingly. "It's unfair that so many of you join forces to deal with Brother Sheng. It's just like the same thing as we deal with you." Du Sheng nodded with a smile and signaled, "Sit here." Wu pulled open the chair and sat down. He was not polite either, and picked up a bottle of wine to fill himself up. With his joining, the atmosphere on the scene became interesting. Du Sheng and Wu are both action actors from the mainland, and Du Sheng won 2 consecutive awards at the Academy Awards not long ago. These awards were awarded to Xiangzhong artists in the past, but this time they were won by a mainlander. Although Du Sheng's strength is recognized, to be honest, everyone is still a little unwilling to accept it. Du Sheng is the king of fighting, so fighting with him is naturally not an opponent, but he will never lose to the other party when drinking, right? So Yu Wenel and others cheered up again and sat back on their seats. They knew that they could not shake the dice, so they simply proposed to fight for a bayonet. Du Sheng and Wu were not afraid and started the 2 vs 6 scene. The contest here quickly attracted the attention of other guests at the party and they watched. Ren Dehua saw rows of empty wine bottles piled up next to Du Sheng's table and asked curiously, "Can you drink so much wine?" Lin Dian, who was standing by, explained excitedly, "These are all empty bottles that have been drunk." Ah! Ren Dehua counted and found that there were already more than a dozen empty bottles there. Based on 500 ml per bottle, people on this table have drunk more than a dozen kilograms. However, Du Sheng looked calm and still smiled and took out the wine from the box. Yu Wenel and Lin Dian had already been on the table. Greyhound and Lao Ba also had painful expressions on their faces. They drank 2 whole bottles of white wine together and had reached their limit. But Du Sheng's alcohol capacity is like a bottomless pit, and he can handle it with no amount of wine. Amid everyone's amazing eyes, Du Sheng drank another bottle without changing his expression. Wu also killed 2 bottles in a short period of time. But when he got drunk, he was already blushing and seemed to be unable to hold on. Puff! Greyhound had a glass of wine halfway through, and couldn't help but squirt out, and quickly waved his hand to surrender. "No, vomit." His vomiting seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and Lao Ba also sprayed it out. Yu Wenel was so blushed that his face turned thick and his neck was thick, but he couldn't help it in the end. He stood up and said reluctantly, "We admit defeat." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the bathroom. But after taking a few steps, I couldn't help but spit it out. Very. Wu finally couldn't hold on. Du Sheng had already quietly left the table when someone squirted. Looking at the kung fu stars who have transformed into fountains, Du Sheng pinched his nose and signaled to the waiter, "Please make some hot tea." Ren Dehua came over and asked in surprise, Sheng, are you okay?" "It's okay, nothing is wrong." Du Sheng smiled. "I'll go to the bathroom." He drank more than 1 bottle later. Except for Wu's 2 bottles, all the empty bottles were contributed by Yu Wenel and the 6 others. As he said that, he walked towards the bathroom upstairs. Looking at his steady pace, Ren Dehua felt very shocked. The real kung fu is indeed awesome. Very. Wu Yanzu and the others were still vomiting. Seeing this, Lin Dian couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, no reporter came in, otherwise, if you saw this scene, there would be a topic. Du Sheng washed his face in the bathroom, evaporated the alcohol with internal force, and then returned with the same feeling of peace and happiness. When he left, a half-drunk guest walked into the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, he was dizzy and almost fell to the ground by the strong smell of alcohol. Wu regained his energy, sat next to Du Sheng, looked around and asked, "What are you talking about?" He just blocked a few glasses of wine for Du Sheng, and Du Sheng had a pretty good impression of him. But judging from Wu's unruly attitude, Du Sheng knew that his personality was more proud and straightforward, and he was prone to offend people. Du Sheng glanced at him and said something intently. "It's nothing. I'm talking about the new movie. Brother Hua and I are expected to partner again." After Ren Dehua learned about Du Sheng's new drama, he took the initiative to come and talk. In his previous life, he played the terminally ill man Chen Kuozhong in Shapo Wolf and was quite good. If it is not necessary, Du Sheng does not want to replace this character at will. Yet, Wu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Brother Sheng, if there is a new movie, remember to bring me with you. I am a national martial arts champion and I can handle all kinds of fighting scenes." Seeing that he took the initiative to recommend him, Lu Wei glanced at Ren Dehua and the two of them smiled in silence. But this situation is very common, and they don't make any jokes. Wu knew that this was a party in Initial D and knew that he was a little anxious. But at this time, I can't control these things. He has been filming martial arts dramas in the mainland for many years, but what he really longs for is to shoot kung fu movies like his senior brothers Li Lianjia and Zhao Wenzhuo. 3 years ago, he was invited to participate in Su Kei's The Legend of Shushan and played the fourth male lead. I thought this movie would become a springboard for him to enter the Hong Kong film industry and embark on the road to becoming a kung fu star. Unexpectedly, the box office of this movie was bleak and the reputation was extremely poor, which completely ruined his dream of film. In desperation, he had to go back to the mainland to continue filming martial arts TV series. But after experiencing the baptism of big-scale movies, it is difficult for him to adapt to those TV series that lack innovation. A year and a half ago, he decided to go south again and return to Xiangjiang for development. However, from then until now, he has not even found a small role. I'm really about to doubt myself. Wu felt that he was not bad. In terms of martial arts, he is the champion of gun skills and training in the National Elite Championship. In terms of appearance, he is also a standard young actor, so he shouldn't be able to compete for a supporting role. He was very angry inside. Therefore, I took the initiative to come to the venue tonight, and on the one hand, I learned that Du Sheng would come to participate. On the other hand, he was dissatisfied with these seniors of Xiangjiang artists. What's wrong with me? I don't even want to give it to me for a small role? There is no show in the decline of the Hong Kong circle, right? Okay, take the initiative to find it. Anyway, he pleased his own family in the mainland, so it is not embarrassing. Du Sheng smiled smiling and saying, "I have a villain killer role in my new drama. Are you interested in acting?" Aji, the ace killer under Wang Bao in his previous life, was played by the person in front of him. Although the character setting is relatively thin and there are not many lines, the fighting scenes are very outstanding. Now that I have met by chance, there is no need to find anyone else. Hearing this, Wu suddenly became excited. He has been decadent for more than a year. As long as there is a filming, he is very happy no matter the size of the character. Wu stood up excitedly and thanked. "Thank you, Brother Sheng. I will definitely perform well." Du Sheng nodded and said, "Then I'll go back and give you the script. You can prepare it and notify you when the computer is turned on." Good. Wu rubbed his hands repeatedly, so excited that he felt that he had come right this time. "Sure enough, my family doesn't cheat on me." Du Sheng turned to Lu Wei and asked, "Lu sir, what do you say about yes sir?" He agreed. Lu Wei explained. "He and Bai Ji will come over later, you can discuss the details." Du Sheng smiled slightly and nodded. "Then wait for yes sir to come and see him before leaving. He still has a lot of things to do, so it is better to agree as soon as possible." Old Yet is willing to come, probably he is willing, after all, you can attract box office. Lu Wei patted Du Sheng on the shoulder and said with a smile. He can help you prepare the crew and contact the actors. After you finish your chores, you can start filming directly. This is my plan, too. Du Sheng chatted for a few casual questions, and asked casually. Lu sir, who do you think is better for the role of Wang Bao? Actually, he had some thoughts in his mind, but it was a bit inappropriate to invite him directly. Lu Wei has read the script and knows that the role of Wang Bao is very important. If the actor is not suitable, it is likely to weaken the effect of the entire story. He thought for a moment and said, it's difficult to play the role of Wang Bao. He must not only be arrogant enough, but also have enough fighting skills to be able to suppress the scene. There are not many such actors. Ren Dehua, who was drinking tea next to him, suddenly interrupted. It sounds quite interesting, why don't I try this character? Everyone was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. You are Du Sheng's father in Initial D, and you are going to play the mortal enemy now? And Chen Qiuzhong, whom I agreed to have before, is not bad either. Ren Dehua spread his hands. I'm good at playing the villain, right? He played the role of a villain in films such as The Great Thieves, The Storm of the River, and Doctor of the Lamb, and he is very good at asking for his own questions. Since the second male lead has not yet decided, of course he will fight for it. Stop making trouble. Lu Wei shook his head in a funny way. This character is very fond of fighting scenes, you don't have much talent in this regard. Wu listened on the side and suddenly said, in my opinion, brother Yu Rongguang or teacher Ji Chunyue are both suitable. His martial arts enlightenment teacher was Wu Bin, and Yu Rongguang had also learned it under his disciples, so both sides knew each other. As for Ji Chunyue, they also collaborated on Shaolin Wu Wang a few years ago and have occasional contacts. These two are both mainland actors, and Wu also has his own considerations when it comes to them. Since this movie was invested by Du Sheng, why not give mainland actors more opportunities? Lu Wei is an old man, and nodded after hearing this. Yu Rongguang is relatively reliable, Ji Chunyue is also good, and he also has a deep martial arts foundation. After Du Sheng pondered for a while, he thought Yu Rongguang might be more suitable. Because Ji Chunyue usually appears in costume films and rarely gets involved in modern dramas. In contrast, Yu Rongguang's modern gangster image played by him in Letter to Dad is vivid. Even overwhelmedly lianjia in momentum. Especially the classic line, you can only cost a few $100 in half a month, why are you going to have a life of your life, which still impresses Du Sheng. At this time, Lin Dian, who came nearby, suddenly spoke. If you follow the character design, I think there is a choice that suits you more. Hearing this, many people looked over. Lin Dian smiled. I heard what you said, don't you think this role is very suitable for Brother Bao? Hong Bao. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, thinking about something. Yes. Lin Dian smiled and said. Don't you think Hong Bao looks more and more fierce as he gets older? He looks even more like a big boss than a big boss. At the beginning, he worked with the Hong family class and always pointed out his body. It is certain that he had more contact. Ha ha! When everyone heard this, they were amused when they thought of Hong Bao's appearance. Think about it carefully, it's true. When he was young, Hong Bao had a round figure and often played some honest and cute characters. But as he grows older, his face becomes more solemn, and he is powerful without anger, giving people a chilling feeling. It is just because of his status in the world that few people dare to say this bluntly. Chapter 504 The opponent is a monster. It's really suitable. Lu Wei patted his palm lightly. Before this, Hong Bao rarely tried villains. Most of his characters tend to be positive or comedy. But he looks so deterrent that the audience will know at a glance that he is a big shot. Coupled with his rich experience in action design and solid martial arts, he and Du Sheng's the matchup scene is also explosive enough. Everyone was talking and laughing. Hong Bao, who was invited to join in the fun, walked in with a cigar in his mouth and a big golden knife. "What are you laughing at? Ha ha!" As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed at the same time. Hong Bao was a little confused. "What are you laughing at?" "We are discussing a Sheng's new movie." Lu Wei smiled and said. "A Sheng wants to invite you to play the big boss in the movie. Are you interested?" "As a big boss?" Hong Bao looked at Du Sheng, and his words showed a calm and steady aura. Looking at Hong Bao, Du Sheng's image of Wang Bao instantly overlapped with him. "Good." Du Sheng smiled and nodded. "Brother Bao, are you interested?" The biggest reason why he leans towards the person in front of him is that in addition to maintaining the original and stable skills is that he is interested in his experience on the set. After all, this is the first movie of interstellar media, and there is no need to lose it. Yu Kid is a popular boy in Asia. Who wouldn't be happy to take the express train? Hong Bao was amused. "Besides, I have never tried this big boss's color, and I just want to challenge it." "Then it's a matter of just one word," Du Sheng said with a smile. With Hong Bao's joining, most of the crew's preparations were ready. The other party has decades of experience in his career and is competent in producers, directors, action directors, and even photography. With this person here, Du Sheng can spare a lot of time. As for choosing mainland actors, there are many opportunities in the future. Afterwards, several people started a discussion around Chapelang, which was considered an alternative reading. All the people present were top directors, actors, and action directors. The filming ideas of the movie were basically clear based on verbal discussions. Hong Bao was very excited and brought another box of white wine. Fortunately, he has health problems and dare not fight for alcohol. After Ye Wuxin arrived with Zhang Baji, Du Sheng met with her and Lu Wei, and basically determined the candidate for the executive director. Afterwards, they finalized the specific details of the film preparation. Especially in terms of landscape surveying, several directors in the venue are well aware of the Xiangzhong venue. After some negotiations, I actually chose it. Ye Wuxin's action ability was not enough. He began to conceive the shooting plan early the morning of the next day after signing the contract. After Du Sheng finished the announcement of the Tang dynasty, he was pulled to several scenic spots by the other party. It is best to add a set of xenon lamps in each place to set off the dark atmosphere. The licensing procedures for this scene have indeed not been completed, but according to the shooting progress, we can still keep up by then. The number of blasting products and abandoned vehicles is insufficient, so additional budget is needed and another batch is purchased. In addition, there are problems with the police station. Ye Wuxin is very professional and will provide appropriate suggestions while asking questions. Just do what you said. Du Sheng had no objection to professionals. At most, a producer, financial officer, etc. are arranged to cooperate. This made Ye Wuxin breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried that Du Sheng would deliberately modify the plan in order to show his authority. But Du Sheng did not do so. Although he did not deliberately pick on others, Du Sheng did not let go. He asked Ye Wuxin in detail why he chose to solve this problem, and these are valuable shooting experience. After finishing several shooting locations, Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. "Yes sir, I'm going to trouble you next." "What's the trouble?" "I'll do it if you pay the money." Ye Wuxin smiled and said. "Besides, if you partner with you once, maybe I can win an Academy Award next year." "Haha, as long as yes sir, you have confidence, it's basically okay." Hua Wakiaozi is a man of support, so Du Sheng is of course aware of his knowledge and interest. "I'm not kidding." Ye Wuxin smiled and said. "Think about the directors you have worked with are basically the top in the industry, and you can win awards like Du Kifeng, Zhang Yumo, and Lu Wei. And they have all praised your excellent acting skills and very novel theories, which is the response." At this time, Wu, who was sitting in the back seat, came over and asked with a smile. "Brother Sheng, what does it feel like to cooperate with Zhang Yumo? I heard that he has strict requirements. Du Sheng replied lightly. It's indeed quite strict, but it's not as exaggerated as the rumors. Wu held the seat back and asked curiously. I heard that when you were filming in Xiang Mansion, you killed a giant wild boar with bare hands. Is it true? It's like this, but it's not as exaggerated as it hearsay. 10 of them were killed with one punch. Du Sheng briefly talked about the situation at that time. Even so, the few people in the car were still frightened. You know, that was a giant wild boar. Real vicious beasts often attack humans. Most people encounter this situation in the wilderness, let alone underestimating the counterattack. They are afraid that it will be difficult to stand firmly. Du Sheng not only easily killed the giant wild boar, but also rescued 2 people in a critical moment, which is undoubtedly a feat. Sharp! Wu gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. Damn the giant wild boar's eyes with a steel needle at a distance of 8 or 9 meters. How did this be done? He couldn't figure out how the hard corners of his eyes were pierced. Not to mention that at such a long distance, what else can the golden needle have to do? Have you heard of shaking your hands and shaking your needle? Du Sheng asked casually. Wu asked in surprise. Isn't that acupuncture technique in traditional Chinese medicine? Brother Sheng, is your ancestor in your family a doctor? Du Sheng smiled and did not answer directly. Wu thought he had agreed and said to himself. In the Great Dynasty, my ancestors also had imperial physicians and martial arts top scholars, and there were indeed such capable people. Ye Wuxin, who was writing a stroke, then said. I have read a big unofficial history before. The martial arts top scholar in it can only shoot 1 stone. His strength is enough to shoot a golden needle, but he is not sure if he is 3 meters away. Wu twitched his face, but he was not easy to correct him, and said. Brother Sheng is the king of fighting, the 7th generation of Bajikwan, and cannot be compared with each other. Oh, that's how I don't know much. Seeing that Wu was a little itchy, Du Sheng smiled and said. We will discuss the street fighting and see the skills of the top martial arts masters. Wu chuckled and accepted happily. Okay, but Brother Sheng, you have to show mercy. What I learned is the martial arts and practice methods. Du Sheng is a world boxing champion who has made his position with national skills, and he is just a champion of a martial arts performance competition. The two have a huge gap in strength, so it is not embarrassing to lose to Du Sheng. But if you say it out, he and Du Sheng are in no way different in 1 round, which is itself a thing worth showing off. After all, the Iceman, the 2nd-ranked UFC world, couldn't even walk around in Du Sheng's hands. While talking, the car stopped at a narrow alley. Ye Wuxin got off the car and pointed to the narrow and long alley extending ahead and said. This is the longest one-way narrow alley in Xiangjiang, which can be used to shoot the most exciting street fighting part of your battle. Du Sheng got out of the car and looked around, which coincided with the scene in memory, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the brave will win when we meet on a narrow road, and the atmosphere is full. Wu also looked at the alley with great enthusiasm and said with a smile. Brother Sheng, you break in alone, and I will enter the field from the other side to block it. It is best to use cold weapons. He spoke and gestured, and had already begun to think about how to fight at that time. Du Sheng smiled and agreed a few words, returning to the car. With time, let's put the venue where I fell from high altitude into place. He has a hurry, so he naturally has to complete all the scenes as soon as possible. So in the past 2 days, he visited the shooting spots in Xiangjiang with Ye Wuxin whenever he had time. Combined with the team coming from Interstellar Media, the preparations are about to be completed and the shooting arrangements are gradually taking shape. On this day, Du Sheng, Ye Wuxin, Hong Bao and others gathered again. This is the last preparation night before starting the machine. Hong Bao pointed to the dishes on the table and said helplessly. I have had gout again recently, and I can't get any meat or alcohol in it, so you'll be cured. After hearing this, Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked. Will this affect your performance? If it really doesn't work, then you can only serve others. It should be no problem. Hong Bao's answer was more conservative. As long as I stick to a light diet for a while, my condition will improve. After saying that, he sighed again. If you are uncontrollable when you are young, you have to pay for the indulgence of the past when you are old. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. It can be seen from Hong Bao's posture that he has always been obese. You worked so hard when you were young. Ye Wuxin agreed. Who can play as hard as you do, there will naturally be sequelae when you get older. Wu, who was standing by, also joined the discussion. As a martial arts director or an actor, you will inevitably be injured, and no one can always maintain his peak state. So Brother Bao, you take on this video, and challenging the villain is a clever choice. At least it can broaden your acting path and provide more protection for your future. Hong Bao sighed. I don't know how long I can continue to shoot the fighting scene. Du Sheng suggested. Your illness may be caused by meridian blockage caused by bruises and injury, coupled with improper diet, which leads to the accumulation of dampness and toxins. I'll give you a few Chinese medicines to try, which may be helpful. There are many pill prescriptions in Tianji Lingshijing that can remove dampness and toxins in the body, such as Sanren decoction and Ganlu disinfection decoction. As the shooting is about to begin, in order not to delay, you might as well give it a try. Out of trust in Du Sheng, Hong Bao took Ganlu disinfectant soup with a try. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days, he felt that his symptoms were significantly relieved. The diarrhea and increased urination made him feel much more relaxed, and he no longer felt pain when walking. This change surprised Hong Bao very much. Du Sheng didn't expect that he would really work if he said casually. As the old saying goes, the elixir is the right medicine, and the medicine is not treated with a dosimeter. As long as the medicine is used properly, the effect will be immediate. On the contrary, no matter how much medicine is, it will be of no help. Hong Bao, who had recovered, quickly entered the working state. As an old senior with rich experience, action scenes are like eating and drinking water for him. Although Ye Wuxin is also a senior director in the circle, he still seems a little naive in front of Hong Bao tender. After joining the crew, Hong Bao not only quickly completed all preparations before shooting, but also discovered many potential problems. With his assisted adjustment, the movie Shapa Wolf officially started filming in Tsim Sha Tsui, Hong Kong on September 2. A grand launch ceremony was held. Although nominally, it is an invitation to the media, in fact, many reporters are like sharks smelling blood after learning the news. After all, just hearing words such as Du Sheng, self-directed and acted, crime action movie, Hong Bao plays the villain, and directed by Ye Wuxin, you will understand how popular this news is. Facts have proved that this movie has lived up to expectations and has attracted widespread attention from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 4 regions as soon as it was started. Du Sheng is the world boxing champion and the little king of mainland China, while Hong Bao is the leader among the 7 little blessings. Cheng Long and Ye Wuxin are the directors who won multiple awards for The Explosion Criminal Police. The works created by these 3 people have undoubtedly attracted much attention. However, the high attention of the movie also brought a lot of extra pressure to Du Sheng. Many people found him one after another, hoping to participate in the investment in this movie. Du Sheng is not only the world champion of K1, with a new album of over 2.5 million, but also won the National Box Office Championship in the mainland and 2 awards, Golden Horse and Golden Star. Its market appeal is undoubtedly. Coupled with Hong Bao's rich experience in the field of action movies, this movie can almost be guaranteed to not lose money. Capital always pursues profits. A project with a high probability of profit will naturally attract the attention of many investors. In the Xiangjiang area, due to Lin Jianyu's relationship, not many people directly contact Du Sheng. But in the mainland, there are endless people trying to contact Wang Jinhua. Wang Jinhua repeatedly stated that Interstellar Media has sufficient funds and no external investment is needed, but the voices of seeking cooperation are still ongoing. Even with such a big backing as Shang Ying, people were sent to contact him, hoping to hand him over to them for release. Because Beijing Film Academy is growing stronger and stronger, it has already posed a threat to its theater distribution, and I hope to use the drama to enhance its reputation. Du Sheng had long expected this. I also know the game of interest, and some things cannot be eaten by oneself. Even if you earn it, you may not be able to keep it. Many times, when you have money, everyone makes money is not a request, but a hidden reminder. If you don't share your benefits, you may not even be able to make a single point in the end. With Du Sheng's current status, it is actually very simple to solve this problem. Just disclose a few investment places and let capital compete on its own. This not only displaces the pressure, but also allows them to fight on their own. However, Du Sheng did not choose to do this because he was focusing on longer-term plans. This is his second move, introducing external capital and issuance, forming a strong battle camp. Therefore, major relationships such as Shanghai Film and Beijing Film Festival can be tried to pull them into the camp. After the press conference, Xiang Tai and Lin Jianyu also indirectly criticized their views on external investment. Du Sheng simply pushed for 2 or 5 or 6. As long as they ensured the majority share of Star Media, they would negotiate the rest by themselves. This is a respect for them on the surface, but in fact it throws the contradiction out. When Wang Jinhua was playing games with Xiang Tai, Lin Jianyu, and others, the filming of Chapelang had officially begun. 5 days later, a narrow alley. Du Sheng and Wu are rehearsing an action scene. Wu held a sharp short knife in his backhand, waiting for an opportunity to attack Du Sheng. Du Sheng held a stick in his hand to accurately block every knife. Ding! The short sword was blocked by Du Sheng again. Wu took a few steps back and said hesitantly, "Brother Sheng, why don't you coordinate?" Du Sheng stopped and put away the stick at random. "What do you think is inappropriate?" Wu scratched his head and explained, "I think the character Aji should be very fierce. Although it may not be equal to you, at least you should be fully imposing at the beginning." Du Sheng immediately understood what Wu meant, because he felt that the action was almost meaningful, or that his character could not be seen. Du Sheng did not directly refute, but asked with a smile, "One person has shorter and 2 are the best players. How do you think it can be used? If you want more room to play, you can say it based on your ability." When Wu heard this, he immediately became excited and began to gesture. "I think Aji should launch a fierce attack as soon as he appears, showing his murderous aura, and then..." Du Sheng waved his hand and said directly, "Then let's try the effect first." Wu was a little surprised. "Is the weapon real? If it is injured, will it delay the shooting?" Du Sheng said indifferently, "It's okay, your short knife doesn't open, and you probably can't touch me." "Well, I'm worried that I'll be hurt." Wu said embarrassedly, quite self-aware. "I'm afraid that the thing on your hand will hurt if I get cut by a knife. This stick is not an iron tool." Du Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, "If you are worried, I cannot fight back. Is this okay?" Wu still hesitated. "Hurry up, stop being slow." Du Sheng saw that Ye Wuxin had arranged the scene and urged him. "Okay, I'm here." Wu rushed forward quickly, holding the short knife in his backhand and stabbed Du Sheng's neck, using only 50% of his strength. Although the short knife does not open the edge, it will be a life-threatening person if it is stabbed. Ding! Du Sheng picked it apart casually and shook his head and said, "You can do your best." Wu gritted his teeth and stopped talking, swung his knife again. This time the explosion was even stronger and faster, and the target pointed directly at Du Sheng's heart, with a more tricky angle. Ding! However, there was only a crisp sound. Du Sheng pushed it slightly with a stick, and Wu felt like he was subjected to a huge recoil force, and he instantly lost his balance and staggered back a few steps. This... Wu looked confused. I took all my strength, but was gently pushed by the other party, and I almost couldn't stand firm. He didn't know what was going on, he just blamed the other party for being too much. My basic skills are not enough. Don't you want to be fierce and powerful? Just follow what you just now and continue. Du Sheng waved to him. Wu smirked bitterly in his heart, knowing that he had fallen into the pit he dug. But he flew straight and rushed forward without saying a word, swinging the short knife in his hand and stabbing it. Dang 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 dang. The collision between the short knife and the swinging stick is crisp and pleasant. As Wu's movements became faster and faster, the shock in his heart became stronger and stronger. He found that no matter how fast he speeded up, Du Sheng could always block his blade at the right time. To outsiders, it is as silky as flowing water. Wu's attack was perfectly resolved by Du Sheng, and he had been rehearsed. Stop! Stop for a while! Wu's chest was undulating, and he threw away his short knife while panting, grinning, and rubbing his wrist. Although he had tried his best, his wrist was still hurt by the power of counterattack. On the other hand, Du Sheng was unscathed. Du Sheng walked to him, patted his shoulder and encouraged him. There are both evil spirits and momentum, but the strength and speed still need to be improved. There is no need to retain strength when shooting, just give your all, I can handle it. Wu heard this and looked like crying without tears. Just now, he even used up his strength to eat. But the opponent is a monster. Now he regretted that he was trying hard to compete with Du Sheng. After 2 days and 1 night, the street fighting scenes were finally finished. Aren't you going to have a chance to compete? Let's go. Seeing that it was still early, Du Sheng simply tried Wu's skills as the top scholar in the family. Wu suddenly opened his mouth, but could only swallow the bitter water silently. Originally, he thought that even if Du Sheng was the world boxing champion, he could still hold on to a few moves. But the shooting these days has long made him understand the huge gap between himself and the other party. This is the fight between children and adults, it's a joke. Therefore, he took the bucket and ran away overnight on the excuse of being unwell. The reason why I proposed to discuss was to make a few moves in front of Du Sheng, and there would be capital for publicity and promotion in the future. Now that I learned that Du Sheng could slap himself with one hand, it was irrational to ask for trouble. Chapter 505, Great Blessing. Du Sheng didn't force it. After all, he still has a lot of work to do. In addition to the Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, which will be broadcast at the end of the month, I have to travel to North America later. The busy shooting has made time fly by, and it is mid-September in a blink of an eye. At noon that day, Du Sheng left the crew and had just taken a bus to the airport to fly to North America. Yes, he called over, with a little relief. Sheng, the new record of girls is indeed as you expected, and it's a big hit. At the beginning of the mainland, 200,000 pieces were distributed, and there was a shortage of stock in the first week. Fortunately, Sony has been prepared overseas and has now replenished 500,000 pieces. Moreover, Renren.com has added inventory again. This new record from Girls' Generation is like a whirlwind sweeping the entire market. And set an amazing sales record. Sony's public relations manuscripts have gradually evolved from the initial weekly sales of 300,000 to the monthly sales of 1 million. In response, Sony Greater China CEO Liao Jiayong said that in addition to Yi Sheng with You, this is the only 2 most authentic sales data reports in his career. The album Isn't Missing You Because of Loneliness was launched for half a month, but in fact, sales in Asia exceeded 800,000. If you exaggerate it further, it will seem a bit outrageous. And the reason why this record is so popular is due to several reasons. First of all, the 4 members of Girls' Generation are currently extremely popular and have a huge fan base. This album, led by Du Sheng, also received the support of Du Sheng's fans. Secondly, the album itself is of high quality. The songs included are all widely circulated classics and have received unanimous praise. Good reputation has led to continuous increase in subsequent sales. Third, because Du Sheng's previous works have achieved great success in the market, Sony also attaches great importance to the album of Girls' Generation. In addition, Star Media also went all out to support the sales and promotional activities of this album. The most important thing is that online sales channels have played an important role in this sales. The album of Girls is not only sold on renren.com, but also opened sales points on Qujiao, Qianqian Jingting, and Doubao. Although Doubao is not the main sales channels, their existence helps to expand sales. As a young platform with integrated diversity, renren.com has already accumulated a group of loyal users. Through the album sales of Yi Sheng Has You and I Don't Miss You Because of Loneliness, Renren has gradually expanded its user base. Compared with traditional physical stores, Renren only charges a channel fee of 3%, far lower than the common 13% of physical stores and audiovisual stores, which makes the album price more affordable. The strategic decisions for these two albums were naturally formulated by Zhongzhen and Du Sheng. The purpose is to promote fast payment services. Given that Doubao has launched the Alipay function and the large number of pirated products on Doubao pose a threat to Renren, Kuipai and Renren have long opened up channels to exchange to meet common challenges. In order to promote the application of fast payment, Zhongzhen also asked Rinwang to launch a promotional event. When consumers purchase the genuine album of Not Because of Loneliness, they can choose Quick Pay to get a 515% discount at random. And have the opportunity to get a Girls' Generation signature poster. Each customer is only once discounted. Faced with the rampant piracy market, the price of genuine albums this year has been lowered. Taking the album I Don't Miss You Because of Loneliness as an example, the CD is priced at 15 yuan, the tape is 10 yuan, and the minimum price after discount is only 8 yuan. No matter how cheap the pirated version is, it costs a few dollars. In contrast, the opportunity to buy genuine albums for 8 yuan and get signature posters is undoubtedly more attractive. In order to promote this event, YY also posted a large number of pop-up advertisements. The result was unexpectedly good. Therefore, the album of Girls' Generation accounts for more than half of the total sales in its own channels. This strategy naturally caused dissatisfaction among physical store channels. However, with the development of digitalization, more economical and more convenient online shopping experiences are gradually replacing the traditional way. Even if physical stores have objections, it is difficult to stop this trend. In order to support this linkage, Kuipay has invested more than 2 million yuan in funds for discounts and marketing promotion. The returns obtained were also quite generous, and the number of registered users of Kuipay quickly exceeded 5 million. Most of the benefits brought by album sales will eventually flow to Interstellar Media. Renren and YY Voice also benefited a lot, each adding million registered users. During this period, Kuipay also updated its online business, where users can recharge coins through it, and can also pay for the 3 major operators, purchase game point cards, or collect shopping benefits. With the addition of more partners in the future, the functions of fast payment will be more comprehensive and the application scenarios will be more extensive. It can be said that this wave of linkage between Star Media has made a lot of money. More predictable is that the album Girls will also set a new record. According to Sony's prediction, it is a foregone conclusion that the sales of Not Because of Loneliness exceeded 1.2 million. It is not impossible to hit 1.5 million. As for whether it can reach 2 million sales, it depends on subsequent activities and dumping. Because once the linkage subsidy is completed, a significant reduction in sales will be inevitable. But this is next month. As the album sales steadily rise, the itinerary of the girls in Girls' Generation has become extremely tense. They travel around the country, participating in sales signing meetings, variety shows and media interviews. Lu Yifei was so busy that she didn't even care about the promotion and distribution of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Despite the difficulty of traveling, their popularity soared again during this period and their status also increased. Now that they are called the mainland first-line group, no one will raise objections. Yes, C side. If you can get your hands on creating it, the girls' generation is very lucky. 2 albums plus 1 drama A Sword of Fairy will reach its peak. If there is another big hit work, it will definitely make a legend. Du Sheng responded with a smile while getting off the car. These are just fans' arguments, so we don't have to be serious. Besides, there are many competitors, and there have been many negative comments on attacking Lu Yifei and others recently. You have to let Sony take responsibility too. You can't just let us relieve public opinion, they have made a lot of money. The markets between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 4 regions are so big. The sudden emergence of the girls' generation will inevitably arouse jealousy from their peers. Moreover, the main force of consumption is students. They have limited pocket money every month, so if they buy one, they cannot support another. Therefore, the end of the singers who released albums at the same time as girls' generation can be imagined. In order to restore the decline, trying to damage the image of girls' generation is a common method. The most commonly fabricated rumor is that Du Sheng has an improper relationship with the girls' generation. Although Du Sheng has always had a bottom line, this kind of rumor is difficult to eliminate. In addition, many girls' generation fans also tend to this statement, after all, this combination was created by him. Moreover, when Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan usually mention Du Sheng, they will always unconsciously express closeness and joy. If we had to say that they had no personal affair, probably only the loyal fans would believe it. Fortunately, Du Sheng has platform resources such as renren.com and has also built a public opinion team, so these negative criticisms have not spread further. After hearing Du Sheng's words, Yesi nodded in agreement. I'll communicate with Sony tomorrow, it's time to board the plane, so talk later. Since he had to participate in the competition and was also likely to cooperate with Sony headquarters to handle the shooting of the English album MV, Du Sheng rushed to the lighthouse country that day. Don Jin is indeed a decisive person. During this preparation period, he has implemented all matters such as venue rental, warm-up event arrangements, brand endorsement, press conferences, and sponsorship from local Chinese business groups. Du Sheng's match against Anderson Silva will be held at the Mobile Stadium in Las Vegas. The venue covers a vast area and can accommodate about 18,000 spectators. Although this number does not sound huge, in North America, in order to ensure the best viewing experience for the audience, even the most popular championship battle usually only chooses a venue of about 20,000 people. Therefore, the ticket price is naturally much higher. UFC also invested a lot of resources in this game and exclusively rented the Mobile Stadium for 2 days. In addition to reaching a live broadcast agreement with Spike TV, Don King also signed contracts with several satellite-owned AM&D service providers such as In Demand, DirecTV, and Dish Network. Although UFC's popularity cannot be compared with boxing for the time being, this event has been hot. The gimmick of K1 King of Fighting vs UFC middleweight champion is an excellent selling point in itself. After discussing with the two promotion companies, the organizers of the UFC decided to jointly hold a press conference to further increase the popularity of the event. At the same time, it also made the gunpowder smell of Du Sheng and Spider Anderson even more intense. Is there a media interview in Cheese? How did Don Jin arrange it? After boarding the plane, Du Sheng turned around and asked Wang Yeyang. Yes, he arranged for you to be interviewed by the media in the evening, and the period also included a signing ceremony with the sponsors of the Chamber of Commerce. Wang Yeyang opened the notebook and answered in detail. This time there was a chance to get rich. Zhang Hailong and others also accompanied him, and they added excitedly. The NBA is currently in pre-season, and many domestic media that are waiting for the UFC game are coming soon after they learn about the UFC. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. The NBA plays pre-season games every September. It's just that the intensity is average, and it takes more than half a year to do it, so it goes without saying that the interview is preferred. Wang Yeyang handed Du Sheng an international newspaper. Recently, Anderson Silva, in an interview, made a fuss about the yellow people who are not worthy of taking North American gold belts, and threatened to kill you in one round. Everyone turned their heads and saw that they were speechless. This report records an exclusive interview with Anderson Silva, which mentioned the passive acceptance of the title defense battle. The meaning inside and outside is that the reason why I accepted it this time seems to be cheated by the organizer. Zhang Hailong shook his head and smiled. No wonder I accept it so happily. It turns out that the organizer puts extreme pressure on me. As for the other party's remarks involving racial discrimination, although it is infuriating, it is very common in the fighting world. Du Sheng was not angry about this, but just showed a meaningful smile. It's quite interesting. This time, there will be a major change in UFC. Boxers such as Iceman and Spider have always avoided fighting, which has long annoyed the senior UFC leaders. This time, UFC is pushing behind the scenes, and it is likely to take advantage of the situation to introduce some restrictive policies. For example, rule battles, promotion battles, defending title matches, etc., will deliberately delay or avoid battle loopholes. However, in a sense, this adjustment not only strengthens the intensity of the game, but also increases the exposure of the game. For Du Sheng, the more the better. In addition, Anderson Silva, as a superstar of the UFC, actually self-destruct this inside story, undoubtedly attracted a lot of criticism. This can also increase the popularity of the game, which is also a good thing. His contract with UFC is calculated based on the share of the money, and it depends on himself how much he earns. His previous map cannons and this wave of verbal war undoubtedly brought more audience and box office guarantees. In fact, since the UFC official website announced the battle lineup, it has caused widespread discussion in North America. When you face the UFC middleweight champion, how dare you say KO in one round? Many boxing fans expressed their desire to buy tickets to enter the venue, and see if this yellow man who spoke wildly was really as powerful as a verbal trick. Chinese who have watched Du Sheng vs Iceman competition before have also increased their interest after seeing the report. After all, it is rare for Chinese boxers to enter the top 10 in the UFC world. If Du Sheng really takes a gold belt in North America, it would be quite exciting. Not to mention the gains of reputation, this kind of hot discussion invisibly increases the attention of the game. Of course, attention alone is far from enough. If public opinion is to boil, or even reverse negative comments and turn them into substantial interests, Du Sheng naturally needs to win more support from his Chinese compatriots. The verbal battle at this press conference is inevitable. That night, Du Sheng and his group had just got off the plane and appeared. Sports Weekly, Hupu Entertainment, Basketball Pioneer and so on flocked. From the moment they stepped out of the passage, the cameras kept catching fire. Especially when Du Sheng appeared in the terminal, a group of white and Chinese fans holding his large poster quickly surrounded him. The two passages were almost blocked. If it weren't for the peak period, the security personnel would probably be too busy. And all of this was shot by the Kung Fu crew and the Sports Weekly recorded. The former plans to broadcast this video as a behind-the-scenes footage of the Kung Fu program on Yangtze Channel 5. The latter intends to tell the story of Du Sheng in the UFC field in the sports section column. Mr. Du, how do you feel when facing so many enthusiastic Chinese fans? Seeing that Du Sheng finally responded to the enthusiasm of his fans, the Sports Weekly reporter looked at the lively scene in front of him and asked a question with a smile. To be honest, it's very unexpected. Du Sheng replied with a smile. Especially so late, there are so many fans coming to pick us up. Since he is determined to develop globally, he will not exclude fans of any nationality. On the contrary, being able to win the recognition of the audience in the lighthouse country through its strength is itself a kind of glory. This is also one of the reasons why international brands such as Coca-Cola, Sony, and Cartier are optimistic about him. The crew of Kung Fu also took the opportunity to raise a question. How do you feel when you challenge the middleweight no one this time and take it in the famous Mobile Stadium? Du Sheng looked calm and said with a smile. I hope the champion of Spider can last one round, otherwise the North American fighting circle will be terrible. Everyone laughed when they heard this. If it were put in the past, they might have said that Du Sheng was too arrogant. But now, with his invincible achievements, this is really no joke. If even the Spider cannot last for a round, who will be Du Sheng's opponent in the future? When many people were excited when they thought that no one dared to fight and that the Chinese were dominating the world. The reporters stopped talking, but just smiled with satisfaction. I wish you a victory and win the championship in one fell swoop. On the way to the hotel, fans holding slogans supported by Du Sheng can be vaguely seen. The hotel also prepared a special commemorative card for this distinguished guest, which read, "The Sniper God returns to the lighthouse and learn about the peak battle together." The information about this battle is played every day on the huge LED screen outside the Mobile Stadium. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, the around-the-clock publicity offensive began here. Various promotional photos are also spread from various entrances and exits in Las Vegas to important locations. It can be seen from this that the UFC board of directors clearly regards Du Sheng as the key target of publicity. He even tried to shape him into the new spokesperson of UFC. Just like Conor, the mouth cannon in his previous life, it attracted the attention of boxing fans all over the world. Even experienced film crew members were shocked to see such a large-scale publicity. This is because you have shown amazing strength, and the UFC board of directors is ready to take advantage of the situation to expand its global influence. If it weren't for Tang Jin, who came to pick him up, I'd be afraid that everyone would think Du Sheng would have such a great reputation in North America. Currently, in addition to UFC, MMA fighting also has 3 major competitions around the world, including Pride, Strikeforce, and WEC. UFC wants to dominate the world and even attract Asian boxing fans. This championship battle is the best publicity benchmark. In addition, we have also spent money on these publicity, otherwise you would think UFC is so willing to do so. Du Sheng smiled and then realized it. But it is indeed rare to spend some money to let North American forces take the initiative to help expand their popularity. After arriving at the place where they stayed, Tang Jin, Ma Yaoei and others immediately entered a busy state. They may communicate with reporters, arrange post-match press conferences, or handle sponsorship matters. This time, there were no less than 100 reporters from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions, and the reporting team of Yangshi News Broadcast also made a special trip. If Du Sheng can win the championship, his fame and record will quickly ferment. The popularity and reputation brought are also immeasurable. That night, Du Sheng had just finished the press conference and sponsorship matters and received a call from Taylor. This blonde girl is actually running a trip in Las Vegas. At 9 p.m., Taylor's figure appeared in his sight. She was wearing a light blue dress and her hair was shawl naturally down, which looked particularly dazzling under the light. Taylor saw Du Sheng from afar, and his eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 bright little stars. She took light steps, her skirt was flying, and she almost trotted towards Du Sheng. "Brother Sheng!" Taylor's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Her face was filled with a bright smile and her cheeks were blushing. Du Sheng looked at Taylor running towards him, and was quite surprised, smiling and spreading his arms. The moment the two hugged each other, it seemed as if time had stopped, and the noise around seemed to have become a sweet background sound. "Brother Sheng, you haven't been here for a long time, so I miss you so much." Taylor raised his head and looked at Du Sheng with bright eyes, his eyes full of gratitude and joy. "By the way, do you know? My album Tim McGraw has been ranked 10th on the Billboard Top 200 albums before, so I haven't thanked you yet." If it weren't for the strong support of Du Sheng before, it would be unknown whether her album could be released. Not to mention that the album has achieved such an achievement, it is because there are too many scandals with him. Therefore, I don't avoid visiting tonight. Chapter 506, Playing a Fake Match? Du Sheng gently shaves Taylor's nose and smiles dotingly. That you are also talented, I just helped a little. Taylor's cheeks flushed and he said softly. But, without your support and scandals, nothing could have happened. Du Sheng smiled and held Taylor's hand, and said encouragemently. No, it's a matter of time before you become famous with your musical talent. Taylor held his arm very much, and a naughty light flashed in his eyes. By the way, your single Baby dominated the billboard around the board and sold 980,000 copies. You are really amazing. Du Sheng chuckled and shook his head. This is just luck. I'll celebrate it tonight while there is still some time. Taylor took Du Sheng's arm and said coquettishly. Okay, let's go shopping first. So, the two walked hand in hand on the streets of Las Vegas. There were a wide range of shops on both sides of the street. From time to time, Taylor was attracted by the beautiful clothes or trinkets in the window, and pulled Du Sheng in to choose. Every time Taylor tried on new clothes, Du Sheng would smile slightly, without any concealing praise in his eyes. You're so beautiful to wear this one. This girl has a tall and long-legged model figure, which is indeed outstanding. Taylor turned around in front of the mirror and smiled happily. Really? Then I want this one. As they walked, they came to the door of a cinema, and there happened to be a newly released romantic movie. Taylor suggested with some excitement. Do you want to go to the movie? I heard that this movie is very good. Du Sheng had nothing to do, so he bought a ticket and walked into the cinema. In the dark cinema, the two snuggled together, sharing sweet moments. After the movie ended, Taylor pulled Du Sheng to her newly bought car. Brother Sheng, I bought this car with the money I made on the album. To thank you, let's go for a ride together tonight. She knew that Du Sheng was very busy playing games the day after tomorrow, so she didn't want to miss every moment tonight. When Du Sheng approached her beloved car, his eyes suddenly lit up. This car's streamlined style is so dazzling, even more eye-catching than Porsche. The snow-white car body shines with luster under the light. This should be produced locally and very distinctive. Du Sheng smiled and circled the vehicle, and was finally attracted by the pair of bright headlights. Although the lights of this convertible are slightly smaller, the design with three-dimensionality is impressive. The light bulb is small and round, and the light emitted is particularly dazzling. Du Sheng tried to measure it with a hand ruler, which happened to be able to fully cover it. Small things also have its unique advantages. Brother Sheng, you get in the car, it's too hot outside. In Las Vegas in September, it can be called a stove even at night. Taylor, who got in the car early, felt that he was about to melt because he didn't put down the folding roof. Sweat slid down her forehead and her breathing became rapid. Brother Sheng, come and drive it. It should be cooler after a walk. Taylor anxiously urged Du Sheng to get on the car. Seeing that she was so hot, Du Sheng couldn't bear it and immediately opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Ah! Taylor suddenly exclaimed, his body shrank unnaturally, and he covered his mouth and pointed under his legs. The interior space of her car is small, and Du Sheng, a big old man, took up the space as soon as he got on the car. The start was a little more anxious, causing the horizontal lock to roll over and hit her calf. I didn't expect your new car to be so compact, it hurts you. Looking at Taylor's pitiful appearance, Du Sheng couldn't help but say with heartache. It's okay, I'm not hurt, keep on driving. However, there are people coming and going in the casino, don't drive too fast. Taylor responded with a sweet smile, which deeply touched Du Sheng. Don't worry, I've always been very stable in driving. Du Sheng held the steering wheel tightly, and the small supercar slowly left the street. He found the right time, made a direction, and the vehicle drove to the edge of the desert, increasing its speed to 70 km per hour. Ah, Brother Sheng, slow down, this road is too bumpy. Taylor's hair was blown up, and he was almost unable to see the night view clearly. There was no choice but to slow down the accelerator a little and let her enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. But this path is really not easy to walk. Fortunately, Du Sheng's driving skills are stable and will not turn a romantic drive into an out-of-control accident. Unfortunately, this girl still has a busy schedule, so she was still reluctant to leave after spending a night of joy. I didn't expect the ride to be so comfortable. Brother Sheng, I'll come to you after I finish my work. Du Sheng smiled and hugged her and sent her into the car. Okay, you can come and navigate at that time, and be happy. At noon that day, the press conference officially began. Du Sheng and Spider sat at both ends of the long table, with the UFC head and the event operation representative sitting in the middle. During the questioning session, reporters flocked to it. Most Western media are surrounded by the Spider. On Du Sheng's side, most of them are from Asian media. Mr. Anderson Silva, why did you not accept the defending title game many times before? A reporter asked a question. Isn't this very obvious? How could an unknown man be my opponent? The Spider replied in a contemptuous tone. On the ring, he may face Ithand. But at the press conference, he did not despise his opponent, and his agency would do the same. Otherwise, this popularity will not be maintained. When the Spider said this, the atmosphere on the scene was immediately ignited. Many boxing fans waved the flag excitedly, which is the courage that the UFC boxing champion should have. So, what's the reason why you changed your mind now? Another white reporter continued to ask. Can't you stand the criticism from the outside world? There is indeed some pressure, but I want to respond more to those voices who question me. Anderson Silva had a hint of disdain in her eyes. Because fighting such a person in the defending battle will only waste my time. He knew very well that the organizer forced himself to fight against the Iceman to open up the Eastern market. Recently, the Iceman suddenly bit Du Sheng back, saying that he didn't try his best to fight again before, and even accused the boxing company of making him suspected of playing counterfeit games. For this reason, Spider also asked the company to test it. Although the Iceman did not respond positively to being forced to play a counterfeit game, he was very dissatisfied with being KO'd in one round. Therefore, he prefers the latter, whether Du Sheng is really capable or whether UFC is drawing seedlings and creating stars. As soon as these words came out, a burst of cheers broke out at the scene. It can be seen that I also agree with Bingren's doubts. So, in which round do you expect yourself to end the game? Someone continued to ask questions. The Spider smiled slightly and raised his two fingers. I continue to use the Iceman's statement. If it can't be solved within 2 rounds, I will retire on the spot. Spider's bold words once again caused a sensation on the scene. On the other side, how could Du Sheng not hear it? A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing the reporter's translator's words ask a question, he said calmly. A turtle shrank is not even as good as an Iceman. If I can't beat him in 1 round, wouldn't I admit the doubts about playing counterfeit games in disguise? As soon as this statement came out, the scene was in an uproar. Immediately afterwards, the reporters excitedly recorded the amazing speech, and the shutter sounded one after another. This is really big news. It just needs to defeat the opponent in 1 round to respond to the doubts about the counterfeiting game. What a rough contempt this is. Not to mention, this man has been flirting with his face many times, and he is afraid that the fire is not big enough, so he adds fuel to the fire. Fake. What are you talking about? When Anderson Silva heard the translation, her face suddenly changed and she glared at Du Sheng. Is it recognized that despising myself as a turtle? How dare this yellow-skinned monkey? I'll let you for a minute. Du Sheng calmly stretched out a finger and said lightly. It's still 1 round, I can't beat the retirement on the spot. What is despised? Now, this is it. After all, it only takes 3 or 5 minutes in a round. Fuck, you're looking for death. As the middleweight king of UFC, Spider is not only irritable, but also has a sense of arrogance. Seeing Du Sheng stepping on his face again and again, he was furious in an instant and rushed over. The audience was screaming when they watched the excitement, and the reporters were even more excited to capture every detail. But the security guards quickly stepped forward and cooled down their mouths. Although the conflict has been temporarily stopped, this confrontation undoubtedly attracted much attention and topic for the upcoming game. Especially Du Sheng's domineering question in response to the counterfeiting game made everyone remember his name. That night, the UFC Middleweight Championship defending championship was held as scheduled. When Du Sheng and his group arrived at the arena, the scene in front of them surprised them. A large number of Chinese people gathered outside the venue, at least 300 or 400. Many people had national flag signs on their faces and Du Sheng's poster in their hands, cheering constantly. Nikki Hilton, Amanda Hurst, and others who were sitting in the car were also shocked by the scene in front of them. As a socialite who is good at hype, it is not surprising that Nikki came to focus on this lively event. Besides, she and Du Sheng have an ambiguous identity. However, the appearance of the granddaughter of the elegant and noble media giant Amanda Hurst made Wang Yeyang, Zhang Hailong, and others excited and surprised. If the Hilton family's daughter is out of reach, then the noble daughter of the media giant is even more precious. I heard that Amanda Hurst is currently single, which has made Wang Yeyang, who has a dream of eating, ignite some little thoughts. However, Amanda Hurst's curious eyes kept on Du Sheng, disappointing him. Speaking of which, Ivanka originally wanted to join in the fun, but her father had something to do to find her. Otherwise, if the three major socialites in New York all appeared, they would definitely be able to attract attention. At this time, Nikki pointed to the enthusiastic fans outside and said proudly, "Amanda, look at my cover there." At this moment, she became more and more proud of the scandal with Du Sheng at that time. If it weren't for the more men, she would never have the popularity she has today. Amanda Hurst looked in the direction and saw some fans holding the cover of Playboy magazine in their hands, with intimate photos of Du Sheng and Nichi printed on it. "Nikki, it seems that your choice is right. This Oriental man is indeed different," Amanda said with a smile. Nikki Hilton naturally knew Amanda's unique meaning and was quite content. "That's it. Have you heard of Li Yuxin? If I hadn't introduced Du Sheng to her, she wouldn't have her current career and popularity after returning to China." Amanda turned his head in surprise when she heard this. In the past, Nikki liked to compete, but now she is willing to share her with men? Could it be that this Oriental man is really so powerful? Then we need to understand. At the same time, Du Sheng and his group walked into the lounge of Mobile Arena. This venue, which can accommodate 18,000 spectators, is full of people at this moment. Du Sheng glanced around and found that there were about 1,000 Chinese audiences. The rest are either Spider boxing fans or come to see him for jokes. But no matter what the reason is, it is pure profit for Du Sheng. Because the lowest ticket price of this game is $888 and the highest ticket price is $8,899. If calculated based on the average ticket price of $1,200, the total revenue exceeds $20 million. Brother Sheng, we may earn $6.5 million in tonight's game, Zhang Hailong said excitedly. If you win the game, the net profit of tickets alone can reach $5 million after deducting the venue rent, publicity expenses, and the portion allocated to Spiders, the mattress boxer and the UFC. In addition, if the PPV, pay-per-view viewing, reaches 500,000 people, you can get an additional $1.5 million. If the number of people reaches 800,000, it will be $2.4 million. After total conversion, this alone will exceed 40 million RMB. Nikki Hilton exchanged a look with Amanda Hurst, and both of them could feel each other's surprise. For those of them who come from wealthy families, earning 6 million a month is already quite good. From this we can see that Du Sheng is not inferior to them. Besides, the other party is also the boss of the media industry. Thinking of this, Nikki's eyes couldn't help but show appreciation and excitement. I must take it hard tonight. Amanda Hurst, who was standing beside him, had a ripples in his eyes. This time she came to Los Angeles to cooperate with Ford to promote fashion. Unexpectedly, when I came to the casino halfway through, I had unexpected gains. Brother Sheng, after winning this time, you should be able to reach the top in North America, right? Wang Yeyang asked excitedly. Du Sheng knew what he meant and shook his head slightly. I still have a lot to want to completely conquer the North American boxing world. This is the biggest problem in the lighthouse country, racial discrimination. The Chinese have too weak power and voice here, and they cannot be reversed in a short while. Brother Sheng, how much do we bet this time? Seeing that Nikki and Amanda Hurst had already gone to the VIP seat, Zhang Hailong asked impatiently. Du Sheng thought for a moment and smiled. Now $8 million. As for the number of rounds, there is no need to remind you. The odds of Du Sheng and Anderson Silva have been announced long ago. Anderson Silva's odds for winning KO or TKO are 113, which means that you can win $100 by betting $113. The odds of Du Sheng winning in the same way are plus 135, that is, you can win $135 by betting $100. As for ending the battle within one round, the odds of the two are plus 249 and plus 306 respectively. The odds given by the Weiwei Gambling Agency are relatively conservative this time, and it is obviously difficult to judge. Anderson Silva is the UFC middleweight world ranking No. 1, and has a gold belt, with a brilliant record. Although Du Sheng was a little criticized, it was impressive to defeat Iceman in one round, and was the glorious record in the past also a fake match? This is obviously ineffective. Zhang Hailong was a little surprised. Brother Sheng, there are not many opportunities like this in the future, won't you be more important? In this case, if Nikki and Amanda heard it, they would definitely stare at each other and ask if they were joking. After all, this is nearly RMB 60 million. The opponent is still the famous Spider-Man. Is he really so sure to win accurately? If they were to bet $1 million would be a big sum. But for Wang Yeyang and others, this is not a problem they need to worry about. Last time, it has caused local scoops to not be too ostentatious. This money was unexpectedly obtained near the music festival before, and it was the final amount to be washed. In addition, the local area has to pay heavy taxes, and if it is too large, it is easy for those who are interested to find out. Okay, let's make arrangements separately. Wang Yeyang responded and discussed with Ma Yaoei and Zhang Hailong for a moment, and the latter two immediately left the door. In the center of the venue, an octagonal ring has been built. The area between the ring and the outer stands is the VIP area, with media reporters behind it. With the attention and expectations of the two daughters, the prelude to the championship defense battle slowly kicked off. The reason why UFC stood out so quickly as one of the three major events in the world is largely due to its outstanding star creation and event promotion capabilities. In the first championship defense game, his planning and production standards reached the top level. The scene was not only equipped with a hot DJ and professional team, but also with wonderful singing and dancing brought by Disney princess Selena Gomez. As the melody of Love You Like a Love Song sounded, the audience's enthusiasm was completely ignited. Not long after, the betting will be closed. The host led the two contestants into the arena, and a highly anticipated showdown will be staged. Brother Sheng, it's your turn to appear, you're going to reach the top. Zhang Hailong looked at the players on the broadcast screen about to leave the game, and clenched his fists excitedly. As the highlight of tonight, this game is not only a grand scale, but also invited veteran UFC commentators Mike Goldberg and Joe Rogan. Dear audiences, the long-awaited competition has finally begun. Next, please witness the peak showdown in this UFC championship defense battle. First of all, let us welcome Du Sheng, a contestant from the East, known as the Sniper God, with warm applause. This young Chinese boxing champion KO Iceman in one round last time and showed extraordinary strength. Today, he challenged the championship with an absolute attitude. Mike Goldberg's voice was full of passion, showing his professionalism as a fighting commentator. As the introduction ended, Du Sheng, with a cold-faced face, slowly stepped out from the contestants' passage. When he took off his cloak and exposed his strong muscles and handsome face, the screams of the Chinese audience in the stands on the right, including many white girls, were almost deafening. This also includes Amanda, who looks at the ring without blinking. Nikki, who has long been influenced by heart-to-heart, is not surprising. I thought to myself that the granddaughter of this media giant would probably follow Li Yuxin's footsteps. She even began to think about what posture to use to join forces at night to dampen the man's spirit. Because she doesn't want to be conquered by sea, land, and air anymore. The feeling of pain and happiness cannot be endured by a person. This is also one of the reasons why she instigated her friends to come to see the boxing match. Anyone who has followed the circle of celebrities knows that Amanda is one of the top 10 unmarried women, richest women in the world. Her family had 28 newspapers, 18 magazines, 7 radio stations and film production companies during its heyday. She was the leader of fashion magazines such as Bazaar and Cosmopolitan in the Lighthouse country. And she is about to inherit the media empire worth £1.6 billion. Fuck. Seeing many white girls cheering for Du Sheng, the spectators who saw Du Sheng make a fool of themselves were immediately furious. The harsh sounds of Farki and farmer curses interrupted Amanda and Nikki's reverie. The two looked at each other and could see the gloating in each other's eyes. Chapter 507, This Hatred is Full. Amid the booing in the sky, Du Shenjian stood on the ring calmly. After Anderson appeared, there was a 1-minute introduction to the rules. Du Sheng listened briefly and looked at Anderson opposite him calmly. Although Anderson Silva, who was full of fighting spirit, was cautious in her heart. Those who can become the world's boxing champion must not rely on hype to gain a foothold in the boxing world. Just show your posture and focus on and get enough attention and popularity. If you really treat your opponent as a joke, then you may become a laughingstock. His team has studied Du Sheng's game video. His swept performance in that round was simply explosive. No matter how much UFC wants to promote Asians, it must be capable of the other party. So, the person in front of me is definitely not a rookie. Boxing. The bell rang out and the competition officially kicked off. When the host gave the order, the audience shouted excitedly. "Spider, we bought you and you won, come on." On the ring, the two boxers walked to the center and gently touched the fists and spread them. The Spider stared at Du Sheng vigilantly, trying to capture the opponent's attack intention and look for a good opportunity to launch an offensive. Du Sheng stood indifferently, raised his knees slightly, and raised his elbows and palms, looking a little careless. Seeing Du Sheng's defensive posture, the Spider felt a trembling heart. Is he planning to use the fighting skills he has against the Iceman? After increasing his vigilance, the Spider approached Du Sheng and tentatively swung a left hook. He did not do his best, but only used half of his strength. However, Du Sheng simply turned his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. The Spider did not stop, followed by another right hook. But Du Sheng just lowered his head slightly and easily avoided it. Hook up, hook, hook. The Spider continuously punched the hooks, but never encountered Du Sheng. Under the camera, the two seemed to be performing a prearranged dance, one hitting and the other hiding. But the Spider became more and more shocked. Is this Du Sheng's agility and speed? It's simply incredible. The opponent avoided all the uppercuts based on the most basic dodging movements and even without moving steps. This can't continue. He needs a real hit. He must defeat Du Sheng. So, another uppercut hit Du Sheng's face. Seeing that Du Sheng was about to hide sideways again, the Spider quickly raised his knees. But Du Sheng avoided the knee impact with just one turn. However, it can be seen that the spider has solid foundation in Basikas Judo and Muay Thai, and the combination of fists and legs is very smooth. It is indeed qualified to rank among the top 3 middleweight in the UFC. But that's it. Du Sheng stood back and posed with one shoulder in front of him, signaling the opponent to continue. He has not attacked yet. It seems that he is planning to comply with his previous verbal promise. This is really going to give me a minute. Spider instantly thought of the other party's words at the press conference and was furious. Looking for death. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly swung his right fist and took Du Sheng's head. Spiders are very confident in their 900-pound strength. If this punch is solid, he will be confident that he will knock Du Sheng down directly. But this time, Du Sheng did not avoid it, but instead put away his shoulders and blocked it with his side shoulders. Bang! The camera clearly recorded this moment. The spider's fist accurately hit Du Sheng's oblique shoulder. Oops! Zhang Bin, a commentator from Yangshi Channel 5, came to the scene to host and exclaimed in surprise. Du Sheng was actually hit. This is a spider's heavy punch. It's over. Zhang Bin's mind saw Du Sheng being knocked away by a punch. But strangely, when the spider's fist hit Du Sheng's shoulder, it seemed to slid along Du Sheng's shoulder, and finally hit his nose. Bang! A muffled sound. The spider's head was knocked back by his fist and almost staggered to the ground. This punch really hit me. Dong dong. The spider took 2 steps back before he could barely stand firm, looking confused. Damn, what's the matter? The audience burst into exclamations. What's going on? Didn't the spider hit Du Sheng? Why did you get hurt yourself? Next to the ring, the 2 daughters watching the game were stunned. What kind of unique skills did Du Sheng just used? Is it self-harm transfer? Zhang Bin, who was squatting on the camera, was also stunned. This may be caused by sweat slippage and angle problems. In the ring, the referee separated the 2. Seeing that it was less than a minute, Du Sheng smiled slightly and hooked his finger at the spider. The spider understood the other person's meaning and his heart was full of anger. He felt the tingling pain in his nose, so he wiped it with his gloves. Blood-stained. Farky. The spider cursed and threw out the nosebleed with force, then attacked Du Sheng again. The moment just now was probably an accident. The other party is so arrogant and insists on letting him for 1 minute. If he loses like this, he won't have to mess around in the future. The spider flew towards Du Sheng. Seeing that the other party still had no intention of dodging, he punched Du Sheng directly into the kidneys. This time, let's see how you hide? Thorny. However, the result this time was still unexpected. The spider's fist seemed to be inaccurate again, rubbed through Du Sheng's kidneys, and finally hit his heart hard. Bang! He was trembling all over by himself again and his heart hurt. The spider couldn't come back to his senses for a moment. Continue. Du Sheng glanced at the score clock and smiled at him. The spider exploded in anger and his blood pressure rose immediately. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to knock down the yellow-skinned monkey in front of him. Bang bang bang! A series of spider punches fell on Du Sheng like raindrops. But for some reason, the power of each punch seemed to be unable to be transmitted to Du Sheng, but instead rebounded back to him. This scene was faithfully recorded by the cameras on the scene and displayed on the large screen. The audience exclaimed in surprise, and everyone looked surprised. What's the situation? How to self-injure? Is the spider ready to use the demon disintegration technique? Zhang Bin could no longer understand and said in a daze. Is this middleweight champion torture himself to stimulate his potential? It is said that the ascetic practice in India is used to stimulate special abilities in this way. It just looks useless. Instead, he beat himself up. Bang bang bang! Several more punches hit him hard, and the spider retracted with blood on his face and fell to the ground. Farky, play fake games. Do you, refund the money? Everyone at the scene couldn't understand it and cursed angrily. The spider was knocked to the ground by itself. Can this be more professional in counterfeiting? We really think we are fools. Even the Chinese audience looked confused. Could it be that the middleweight champion has realized that he wants to apologize for racial discrimination in front of audiences all over the world? The referee quickly stepped forward, blocked the spider, and raised his hand to count down. 10. 9. 8. The spider lay on the ground, with a split pane and a heart full of horror. What the hell is this? Why does the attack slip back? Is this magic? Could it be that Du Sheng is a werewolf in human skin? Even if he is the strongest king of middleweight, he cannot fight against monsters. This is completely unscientific. On one side of the ring, two daughters, Nikki and Amanda, looked at the ring in a daze. They exclaimed and covered their mouths, feeling that their worldview was impacted. Is this the mysterious Oriental Kung Fu? It's amazing to let your opponent defeat yourself. 5. 4. 3. With the final countdown, the spider gradually regained consciousness. Gripping his teeth and standing up, he signaled to the referee that he could continue. He must not fall in front of audiences all over the world. Even if the opponent is a werewolf, he has to fight. After the doctor confirmed that he was not at risk of death, the referee had no choice but chew back away and wave. It's raised by the mount, but labor and capital don't believe in evil. The spider stared at Du Sheng with red eyes, with a bit of tragic expression. He roared and jumped up suddenly, pushed his knee up, and knocked Du Sheng with a flying knee. If you can't hit the fist, then you should be able to hit the leg, right? Among all fighting techniques, flying knees is one of the most destructive killer moves. Any professional fighter will choose to avoid the flying knees rather than resist. However, Du Sheng seemed to have a root, and did not move at all. Just as the spider's knee was about to hit, he suddenly stepped horizontally, gently dodged the flying knee, and then smashed it out with a single meter. 1 minute passed. The spider in the air, who could not change direction, could only watch Du Sheng's elbow hit his chin. Bang! The spider was smashed to 90 degrees in the air, and fell heavily on the ring with his head and feet, losing consciousness in an instant. The referee rushed forward in shock to prevent Du Sheng from attacking. Du Sheng had no intention of chasing him. After slamming out an elbow, he took off his boxing gloves and prepared to step down to rest. The referee quickly checked the spider's condition, then raised his hand and made a cross gesture, announcing the end of the game. Ding! With the bell ringing, Du Sheng defeated the UFC middleweight champion. Become the first Chinese boxing champion to take off his North American gold belt. Wow! There was a burst of cheers at the scene. A red ocean suddenly surged from the audience. That was the national flag waving by the Chinese audience who came to watch the game. Du Sheng won. He won so easily that he was shocked countless times. Various curses, boos and surprises were mixed together. Those boxing fans who had previously threatened that Spider only needed 2 rounds to deal with Du Sheng were completely silent at this moment. Some people who lost the bet even tore the ticket stubs in their hands and threw them at the Spider. Shite, waste. UFC middleweight no one? You might as well change your name to self-harm no one. You are definitely playing fake games. If someone else asks you to take action for a minute, you can't win. It's so embarrassing. Tisk tisk, I'm really retiring from the spot. The higher the audience's expectations, the deeper the disappointment at this moment. Various bad words and fan loss continue to occur. If it weren't for the fact that the Spider had no reason to deliberately release water and had a fracture on his cheek so obvious, they would almost suspect that this was a show. The Spider, who had just recovered from his sense of pain, fainted again after hearing this. The host's excited voice came. I am worthy of being an Eastern sniper. Congratulations to him for winning the defending battle and winning the gold belt. The Chinese group on the right burst out with cheers. They have been looking forward to this victory that belongs to the Chinese for a long time. It's really not easy. Zhang Hailong, Wang Yeyang, and others waved their sarcasm and shouted incoherently. Brother Sheng, the world's #1 in the middleweight UFC. Sitting in the front row, Nikki and Amanda were also flushed with excitement due to the fanatical atmosphere. Women are interested in appearance, not to mention that the person on stage is not only handsome, but also so strong. If it weren't for worrying about being said to be a ride on the popularity, Nikki would have wanted to show off in public. Look, this is my top pick. Although Amanda maintains a bit of rationality, she is also a little difficult to control herself. Du Sheng took off his teeth and walked off the ring, with a faint smile on his face. Be calm, this is just an appetizer. For him, taking this gold belt is just a threshold for entry. In the future, if you want to achieve Tyson-like achievements, it is inevitable to take over all the powerful people in the fighting circle. But Wang Yeyang and the others couldn't calm down. The odds of KO in one round are as high as +306. They bet a total of $9.8 million, but they won $29.99 million with capital and profit. Even if taxes are deducted, it will be nearly 200 million yuan if it is exchanged for RMB. It's really a big profit. Du Sheng walked out of the rest area and was immediately surrounded by a group of media reporters. In an instant, various microphones reached in front of him like mushrooms after a rain. The flash flashes constantly, just like daylight. Reporters rushed to ask questions. Faced with the media coming from the NBA Heat and even from China, Du Sheng naturally could not ignore it. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times asked, "You defeated UFC middleweight no one so easily tonight. The audience said they were playing fake games. What do you think about this?" Du Sheng's face was calm and replied, "A rookie of this level deserves to let me play fake games? To be honest, such boxers can be ranked first in the middleweight category in the UFC. I really doubt whether North American fighting experts brag about it." As soon as this statement came out, the scene was in an uproar. Still so arrogant. This guy is really not afraid of things, he is as arrogant as ever. A group of North American journalists glared at me, but soon became excited again. Anyway, they are not the ones who are scolded, as long as there is a gimmick, no matter how they report it. After this battle tonight, if someone says that Du Sheng is a parallel person, it is definitely a sign of ignorance. The Sports Express reporter smiled. "Mr. Du, first of all, congratulations on winning this game." But a very shocking scene occurred in the game. The Spider player suddenly traumatized himself, and many viewers were speculating whether he had a sudden illness. "Can you explain it to us?" Seeing that the reporters were all very curious, Du Sheng said lightly, "Self-harm? Who can tell it clearly? But I saw fear in his eyes, probably because I realized that I could not defeat me, so I chose the stupidest way to exit the battle." "Everyone! Who are you hiding?" At this time, a neon reporter asked the audience's curiosity in broken English. "When the Spider tried to attack you just now, his offensive seemed to have been rebounded. Many viewers think this is some kind of mysterious Oriental Kung Fu. Can you tell us what happened?" As soon as this statement came out, Nikki, Amanda and others were curious. Even the audience who cursed and wanted to leave stopped. This topic has a bit of mystery, but it's so attractive. After all, Du Sheng faced various combinations of spiders just now, and he couldn't fight back within a minute, but he didn't say anything without any damage. Instead, the spider was embarrassed and self-inflicted. This situation completely violates science. It's so ridiculous. Du Sheng glanced at the scene and found that famous boxers including UFC President Dana Bai and De La Joya who came to watch the game on site were all looking sideways. In addition, Don Jin, who came to the nearby area, shook his head slightly and signaled him to answer cautiously. Du Sheng naturally knew what these people were concerned about, and said without any haste, This is indeed Eastern Kung Fu, but it is different from the conventional way of getting £1,000. As for how to practice, what are the characteristics and effects? Sorry, there is nothing to tell for the time being. If you really want to know, you might as well pay attention to the Kung Fu program that is being broadcast in our country. This time he admitted it directly, but he was still a little concealed. The more I didn't say it, the more itchy everyone felt. Before, the other party showed the magical ability of the golden bell cover. Now we have another move to leverage our strength. There are so many magical skills in Dongfang. Can they learn from white people? Can the Kung Fu program be watched abroad? Damn it, don't say half-hidden half. Another Western reporter was not bothering him when he watched the fun and asked excitedly. Mr. Du Sheng, you are already invincible in the UFC middleweight level. Have you considered a crossweight challenge? Du Sheng glanced at her and smiled. I said last time that when I take the gold belt, I welcome boxing masters of any magnitude in all walks of life to challenge. It is still valid now, but the prerequisite is that if you have an appearance fee of less than 5 million, don't waste time. As soon as this statement came out, the reporters and media were in an uproar again. If the appearance fee is less than 5 million, don't play. Also welcome opponents of any magnitude? Du Sheng is no longer despising North American MMA boxers, but has reached the point of ignorance. Because there is no MMA boxer's appearance fee, which is more than 5 million. It can be seen that his target was clearly aimed at the well-known boxers. For example, Tyson, Mayweather, De La Hoya, etc. How arrogant! This is a very strong hatred. A North American reporter changed the topic and asked. There are rumors that you plan to invest in that comic model movie Wanted Warrant. How is the progress? This question brought everyone's attention back to the entertainment industry from the competition. It is indeed being prepared, and the project will be approved as early as the end of the year, and at present. Since learning about Du Sheng's appeal in Asia and the box office results of Kill Bill 2 and The Ambush in 10 in North America, director Timo began to change his mind. Especially The Ambush starring Du Sheng has won $10.96 million in box office since its release in North America last week. It can be seen that it does have great potential and is expected to become a Chinese star after Chen Long and Li Lianjia. So, not long ago, Timo took the initiative to call and chatted for a few words. Du Sheng learned that he returned to Rakhasa to make a movie some time ago and would not be able to return to Hollywood at the earliest 2 months later, but he just smiled. Because he is not in a hurry, then next year. After all, I can't spend much time at the moment, so there is no need to force it. Hilton's daughter and media giant's granddaughter came to support him. What is your relationship? We are like-minded friends. They have recently been fashion endorsement for Ford, so everyone can pay more attention to it. As the saying goes, when politeness is exchanged, Du Sheng does not mind increasing each other's popularity in such occasions. When Nikki saw the camera aiming at her, she waved her hand excitedly and even gave her a blowing kiss. Amanda smiled slightly to maintain her nobleness and decentness. A reporter from Sony's newspaper was very eye-catching and asked, Mr. Du, I heard you are going to release a new English album for Europe and the United States. Is this true? Du Sheng glanced at her and said, I have this plan, but it is still in the preparation stage. More than 100 international media have a rare opportunity to interview. He mentioned the music shooting and handing over to Sony agents. Anything that helps improve your exposure is worth doing. Chapter 508, Dare to Swallow Money? So bold. Finally, Du Sheng was able to rest until the end of the interview session. Next, he will need to work with Dana Bai's team to complete magazine interviews, cover shooting, and subsequent promotional activities. But these can be processed until tomorrow. In addition, the distribution of income tonight also needs to be discussed. According to the preliminary calculations of Don King, the box office will be collected tonight. The revenue from incoming, advertising, sponsorship and pay-per-view PPV, has been initially counted. There are definitely big gains. After deducting 20% of the amounts transferred to the UFC agreement, the income from Spider and other boxers and all expenses will be roughly $6.8 million in net income. This number is more than 10 times more expensive than the appearance fee of hundreds of thousands. At this moment, not only did Dana feel sour, but even the directors of UFC were a little regretful. However, this is caused by others through hype, and it is operated by Tanja Company, and they can't even help them to repent. After all, UFC only provides a competition platform and match players, which other mixed martial arts organizations can do. If there is a stuttering, if Du Sheng's current reputation is now, it will only enhance the opponent's strength. Therefore, when Du Sheng came to discuss the distribution of income, they always maintained a friendly attitude. Because the person in front of me has become one of the core players of UFC. Whether UFC can further expand and make profits will largely depend on its performance. After meeting politely, Dana looked at Du Sheng with a smile. The profit of this game has been counted. After deducting necessary expenses such as rent, boxer splits, box office, on-demand broadcasts, the profit is $8.9 million. According to the agreement in the past, you will be fine. Tonight, the entry income alone will be $13 million. Including PPV on demand, advertising drawn by Du Sheng, as well as established UFC orders, TV broadcasts, etc., the total income will exceed $16 million. The profit of this $8.9 million is obviously a net profit from UFC and Tang Yat. Despite this, Du Sheng alone has $6.8 million. Compared to the fixed appearance fee of $500,000, it is more than 10 times higher. Add to the money you earn from betting, even if you deduct taxes and fees, there is still $21 million. Where can I grab this? Don Jin thought quickly and couldn't help but sigh. Excellent, with Du's current value, he is definitely one of the top 3 MMAs. Even compared with those famous boxing stars, they are not too much to give in. His words were not exaggerated. At present, the most famous people in the entire MMA system are Fido Amarenko, Tito Otis, Randy Kudrow, and others. But their appearance fee is only 30 million or 4 million. The most important thing is that PPV share is rarely involved. Even if sponsorship fees and other revenue are included, it is difficult for a game to exceed $8 million. Haha, Lao Jin, you have made a lot of money this time. Before the bet today, Du Sheng heard from his assistant Anika that Don Jin asked her to help buy a single bet of $2 million. Anika himself also bought $150,000, which was the same as Wang Yeyang and others. He bought it in one round. It can be seen that there are some things that everyone tacitly understands. However, Du Sheng's money seems to be a lot, but if it is spent, it will be like a rush. Especially in the investment in the acquisition of MGM's hundreds of millions of dollars, this money can only be considered a big deal. Mr. Bai, can you arrange a non-rule challenge or cross-border challenge next? After talking nonsense, Don Jin asked the key point. Seeing Du Sheng also looked over, Dana also knew what it meant, and thought for a while and said. The unruly challenges on the UFC side can be arranged, but the time depends on the situation. As for cross-border challenges, we can send messages to the 4 major boxing organizations, but whether it can be said for the time being. As a new no one in the UFC middleweight world ranking, Du Sheng has at least the same level. In other words, the opponent who challenges without rules must at least be a light heavyweight or heavyweight no one. As for cross-border challenges, since boxing has the greatest influence at present, boxers generally have high incomes. If UFC takes the initiative to challenge, all aspects will definitely suffer a little. For example, if Du Sheng wants to challenge boxing superstars such as Tyson's successor, De La Hoya, and Moth Irway, it will be difficult to make it happen unless it offers a high reward or both sides have a vengeance. After dealing with all the trivial matters, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Strangely, Ma Yaoei, Zhang Hailong and others who went to redeem the prize have not come back yet. According to Wang Yeyang's previous contact, it is estimated that the amount involved is too large and cannot be achieved in a short period of time. In addition, I don't know what the two celebrities, Nikki and Amanda, thought they actually invited him to a swimming pool party tomorrow night. Not to mention the relationship between the two parties, considering the media and fashion resources behind them, it is also conducive to expanding North America's popularity and filming. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. Just after leaving the gym, Don King also went out. The offshore company has been established. You are now both the legal person and the chairman. The people around you are counted as part of miracle fighting, and I include it, so that you can achieve reasonable tax avoidance when paying. In the previous competition with Iceman, Du Sheng received a lot of money and also bears a considerable amount of taxes and fees. In the lighthouse country, the consequences of tax evasion are extremely serious and the control is very strict. Therefore, tax evasion is impossible. Therefore, reasonable tax avoidance measures are necessary. Just like the big domestic companies such as Tencent and Alibaba, their registered locations are in the Cayman Islands. But even so, Du Sheng's income is still huge, and even if he uses offshore companies, the personal income tax rate is still high. Pay salaries to employees in advance, thereby reducing taxable income base is one of the ways to avoid taxes reasonably. According to Tang Jin's treatment method, Du Sheng still needs to pay a tax rate of nearly 20%. If it was in the East, he might grit his teeth and accept it, just treat it as a contribution to the country. But in the Lighthouse Kingdom, this money undoubtedly contributed to the Lighthouse Kingdom. He was not so noble that he wanted to benefit all mankind. Just like the stock god Warren Buffett, whose assets are no less than tens of billions of dollars, but not long ago, he only paid $1.85 million in personal income tax, and the rest were avoided through various legal means. The richest people in the Lighthouse country do this, so Du Sheng naturally doesn't need to be polite. Then how much taxes do I have to pay now? Last time through Don Jin's operation, the taxes and fees were reduced from more than 30% to about 20%. This time he wanted to know the specific numbers. It is probably less than 10% at present, and it is expected to drop to less than 5% in the future, or even lower. What? Less than 10%? Du Sheng thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, opening a company and distributing revenue in advance are just the first step. Next, you sponsor some charities in the Lighthouse country. If conditions permit, you can also set up a charity fund. Only 5% of the funds are needed to do charity, and the remaining 95% can be used for investment. According to the laws of the Lighthouse country, this part of the investment income is tax-free and can also enhance your reputation. This is what Bill Gates and others do. Of course, the specific amount of this 5% is up to you. I have contacted several charities, and it is best to hold a donation ceremony that will help enhance your image in the beacon country. The last method is to hold stocks, and you don't need to pay taxes as long as you don't sell them. But this requires a lot of professional knowledge and investment, and even requires hiring a professional trading team. Tang Jin's words gave Du Sheng a new understanding of tax avoidance methods, and it turned out that charity also had this way of playing. This also explains why many wealthy people have set up charitable foundations to attract donations from people from all walks of life. Du Sheng acknowledged Tang Jin's suggestion to open a Huabang branch here. At the same time, he emphasized that Miracle Fighting Company will not be just a tax avoidance tool in the future, but he hopes it can play an important role in the future. In response, Don Jin nodded in agreement. He also proposed that Miracle Fighting Company could be developed into a fighting agency, attracting more boxers to join, thereby creating more profit opportunities. Du Sheng did not deny Tang Jin's view, but he founded Miracle Fighting Company not only for profit, but for the future acquisition of K1. According to historical development trends, K1 will decline in the next few years. But even if it declines again, it still has 4 intercontinental regions and is still the 4 major fighting events in the world. What the East lacks most is its complete system. It will take at least 10 years for the Kung Fu program to develop and accumulate international popularity. Once it is swallowed up, it can quickly complete the transformation. Brother Sheng, something happened. Du Sheng said goodbye to Tang Jin and was about to return to the hotel, when Wang Yeyang leaned forward with a serious expression. Actually redeem the prize. Du Sheng saw that Deng Ji, who was arranged to connect with him with Yesizi, said thoughtfully. Deng Ji is the investment manager of Lighthouse Country hired by the Ye family. He nodded after hearing this. The amount of money you won this time is too large. The betting station claims that you use fake identities and multi-account betting on the grounds of technical failures, and will not be redeemed. Du Sheng frowned. It should be more than that. According to his understanding, even if it is a foreign bet, those traders will never break their appointments easily in order to attract customers and maintain their credibility. Unless you just take a fuck, you will never do such a bad job that can cut off the fire from the bottom of the pot. What's more, they are as always betting on the legal handicap opened in the casino. With the capital and credibility of the Caston Hotel, there is no reason to make small moves. Wang Yeyang wanted to speak but stopped and said, as far as I know, all the bets placed by yellow people this time are not accepted. The number of people involved exceeds hundreds, the amount exceeds $100 million. So, is there any racial discrimination in it? Du Sheng couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard that the bets placed by the whites and Mexicans could be redeemed. It's almost the same. We are just outsiders and we don't have any power to protect us here. Deng Ji sighed. It was obviously not the first time these racial discrimination. In the Lighthouse Country, the status of Chinese people is quite low in terms of politics and economy. If divided into first-class white people, second-class black people, and third-class Asians, Chinese people are still at the end of Asians. Most of the Chinese who won the prize this time are actually the boxing fans who are optimistic about Du Sheng. After all, Du Sheng has been so many dark horses all the way, especially the domineering KO of the Iceman in the last round, which made many people willing to make big bets. Fortunately, they bet on the sect, but unfortunately, it was just like a child holding money through the downtown market. In this era, there are over $100 million, and the Chinese are the ones who win the most prizes, so if they are cheated, they will be cheated. Du Sheng also guessed that it was like this and thought about it. Who is behind these betting stations? Although Las Vegas has many legal casinos and gambling venues, the gambling system and regulatory mechanism are not yet perfect. In other words, there are 2 forces behind many lottery venues to control them. Maybe there is local law enforcement. The interests of the door are entangled. The 5 major cities in the country, namely the 5 largest basins in the east and west coasts, covering the blood of more than a dozen major cities. Deng Ji had already investigated it before coming and said, the members of the branch stationed in Las Vegas are mostly white and have a strong racist tendency. In the past few years, they also involved in forcing the square to seize the shape of the cylinder. Recently, due to crackdown and rectification, we have begun to turn from open to dark, and we have invested in entertainment, markets, tourism, and other industries on the surface. No wonder it's so rampant. This is full of confidence. Wang Yeyang was full of worries. Because this time he also bet $100,000. If he was swallowed up with his capital and interest, he would have to cry to death. Du Sheng looked around and suddenly asked, where are Yao Wei, Ha Long, and the others? The Chinese people were surging just now, and they were angry, but they argued with the people at the Bakai site. Unexpectedly, a group of messengers rushed over and captured them without saying a word. Speaking of this, Wang Yeyang is quite frustrated. He's it. It's so sucking people here and you can't spit bones. It is easy to know without guessing that those bad guys have a close relationship with the forces behind the betting venue. Maybe they also received a sacrifice. Is this problem serious? Du Sheng frowned even deeper and looked at Deng Ji and asked. I have hired a lawyer, the problem is not serious, I can come back later. Deng Ji hesitated for a moment and said. But if they make trouble again, they will probably be detained. In other words, if there is no major background intervention, you can only eat Coptis chinensis. According to common sense, doing so will cause some damage to the target. Du Sheng said without commenting, and said. Aren't they afraid of making a big deal and not being able to do this business in the future? Last time the spider beat the iceman and grabbed the gold belt, which made the bloody money. This time he planned to use the same trick again, but he didn't expect that the car would be overwhelmed and he lost a lot. Deng Ji understood what he meant and said. In addition, my friend on the road said that the Swiba Zinchi was swallowed by his mortal enemy, the Crooked Gang, and lost more than $100 million, so. Du Sheng understood, and there was a sneer in his eyes. It turns out that blood fences condemn the blood and make up for the losses of that batch of goods. Unexpectedly, the car was overturned directly, and this wave of losses was doubled and it was impossible to lose it in a short period of time. After learning that the winning amount was the Chinese, and racial discrimination caused a bad idea. As for the little credibility lost? In the face of major crises, it is obvious how to choose. Not only do I lazy to take bets on the grounds of technology and risks, but I even swallowed up the principle. Anyway, Chinese people are used to being suppressed, and they have two controls, so they can't make any trouble. Brother Sheng, what should I do? Wang Yeyang knew that Du Sheng would not give up, so he said with a little ready to say. You go and bring Yao Wei and the others out first, be careful not to have conflicts. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and ordered. As for redemption, you can contact the embassy and the state federal gates, and hold a press conference tomorrow. If they choose to swallow their anger like the Chinese in the past, that would be a big mistake. What he just mentioned was to directly explode the problem by pointing out the surface. Of course, this is only on the surface. There is a saying that if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend others. Since the other party wants to play, he will play with him. Thinking of this, Du Sheng asked Deng Ji a few questions about the bloody dam. For example, will there be follow-up actions and clues when the goods were robbed of Shuao Qiao? Although Deng Ji felt strange, she was not afraid of offending others with the Ye family line, so she said it without reservation. Even in terms of clues, she also used some local relationships. Death Valley, I used to trade with Moxico's fans. Du Sheng was able to make up for the loss when he heard that he had made up for his losses and had the possibility of risky transactions recently, so he couldn't help but feel moved. Death Valley is located in the Mojave Desert, just off the outskirts of Las Vegas. Many local businesses involving black and gray do choose to carry out in these suburbs. Du Sheng glanced at time and had some thoughts in his mind. Yudeo is that you are doing the first day of the lunar month and I am doing the 15th day of the lunar month. Either don't do it or make things a big deal. Before we knew it, it was late at night. There was no moonlight tonight, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, making the entire Valley of Death appear dark. Du Sheng disguised himself as a Moxican and sat on a car that was parked on the left side of the Death Valley Park with a fire turned off. Not long ago, he found a blood target and had a polite conversation and finally learned the specific situation. It turns out that this time the bloody food and shadow mace was annoyed, but it was due to the transaction with Moxico's dark ferocious pink. The latter was resentful of the price difference and directly destroyed the trading chain between the two parties. Nowadays, bloody tan species are facing great supply and financial pressure, and they have to temporarily trade with Moses. Buzzing. 20 minutes later, with the roar of the car's engine, several cars approached with headlights. Mono, the leader of the Moxican gang, took Anthony, Diego, AZT, and Tenok and others out of the car. He waved his hand and said, AZT and Tenok took their respective teams to find a cover position. Looking at the outlines around their waists, they were obviously carrying weapons. Mono brought Anthony and Diego, each carrying a suitcase, waiting for the buyer to arrive. As long as the banknote is confirmed to be correct, a signal will be sent to complete the transaction, and people around you will be protected. Speaking of which, such transactions are usually carried out in private places, but this time both parties do not trust each other, so they choose to be in an open area. Moreover, everyone in the town knows that the hematologic in the casino are now looking down on other people of skin color. Especially the Heman leader Lizmu, who is not only arrogant and domineering, but also has a history of robbing the seller. In addition, the other party's favorite is Colombia. This time they were forced to trade the Heminisi species, but they had no choice but to do so. If it weren't for the large volume of hematologic amines this time, Mono wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. But all of them are here, so it is necessary to be wary of them. At this time, Du Sheng put down the telescope in his hand, because several cars appeared on the other side. The transaction location is less than 200 meters away from here, which not only means that dangers are coming at any time, but also represents a significant increase in opportunities. Ryan, go and see if it's Moxico. Anna says forgive me. Although Lizmu is arrogant, he is not reckless. The dust at night blurred vision. In order to ensure safety, he decided to send Ryan to confirm the situation first. Because Lizmu suspected that the reason why the last transaction failed was that Mono rumored and planned to sell 2 stores at one time. So they came this time with bad intentions. Trade first, and then take advantage of the opportunity to kill the other party and get the money back. It is no more comfortable to make money at the opening market than making money. As for the robbery and other robberies, this is a North American base. As long as you are brave enough to carry a gun, it is not a big deal. Therefore, before coming, Lizmu had already asked Imaja, Elijah, and others to ambush near the Death Valley with their subordinates. He and several subordinates carried 2 suitcases containing more than $30 million to the transaction location. Chapter 509 Killing Field. Shortly after Ryan got off the car, he flashed twice with a flashlight. After confirming that Lizmu in the rear was correct, he signaled to continue moving forward. However, what he didn't know was that his subordinates who were lurking around him in advance could even meet fellow men. The fierce-looking Imagia just lurked near the Death Park when he saw the car parked on the side of the road. But when he and his men approached, 2 steel needles shot towards him. A black shadow rushed out quickly. Imagia was shocked, but before he could react, his throat suddenly hurt. The next moment, Du Sheng rushed to them in an instant with the quick bounce of 3 skills and 6 skills. Cack! Cack! 1 round kick plus single sheep top. The 2 of them didn't even say a word, and their throats broke and died. Similar scenes were staged one after another, but the object was changed to Moxican. Lizmu and Moyano knew nothing about this and were preparing to meet. Lizmu and his men walked over with each of them pulling a suitcase. Moyano was stunned. There were only 3 people on the other side? However, when I saw the submachine gun hanging around Lizmu's waist, I felt relieved. Although there are many people present on our side, the opponent's weapons are superior. He even guessed that the other party might have arranged a response around the surroundings like him. But he doesn't believe that Lizmu will be so short-sighted, otherwise who will work with him in the future? Therefore, even if he took risks, he agreed to bring goods to trade. Lizmu glanced at the people around Moyano. Everyone was alert to press their hands on their waists, which were slightly bulging. Obviously a professional gunman. He doubted whether the other party would inform him again. After all, the Moxican gang and the Crip gang cooperated too closely. At this moment, Lizmu, who was suspicious, was much more cautious and did not get too close. Instead, he signaled his subordinates to push the suitcase over first. Lizmu, we have worked together once at least, don't you have to be so nervous, right? Moyano waved his hand and signaled his men to push several boxes of M-fans over. This time the quantity is very large, so you have to carefully inspect the goods. Lizmu looked around and after confirming that there was no abnormality, he also instructed his men to bring all the suitcases. When the goods were inspected and handed over by both sides, a burst of gunfire suddenly sounded outside. Bang! Lismu, who was about to withdraw the vehicle with the goods, suddenly exploded a blood hole on his shoulder and staggered back and fell. If this fall hadn't happened to avoid the other 2 shots, I would have been afraid of seeing God. Fake. The Mexicans are indeed born lowly, kill them. He quickly threw away the goods, rolled behind the car to avoid it, and angrily raised his submachine gun to fight back. He had not done anything yet, but the other party took the lead in taking the risk. How can you not be angry? Bang bang bang! Moyano looked confused. When did he get out of touch? But he didn't have time to explain that the opponent's firepower was too strong, so he could only hide behind the carriage quickly and embarrassedly. It was too late to explain again. AZT and Diego thought that the bloody rake was black and furiously fired and fought back. Shit! Bloody Anas is not reliable, kill them all. After hearing the gunshots, both sides quickly rushed to support. The accuracy is a little worse, and there is no luck. Du Sheng shook his head slightly, put away his gun and quickly left the rock with the cover. Along the way, he solved 2 more people from unknown to him. The subordinates quietly approached the trading site. Bang bang bang! The 2 Bashan Nasai ISO family fainted and wanted to eat, but the sound of the scene continued and they fell into chaos in an instant. Ah! Moyano's 2 subordinates failed to avoid it in time, and a few blood flowers suddenly bloomed on their bodies and fell down screaming. Seeing this, the others stopped quickly and shot a few crazy shots. Da-da-da-da-da-da! Bang bang! Bang bang! Various guns were continuously fired, and one shuttle after another was fired like a free money. The dust in the Death Valley was flying, and the sand and vegetation was also riddled with holes. Seeing that the 2 sides were in full swing and could not intervene for the time being, Du Sheng simply started the watching mode. Boss, are you okay? Elijah rushed over from the lurking place and protected Lismu to evacuate. Fuck! The Mexican gang must have colluded with the Crip gang, kill them and retreat as soon as possible. Lismu roared angrily. At this time, he no longer cared about food, and it was important to prevent him from being pushed together by the other party. Bang bang bang! Da-da-da-da-da! At first, Mono and Lismu were still a little evenly matched, but as Du Sheng joined the battlefield, he held the M16 he picked up and shot unscrupulously. I don't know if the Mexican gang members were too unlucky and were shot too many times by him, so the situation turned out to be unknowingly. In addition, the white men Lismus had even stronger firepower, not only had slight rushes, but also had automatic rifles. Moreover, Lismu was injured and crazy, and while retreating, he was still shooting wildly with a rifle. I'll let you scatter in the inside. Da-da-da-da-da! The bullets shot out a series of sparks on the car, and the glass windows had long been broken into pieces. Moyano hid behind the car in a mess and didn't dare to show up. Although they are crowded, they are finally coming across regions and cannot keep up with their weapons. Mono! I can't hold on! Tenoka shouted. Moyano looked back and found that more than half of his men were killed or injured, only Tenoki and AZT were still fighting. Retreat! But before he finished speaking, his heart exploded. Du Sheng noticed the changes in the battlefield, so he naturally would not reduce the intensity. He took advantage of his own advantages and after solving Moyano, he quietly touched the other side. Elijah, who was covering Lismu, collapsed and then had a reverse output. Da-da-da-da! Due to the darkness of the night, Lismu's men did not expect that the companion would rebel, and 2 people were killed instantly. Even Lismu, who was shooting happily with a rifle, was shot twice on the body and staggered backwards. Elijah! Are you crazy? Lismu turned his head and yelled, responding to him was only a shuttle of bullets. Bang bang bang! Lismu lowered his head, looked at the blood hole in his chest, his heart full of doubts and reluctance, and finally vomited blood and fell to the ground. I'm afraid that my blood will die at the hands of my confidants. Is Elijah an undercover agent? Lizmew died with his eyes open. This was his last thought. His men were panicked for a moment and no longer interested in fighting. The two gangs immediately scattered into birds and beasts. However, it is foreseeable that if this happens, there will definitely be constant follow-up troubles. Du Sheng quickly dealt with the two leaders and threw the two suitcases into the car, without even looking at the mess, and whistled away as soon as he stepped on the accelerator. Halfway through, he destroyed all the masks, clothes, suitcases, gloves and other items. Then nearly $30 million were swept into the new car and returned leisurely. Of course, in order to continue to make the situation worse and force the Caston Hotel and the local law enforcement department to cut the mess quickly, he went out again in the early morning. A certain Las Vegas market refused to pay compensation under the pretext of system problems. Shocking! The Castleton site was burned down last night and was suspected to be retaliated by guests. 2 masters and quails killed and injured more than 20 people, and the gambling city became a killing field. The next day, major media and newspapers in Nevada were flooded with news. Even the internet was circulating and soon it spread throughout the entire Lighthouse Kingdom. Even foreign media, including Oriental's Group Entertainment, Urban Entertainment newspapers, etc., have joined the reprint ranks. The main reason is that these incidents have occurred in the world-famous casinos, and many people have been threatened by the police, and the scene has been weirdly burned down, so the attention has been raised. I don't know if it was because the quarrel was too big and the embassy was involved, and the local law enforcement department could not hold back. The Caston Hotel was not allowed to stand up and announce that the system was redeemable. After all, the casino has always attracted global tourists. If foreign tourists dare not come due to this problem, the loss will be great. As for the hematologic species, no one cares about a thing destined to be abandoned as a scapegoat except those angry senior executives. Du Sheng naturally doesn't care. The next day, he asked Zhang Hailong, Ma Yaoei, and others to repay the money first to avoid any further setbacks. And he himself couldn't rest. In addition to cooperating with UFC to launch subsequent promotions, the $50 million he earned in the past 2 days has to allow Deng Ji to invest heavily in newly listed stocks such as Google, Domino, Facebook, Steam. Google was launched last month, and Du Sheng is very clear that as a pioneer and leader in the search engine field, it will be in the next decade. All are high-quality stocks. Although the listing issue price was as high as $85 per share, he still invested $20 million. The initial public offering price of Domino's first public offering is $13 per share, but due to slow sales growth and some of the funds raised from the listing are used to repay debts, it is not favored at present. Du Sheng traced back through LV3/Blue and knew very well that this company would become the leader in North America's takeaway industry, with a return on investment of up to 27 times. Therefore, $20 million were invested. Because the rest of Facebook and Steam are not invested in a lot of stocks and are popular in listing, they are just scattered investments. Anyway, this money is obtained out of thin air, so you can avoid taxes reasonably. Just hold it for a while and wait for appreciation. I believe that by next year, the funds for acquiring MGM will basically be enough. That night, after finally finishing his work, Nicky called again with the third call. Du Sheng agreed to attend the party last night, and the other party specially arranged someone to pick him up and drop him off, but it was not easy to break the appointment halfway. Sitting on the Bentley, I arrived at a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills soon. This villa is holding a star-studded party tonight. Mr. Du, please go here. Receptionist Custer politely guided Du Sheng into the party scene. Under the night, the water waves in the swimming pool flickered in the changing light and shadow, presenting a gorgeous scene. The eyes were filled with colorful white girls, enjoying a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere in the gentle jazz. Although the party has not yet reached its climax, the whole scene is filled with a sense of luxury. As the two stepped into the crowd, a waitress in a bikini walked towards them in elegant steps, holding a tray filled with champagne. Du Sheng took a cup and tasted it gently to relieve dryness in his mouth. What a world of luxury! Looking at the ladies around who kept throwing charming eyes at him, Du Sheng couldn't help but sigh. A long buffet table is placed at the edge of the pool, with a variety of delicacies and drinks displayed for guests to enjoy freely. Several groups of ladies in bikini passed by Du Sheng, one of them glanced at him with a charming look and touched his arm with his fingertips. Du Sheng looked at the group of beauties who were teasing and playing and walking away. The thin silk rope could not hide their pride at all, but instead aroused the men's slightest hope. Not far away, several men were only wearing swimming trunks and holding wine glasses, and were talking enthusiastically, occasionally turning their attention to the beauty around them. Just as Du Sheng was admiring a half-covered beauty, several senior executives of the film company walked towards him. Custer introduced each other and mentioned that in addition to being a star, Du Sheng is also the most popular Chinese boxing champion and media boss. The white girls who were paying attention to the movements here all looked strangely. While everyone was chatting, Du Sheng learned that Nikki was entertaining guests and asked Custer, "Are the ladies here all models and celebrities?" Custer replied with a smile. "Basically, the lady said to celebrate your championship tonight, and I hope you will like it." Du Sheng smiled and continued to communicate with several friends in the film industry. During this period, he noticed that some of the women present looked familiar. For example, Julia Stiles, who once served as the second female lead in the movie Spy Shadows. And Black Lively, one of the future girlfriends of famous movie star Leonardo. For the former, because his face is round and his conscience is also flat, Du Sheng glanced at it and then passed by. As for Black Lively, he was a little interested. However, this person seems to be from a family of performing arts and seems to have joined the squid cult. A group of ladies whispered to Du Sheng from time to time during the conversation. Two of them even made an ambiguous and provocative move at him. Du Sheng pretended to be careless and looked at Custer. "Why do I think something is wrong? Nikki will not arrange any tasks for you, right?" Custer answered with a little joke. "Most of these are new models who have just come to Hollywood to seek opportunities. They want to have scandals with you to increase their popularity. After all, in this industry, fame is often more important than anything else. As for how many you can handle, it depends on your ability." Du Sheng just smiled. He knew very well about Hollywood's extravagance. After a whisper, a group of ladies began to surround him. Most of them started their modeling careers in their teens and worked hard in the fashion industry for many years. It is natural and realistic for such occasions. There will be no racial discrimination. After all, Du Sheng is young and handsome, rich and famous, and is undoubtedly an ideal companion. These women looked at him with curiosity and aggression. Surrounded by a group of tall and hot white girls, Du Sheng felt that he had been taken advantage of several times at least. During the chat, he found that Black Lively's attitude was not as enthusiastic as others. As for Zulia, because she is not Du Sheng's ideal type, more importantly, she can't compete with other women who are like wolves and tigers. But as soon as Du Sheng sat down, Amanda Hurst, with a delicate pretty face, a sweet-looking and blonde hair, walked over. When the Sharpied people noticed this situation, they were a little unwilling to pinch Du Sheng and then walked away to hunt for a new target. Because they are not qualified to compete with this celebrity. Du Sheng looked at the slightly disappointed expression of these ladies when they left, and could only helplessly respond. Amanda shrugged. And she smiled sweetly. "Du, it seems that you are really, as Nikki said, very popular among women in the circle. This is a real misunderstanding. At least Miss Hurst, you are different." The atmosphere of the party gradually warmed up, the music became more dynamic, and laughter and the sound of falling into the water came from time to time. Du Sheng and Amanda sat aside, and they were very happy to meet each other. After all, the two sides knew each other last night and experienced a carnival, comparing other women in the field with topics. In addition, Amanda also wants to follow Nikki's celebrity route, so there is a friendly consensus. As the conversation deepened, the two of them naturally narrowed the distance. After drinking 5 or 6 glasses of champagne, under the influence of alcohol, Amanda took the initiative to pull him away from the crowd by the pool, leaving behind a few envious gazes behind him. When looking at the man and woman who are in love with each other and with their own ideas, they take the initiative to avoid the crowd. There is no need to say much about what will happen next. I don't know if the sound insulation facilities in the suite are not good, or if the celebrity had a lot of fun tonight, and people who were far away from outside could hear it. The uninformed person, listening to the crying cry, thought that a murder had occurred. Oh my God! Are you a troll? After half an hour, it seemed that Amanda Hurst's hoarse voice could be heard intermittently. A few minutes later, Du Sheng walked out of the suite wearing a simple swimming trunk and a smile on his face. Seeing the people around him looking at admiringly, he just smiled slightly, as if he had just done something insignificant. Just as he was walking around the corner of the lawn, a tall white girl walked towards her. Sheng, it seems that you haven't warmed up yet. I remember there is a bottle of Raphael wine hidden here. Let's try it together. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, stepped forward and hugged Nikki's waist, turned around and walked back to the villa. After half an hour, Amanda Hurst, who was sleeping in a daze, vaguely heard a familiar female voice wailing powerlessly in the next room. Oh God, please send an angel to save me. Time passed without realizing it, and the music outside became even more exciting. Amanda suddenly felt her body being picked up, and opened her eyes and saw that it was Du Sheng standing in front of her. But her eyes looked at the couch not far away in shock. Nikki, Black, why are you here? Du Sheng didn't want to waste this wonderful night, so he put her aside. The next morning, when Du Sheng went downstairs, he saw the villa in a mess. Black Lively was overwhelmed early in the morning and left the scene as if he was running away. On the dining table, the butler had prepared a hearty breakfast. Du Sheng sat down and enjoyed the food leisurely. Not long after, Amanda went down the stairs barefoot with a little difficulty in wearing a wide t-shirt. How can you do this? Amanda said in shame. Du Sheng smiled and waved her hand, inviting her to have a meal together. Little baby, don't you eat something? I dare say you must be hungry now. Amanda looked at Du Sheng's smile and couldn't believe that this was the person who exhausted her last night. At this time, Nikki's voice interrupted her thoughts. Is there anything to eat? That's great. Nikki was wearing a small t-shirt that was not fit. Although her walking posture was a bit awkward, she still walked to Du Sheng and sat down, grabbed a piece of bread and started eating it. The party was crazy last night, I thought I would faint. Nikki seemed to be saying something while eating. Du Sheng shrugged and signaled Amanda to sit down and have breakfast. Nikki seemed to notice Amanda's emotions, and a smile rose from the corner of her mouth. Amanda, what's wrong with you? She looks so nasty. Didn't you have fun last night? Amanda's face suddenly turned red, but she quickly calmed down and said with a slight joking. My mouth is not as eloquent as you, and it's not good to say that it feels like vomiting. Nikki. Chapter 510, Confirm Victory. Seeing that these two plastic sisters are about to get upset again. Du Sheng smiled slightly and knocked on the cup with a fork. 2. Didn't you cooperate well last night? Quarreling is not something that celebrities should do. The two of them snorted, gave him a look in anger, and calmed down to have breakfast. Nikki, you had a good hospitality last night. What reward do you want? Nikki hugged Du Sheng's neck and showed a charming smile. You know, I only have one small requirement, which is to increase some exposure. Du Sheng grabbed her troublesome hand and turned his head to look at Amanda. I can cooperate with you in the past 2 days, so where is Amanda? As for Black Lively, who left early, he only regarded the dewy love that did not seek reward. Amanda looked at Nikki's ambiguous actions, then looked at the strong and handsome Du Sheng, and smiled slightly. You are well known here. I have a magazine cover to shoot in the afternoon. Can you cooperate? Okay, let's go out while there is still time. In North America, many actresses rely on hype scandals and flash marriages to maintain their popularity. Du Sheng doesn't mind giving them some popularity. After all, this kind of exposure is also beneficial to him, let alone his reputation can rise sharply. Beverly Shopping Center is a famous high-end shopping place in the Los Angeles area, located at the junction of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. When Du Sheng and two celebrities appeared here, some paparazzi who were squatting here immediately lit up. Several paparazzi followed quickly and raised their cameras to shoot excitedly. Du Sheng seemed to not pay attention, and talked to Nikki and Amanda from time to time with a smile, and occasionally had some ambiguous actions. This is the fastest way to increase exposure. Even if it cannot make headlines in mainstream newspapers, it can at least appear on the covers of some entertainment tabloids. As for the public pressure that the two socialites may face, they naturally knew it well and insisted on saying it was a good friend. They also knew very well that Du Sheng was already very conscientious in doing this. Thinking of the experience of rushing into the sky last night, the two girls looked at Du Sheng with a strong wet look. Brother Sheng, thank you. It's nothing, but you have to pay attention to your expression. The paparazzi have followed the photos. Du Sheng looked at the extremely beautiful Nikki and smiled and reminded. If you are photographed looking intoxicated, it wouldn't be great, right? As long as it doesn't cause you trouble, it's actually better to be more enthusiastic. Nikki smiled ambiguously, and after saying that, she licked her lips gently with the tip of her tongue, her eyes full of temptation. Amanda, who had just taken the route of celebrity, couldn't stand it, but in order to maintain her personality, she also held Du Sheng's arm with her. Du Sheng was a little happy during this trip to North America. After all, a celebrity of this level and appearance is still treated by two people at a time. Even if they each need it, it is not something that ordinary people can have. And hype is not only conducive to enhancing the reputation of both sides in North America, but also convenient for extracting exciting clips. Because Du Sheng planned to excerpt these parts into MV clips of the English album, they had already agreed. The heroine of Nikki's previous Hype Plus single MV brought her constant popularity. Such a good opportunity is in front of them, and they will refuse only if they are stupid. Therefore, this time when I went out, even if there were no paparazzi stalking, there was a photographer arranged by Sony to follow me. After accompanying two daughters to go shopping, Du Sheng was invited by Shi Jinj, the new music president of Sony, Lighthouse Country, to discuss. Du, MGM has already let go. As the saying goes, people feel refreshed when they are happy. Shi Jinj welcomes Du Sheng into the office with a smile. From the previous $5.8 billion, it has been reduced to $5 billion. They only have one requirement, which is to retain several board seats. As the aftermath of the economic crisis is still there, MGM Pictures is getting deeper and deeper into the quagmire. At this moment, they didn't even have the ability to struggle. Those senior executives were just eager to cash in, so they were reluctant to throw money in and care about their life or death. The consortium led by Sony is one of the most sincere takeovers. As the proposer, Shi Jinj was appointed as the new president by Shin Zi, who was no surprise. Du Sheng was not surprised by this, and thought for a while and said, "What partners have you attracted to so far?" Star Media and Sony have long established a group and signed a letter of intent to cooperate. Just $5 billion is not a small amount. Whether it is to win over power to compete with other competitors or share unknown risks, this is very necessary. Providence Capital, DLJ Commercial Bank, and Texas Group have all shown great interest. Shi Jinj smiled slightly and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the acquisition by our 5 consortiums, and it is expected to be officially launched within 3 months." Du Sheng talked a few words about this and suddenly said, "By the way, the 3 main songs of my new album are MVs, and I plan to invite Amanda Hurst, Black Lively, and Nikki Hilton to be the heroines, right?" Of course. It's a pity that you can invite them to play. The few people Du Sheng mentioned are all new popular actresses in Hollywood. They have had some scandals, and Shi Jinj naturally raised his hands to agree. If the subsequent album is released, you can take advantage of the opportunity to hype the scandal, which will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. In North America, as long as there is a gimmick that can attract the mellow-needing crowd, everything can be hyped up. For example, the rumors of Beyoncé's fake pregnancy, Kim Kardashian and her boyfriend's large-scale privacy videos, etc., are all behind it. Okay, I'll finish the MV in the next 1 or 2 days before leaving. I have to say that you're here at a time, it's a gift from God. At this moment, Shi Jinj was full of energy and praised him with great stinginess. For him, everything started as scheduled was indeed what he wanted to see the most. MGM is moving forward steadily, which is a trump card that is sure to win. Du Sheng's God-level album, which includes 10 main tracks, will definitely cause a sensation in the future, and even cause shock in the entire North American music circle. This will undoubtedly help Shi Jinj achieve rapid success in his new position. Bring a new atmosphere to Sony Music. After chatting for a while, Shi Jinj asked with a smile. Is your album coming to an end? Du Sheng thought for a while and said. Most of the songs have been recorded on Miracle Records, and the MV part will be completed in the near future. If the entire album is produced, it will be within 1 month. Hearing this, Shi Jinj seemed even happier. He was worried that Du Sheng would be too busy to delay the progress, so that even his subsequent arrangements would be implicated. Unexpectedly, the other party would take the time to record in his busy schedule. Then what plans do you have for album release? Mr. Shi Jinj, you are the music president of Sony, Lighthouse Country. You should be more familiar with this aspect than me, right? Du Sheng smiled slightly and threw the ball back. Since the two sides are working closely together, how can the other party not do anything? Shi Jinj was quite satisfied with Du Sheng's response. In business, it is at least easier to deal with than those elusive singers. Haha, then I will just say it. I hope you can temporarily postpone the release of this album. After I get promoted, I borrow your album to start a first shot. What about a double happiness? As Du Sheng expected. It won't be long before Shi Jinj will be appointed as the chairman and CEO of Sony, Lighthouse Country. By then, he hopes to use Du Sheng's album as his good start after his promotion. Considering his current busyness, Du Sheng nodded happily after coming here 3 or 2 months later. As you wish, dear Mr. CEO. After saying that, Du Sheng smiled and stretched out his hand. Shi Jinj also laughed and stretched out his hand, and the cooperation between the two sides deepened a little further. Due to the fact that Amanda and Nikki are both very cooperative, the shooting speed of simplified MVs is quite fast. As the saying goes, you will get something if you give. That night, they finally received widespread attention from the media. This made Amanda's voice a little excited when she called Du Sheng. There is no shortage of celebrities in North America, but few people can show off so quickly and become so quick. She knew very well that this wave of popularity was inseparable from Du Sheng's help and support. After clarifying Du Sheng's principles, the two celebrities began to advance and actively participated in various interviews. Whenever they ask about scandals, they emphasize without exception. Du Sheng and I are good friends, and he is indeed a unique Chinese. Strong, talented, and famous in Asia. On the other side, Black Lively looked at the two daughters who were incredibly glorious on TV, and felt a little regretful. Since I had made my promise that night, I would have collected some interest if I knew it. Although she was thanks to the ambiguous popularity of the swimming pool party yesterday and Du Sheng, a small investment movie contacted her. But now seeing Nikki and Amanda appear frequently on TV and occasionally tie up Du Sheng's new MV for promotion, Black feels that he has lost a lot. No, you can't let them monopolize. Although Black comes from a family of performers, he still has no representative work. To put it bluntly, she is not even as good as a third-rate star now. How could a person who is stumbling in Hollywood have no ambitions? After hesitating for a moment, Black took out his phone, took a deep breath and dialed a number. Los Angeles, Hollywood in the East Side. Du Sheng hung up the phone, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although this girl's turn of thought was a little sudden, it was not unexpected. After all, there is no harm without comparison. Especially after Nikki and Amanda had a scandal with him and even became the heroine of the MV, this exposure was incomparable. Du Sheng knew very well what a snobbish Vanity Fair Hollywood was, and he didn't worry about the lack of collaborators in the MV. As long as he can continue to meet their needs and make them compete and form an imbalance when necessary, he often does not need to spend time and effort to please them. Fame and fortune are like high-purity punishments. Once you have tried it, you will be unable to stop. Once lost, life is worse than death. Nikki and Amanda are currently in this state. Everyone gets what they want. Du Sheng has special physical constitution and has no taboos. If you throw some temptation, you can hold them back. Why not do it? It will disperse after that, but he will lose no money anyway. And Black Lively obviously couldn't sit still. On the phone, she complained a little about Nikki's swimming pool party being too weird and whether she could cooperate with Du Sheng once. This is a good start. At the very least, this internal competition can promote them to be more introverted. Now, Black Lively boarded a flight to Los Angeles again. In a few hours, both sides can spend a good time together. Of course, tomorrow's MV shooting cannot be delayed, so it is necessary to teach it tonight. Although young girls like Black Lively, although they became child stars early, their mental and physical and mental health are not mature enough. As a caring international person, Du Sheng must join the family fun. In the evening, Los Angeles International Airport. Black Lively walked out of the airport hall in an elegant step in a white lace hollow dress and sunglasses. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall, with long legs and slender waist. She attracts the attention of countless passers-by as soon as she appears. Du Sheng's aesthetic view has always been online. In addition to his appearance, he also likes tall and well-proportioned women. Blake Lively, known as the Sweetheart Beauty, just fits his taste. She has a slim figure, fair skin, 33D conscience, and blonde curly hair, which is the best shelf life for white girls. In order to give this girl some sweetness, Du Sheng went to the airport to greet her in person. As expected, there were many paparazzi waiting at the airport. Seeing Du Sheng open the car door with a smile and Black got into the car, and some entertainment newspaper reporters suddenly had their eyes lit up. This Asian boxing star just won the UFC middleweight title as the world's #1, and it has been in the limelight in the North American circle recently, not to mention that it has many fans, including Black fans, so it is definitely not a loss to post the headlines. Seeing this, Black was in a very good mood and sat next to Du Sheng with a smile. "Brother Sheng, do you really want me to be the heroine of the MV? How should I thank you tonight? I have to say that the European and American atmosphere is open and speaks directly. Thank you, not by your mouth, but by your mouth." Du Sheng hugged Black in his arms, touched her tender red lips, and said with a smile, "It doesn't cost much to let these white girls participate in MV shooting. They are both freed on and off the bed, and capitalists will be ashamed to see it." Black saw the vehicle driving on the highway. Although his face turned red, he took the initiative to lift his long hair and tied it behind his head. Just as he was about to bend down, Du Sheng waved his hand with a smile, just letting him give him a kiss. He is still very selfish and has no confidentiality in public. Of course, this kind of appetizer must be kept for the end. The two of them had dinner together in the Western restaurant, and they expressed their feelings to each other, and they became more and more unfulfilled. So when we arrived at the hotel room, the two of us had already embraced Huang Zhen before the door was completely closed. The Western European sofa is completely unpractical, and both of them can't bear the weight. This is modern life, and there will be unknown pressure. The burden is very large, but it is hard to describe. Black also felt that the burden on her body was very heavy, but she couldn't say anything about it. It's really outrageous. More exaggerated than the night before. Especially when it comes to Singa-Ianon competition, no one is Du Sheng's opponent at all. This night, the two of them had a great time in their conversation and sweated their best. Seeing that Black was so dedicated to learning, Du Sheng took the initiative to let go of his reserved cooperation, and of course he would not keep it. I carefully guided the essence of a set of crane fist. Despite this, Black couldn't hold on in the second half of the night and begged to fight again next time. This training intensity is too great and no one can bear it. Lying on the couch, Black's eyes looked at the luxurious chandelier, feeling that his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to fall apart. Especially after learning that Du Sheng had not even used 1/5 of his ability to put her down, a trace of despair rose in his heart. He is truly a great man who can KO Iceman, Spider, and other people. His body and skills are indeed unmatched. Du Sheng, who taught boxing twice, was quite irresistible. One can teach comfortably, and the other can learn happily. It's not a mess, it's even more enjoyable than 1 vs 3 the night before. It's strange to say that he is not very obsessed with Nikki, but Black's feeling is very unique. Perhaps 33D's perfect conscience can indeed bring different happiness. Anyway, I have already started it, and I am still 17 years old. I have not been polluted by the film industry. As long as I take good care of it, I am likely to be able to control it for a few years. Moreover, both sides will have MV shooting tomorrow, and Du Sheng decided to make her feel satisfied in all aspects during this period. Black was indeed a little happy and forgot to go back. The next day, the filming was very tacit, and whenever I had time, I pulled Du Sheng around to play. Eat, go shopping, shop, go shopping, and go out to all parts of Los Angeles. The photographer arranged by Sony recorded every moment of theirs. Many entertainment reporters and paparazzi were unwilling to let the scene down and tried to squeeze the last bit of value of this Asian boxing star. I believe that it won't take long before these photos will appear in major newspapers and magazines soon. Black Lively has been in a beautiful mood recently and is excited to read reports about them whenever he has time. Du Sheng's investment obviously received a return. He felt that this white girl had already begun to rely on him. Du Sheng originally planned to take Black Lively to attend a local charity dinner to let her experience the life of the upper class of East Hollywood. But Amanda didn't know if she was jealous, so she only gave her an invitation. In the end, he could only send Black, who was reluctant to go to New York to shoot the cover. Hearst Group is the world's largest publishing giant and diversified media group. Its main business involves 15 daily newspapers, 34 weekly magazines and more than 300 magazines and publications around the world, including Harper's Bazaar, Fashion, Mr. Fashion, Elle, and Oprah magazine. It also has 29 cable or local TV stations including A+E Networks, ESPN, etc. In the future, I will also invest in projects such as Bilibili, Legend Pictures, and Zaku in Oriental. The Hearst Group owns a Hearst Castle near Los Angeles. It took 28 years and spent $165 million to build it. The main building has a cinema, a library, a balcony room, a wine cellar and a VIP room, as well as an indoor and outdoor swimming pool. Tonight's charity venue will be held in the main building of Hearst Castle. Many reporters gathered outside the castle. Whenever a vehicle arrives, the flash will flash one after another. Du Sheng sat in the car, waiting boredly. According to Amanda, in addition to politicians, more important figures from Hollywood and social circles were present tonight. Of course, executives from major companies will also attend. After all, this was a charity dinner organized by the Hearst family. Before this, Du Sheng contacted Deng Ji specifically to ask about participating in charity. Whether the auction fees can be used for tax exemptions has been answered positively. So, he planned to take the opportunity to bid for 1 or 2 items he liked. After all, it is rare to have the opportunity to do good deeds and get benefits. At least, those antique treasures that are overseas can appreciate several times or even dozens of times after holding them for a few years. As the Mercedes-Benz parked smoothly, Du Sheng let Amanda hold his arm and greeted him in all directions with a smile amid the shouts of many reporters. This kind of treatment that is comparable to a big star abroad is indeed pleasant. Under the guidance of the staff, the two entered the venue. "Brother Sheng, go here." Amanda greeted the people around him with a smile, and would talk to other guests from time to time. As they approached the crowd of celebrities, Nikki and Lydia Hurst both greeted with smiles. Chapter 511 Life and Death Confrontation. "I haven't seen each other for 2 days, I'm even more handsome." Nikki's eyes fell on the elegant and decent Du Sheng, and she couldn't move them away at all. Du Sheng politely gave them a gift and responded with a smile. "Look at the public eye, you are the focus tonight." Lydia Hurst is Amanda's cousin and met him last time at a pool party. Du Sheng and several celebrities entered the venue together, smiling and chatting while walking, which made others look sideways. After all, being among a group of beauties, his existence is too eye-catching. Some executives couldn't help asking others, obviously curious about Du Sheng. Those who can be at ease among these daughters and celebrities are not ordinary people, they need to know each other well. The dinner scene was not too luxurious, after all, the theme of tonight was charity. The layout of the venue is simple and elegant, which is in line with the atmosphere of such an event. The guests wore expensive fashions, showing a low-key luxury. While chatting, everyone was enjoying the items to be auctioned. From Chinese and foreign antiques to celebrity relics, there are even items donated by celebrities. During the appreciation process, Du Sheng also noticed the figures of several Hollywood stars. What surprised him the most was meeting the South African beauty Charlize Theron. However, Du Sheng did not make a sudden move. After all, there were still several beautiful ladies surrounded by her. For example, Nikki's cousin Paris seemed to have complaints about him, and she was a bit ridiculous. "Paris, it's better not to be contemptuous of Chinese people in your words." Ivanka stared at Du Sheng's distant figure and whispered a reminder to his friends. In this era, Paris Hilton was known as the #1 socialite in the lighthouse country because of his good hype. The famous Kim Kardashian, now she is still her little girl carrying a bag. But later, the status of both sides was almost inverted. "That's right, there are some things, sister, you don't need to beat a group of people to death with one stick." Nikki also nodded in agreement. Recently, her cousin was abused by her ex-boyfriend due to the videotape scandal. Now she sees a handsome man like a fighting hen. "Hey, it's too outrageous for your arms to turn outwards." Paris looked at Ivanka and Nikki with a squinted eyes, a little dissatisfied. Although she knew that her words were a bit out of proportion just now, she couldn't help but speak sarcastic when she saw Du Sheng's handsome face. Amanda and Lydia who passed by kept smiling on their faces, but a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. Although everyone is familiar with each other, they are not real friends and rarely get together to avoid embarrassment. There will be no real friendship among celebrities, only jealousy and comparison. And Ivanka is Paris's friend, but she will not tolerate this group of ambiguity. Even if Paris is in a bad mood due to a broken heart, she shouldn't lose her composure on such an occasion, as it will only lose face. Nikki also fell silent. After all, she is still famous today due to Du Sheng's help. Seeing this, Paris also realized that she had passed. "Okay, I admit that there is an emotional problem, and I will apologize to Du Sheng." Du Sheng naturally wouldn't care about these things, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. The host announced that the dinner was about to begin, and everyone was invited to have dinner. However, although the food here is exquisite, the portion is very small, and each person only tastes a few symbolically. As for eating enough, it is completely out of consideration. In the words of the upper class, this is to save every penny to help people in need. It is worthy of being an American hypocrisy. The event officially kicked off, and Lydia walked onto the podium gracefully. She tied her long golden hair into a delicate bun, wore a pink silk skirt, revealing her white and delicate skin, and the pendant on her chest added a bit of charming style. As a socialite from the media, hosting such a dinner is just a breeze for her. The theme of this charity event is to assist Iraq refugees. Charlize Theron, who is a representative of charity, also took the stage to deliver a speech. Many guests' eyes were focused on the glorious beauty on the stage. Of course, this beautiful diamond star has a unique personality and is not easy to approach. At the beginning of the auction, it was not as lively as expected, and the prices of the items were relatively affordable. Before this, Du Sheng had roughly browsed the exhibits. Among them is a diamond bud bracelet designed by Nordic master Kilian, with an estimated price of $20,000. Du Sheng plans to take it to Amanda as a gift for invitations. Another song white jade seal. It is 12.2 cm long, with a dragon button, and is engraved with 9 stacks of seal scripts. It is amazingly exquisite and has an estimated price of $100,000. This made Du Sheng speechless, because he recognized the particularity of this thing. For foreigners, this is just an antique. They probably cannot understand that Oriental people have a special liking for antiques. But Du Sheng knew the value of it well, so he was determined to win it. If in a few years, when Oriental ants buy around the world, people will probably re-understand the value of Oriental antiques. At that time, a wealthy man spent hundreds of millions of dollars on a certain antique, which was regarded as an ordinary thing. In the West, collectors usually judge the value based on the popularity and appearance of the work of art. Therefore, they felt that the most valuable antiques in the East were the official kill porcelain of the Ming and Qing dynasties, followed by bronzes of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, as well as calligraphy and paintings by Wang Zizi, Wu Daizai, and others. Due to historical reasons, many Oriental antiques are scattered in Western countries. If you have the ability to appreciate the authenticity, this is undoubtedly a good business opportunity. Du Sheng happened to have this professional knowledge, so he naturally did not want to miss a big opportunity. The antiques that appear at this kind of charity auction have usually been identified and estimated, with a starting price of $500. Most participants only know about antiques, so they just look at the eyes. Of course, this kind of charity auction also has its own unique features. The entry threshold intercepts those who want to take advantage of the situation. Those who can come in are rich and powerful people. In addition, the auction process is often not too intense to avoid unnecessary embarrassment. Therefore, this created an excellent opportunity for Du Sheng. He took a walk around and with his skill antique identification technique, he took the lead in locking in several valuable items. Flower bracelet, song white jade seal. In addition, he also focused on a bronze ware carved with mysterious dowdy patterns, a black jade halberd that was said to have come from the Stone Age, a gold copper Buddha statue, and a gilded rhinoceros horn cup from the Ming dynasty. When the ruby and diamond flower bracelet made by Kilian started auction, Du Sheng smiled and said to Amanda beside him, "Do you like it?" This diamond-inlaid flower bracelet is not rare for Amanda, but she felt Du Sheng's intention and smiled excitedly. Because the competition was not fierce, everyone understood Du Sheng's determination after seeing him bid continuously. After all, this is a charity event and no one wants to compete too much. In the end, Du Sheng successfully bought the bracelet for $30,000. The guests received friendly applause, and the waiter sent the bracelet over. Du Sheng took the box, confirmed it was correct, and handed it to Amanda, who was in a happy mood. However, the auction of Yangpingzi's Gongyan was not so smooth. Several Chinese guests also participated. Du Sheng's determination surprised both Ivanka and Amanda, and their desk mates and other guests also frequently looked at each other. When the price reached $400,000, it caused a whisper on the scene. After all, this is just a jade seal. Although it may have been from the Song dynasty, the price is still very high. For several Chinese, they didn't mind spending more money, but they were a little hesitant when facing a young competitor. Through inquiry, they learned about Du Sheng's identity, and continuing to compete might seem impolite. When the price rose to $500,000, Du Sheng waved excitedly. He knew that this treasure already belonged to him. Applause came from the audience, and Du Sheng stood up with a smile, clasping his fists to the direction of several Chinese. Several Chinese people had a flash of appreciation. They knew that Du Sheng truly understood Eastern culture. After taking the box, Du Sheng carefully took out the antique and sighed. That's right. It's the Taoist Yangping Zi Du Gong seal. He held the jade seal in his hand and rubbed it gently. If he did not make any mistakes, this seal is a symbol of Zhang Tianxi's identity and power in Taoism, and it is also the treasure of Zhenji Pope's altar. There have been many different specifications of Yangping's Hijigong seals in history, such as the ancestor Yi Yangping's Hijigong seals and the Dai Yangping's Hijigong seals. This one should be the seal of the ancestor Yi Yangping Zi Du Gong. It is rumored that it has various mysterious abilities such as suppressing evil spirits, controlling ghosts, and subduing demons, and reliance. Amanda also stretched out her hand curiously and observed carefully. Although she is a white girl, she has a certain understanding of the culture of Oriental antiques. While satisfied, Du Sheng carefully put the treasure seal back into the box and continued to watch other lots. Apart from a few Oriental antiques that he was interested in, he was not very interested in other lots. But many Western celebrity calligraphy and paintings have been sold at good prices. The auction of the bronzeware carved with the mysterious dowdy pattern seems to be not going well. The Silkies are not interested in this not-so-cited thing. Du Sheng tentatively offered a price and won it for $30,000. However, the exquisite enamel porcelain of Qianlong's era attracted the interest of several buyers. Du Sheng glanced at him and did not participate. When the black jade halberd suspected to be a Shang dynasty appeared, the price was only $40,000 and no one responded to the price. Du Sheng seized the opportunity and bought it for $45,000. It's just that his auction behavior has attracted people's attention. Although this kind of behavior of picking up bargains is a bit rash, considering that this is a charity auction, everyone has maintained restraint. Du Sheng didn't care about this, after all, these are all Los Oriental treasures overseas. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the charity auction finally ended. Du Sheng, who had already completed the payment, held the tax exemption certificate and couldn't wait to walk out of the VIP room by Amanda. Next is the charity banquet, which is also a convenience for business. Some people have already passed by in advance before the auction ends. For example, Nikki's cousin and Ivanka, who are not interested in auctions, have long been on the party dance floor. I've been hungry for a night, and I feel like I can eat a whole cow now. Du Sheng was in a good mood and laughed softly. This time I bought 5 things. Diamond bracelet, Yangping's Hijigong seal, black jade halberd, bronzeware carved with mysterious dowdy patterns, and gold and bronze Buddha statues. Except for diamond bracelets, he was not ready to take action on other antiques. Because he vaguely felt that most of these were not ordinary things. Maybe when your abilities and insights come to your future, you will be able to see a trace of extraordinariness. Amanda just covered her mouth and chuckled. She was in a good mood tonight. When they arrived at the VIP room, they saw Ivanka and others talking or dancing in groups of 3 or 3, and they also found a seat to sit down. I don't know if the atmosphere in the venue is quite warm, but Amanda looked at Du Sheng's handsome face and couldn't help but sit down. She took a sip of the agave, with a hint of cunning hidden in her eyes. She suddenly stretched out her hand to wrap her neck and kissed her without hesitation. With the aroma of wine, how could Du Sheng remain indifferent and hug him with his backhand? Amanda exclaimed and was held on her legs, and the two of them kissed each other with affection. The two of them immediately stuck together, but it was not obvious at the scene. Sister is really... Lydia was a little tired after dancing, and when she returned to the yashika, she saw this scene. My sister's clothes had been lifted up, but she was still so devoted that she shook her head when she saw them. After all, as one of the best-selling daughters, she is too inelegant in public. Hearing Lydia's voice, Amanda reluctantly separated. Her face was flushed. She stood up from Du Sheng's legs and tidied up her clothes. She just regained her elegance and nobleness, and looked at her inappropriate sister with a little dissatisfaction. However, Lydia shrugged and sat down gracefully. She also likes handsome guys, especially handsome guys who can help themselves on the road to celebrity. And Du Sheng gathers almost all his advantages. He is tall and handsome, young and rich, famous and successful, and is not a white person. It is completely an ideal partner for love hype. But my sister took the lead. When the party ended, it was already late at night. There were many guests at the banquet, and there were many insiders in the film industry. Du Sheng was inevitably persuaded to drink more. Walking out of the banquet hall, the oncoming night breeze made him feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, the Hearst sisters who were still present came forward to support him with a smile and simply took him to the guest room in the main building of the castle. Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong, who were outside the venue, learned that Du Sheng would not go back to the hotel, laughed and simply returned to the car. At the banquet, Amanda also drank a lot, and she was shaking when walking. After finally returning to the room, Amanda was blown by the cold wind, and the discomfort in her stomach increased. She hurriedly covered her mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Lydia looked at the situation in front of her and was a little amused and crying. She called in Du Sheng's ear twice, and saw that there was no response. She found a towel. She guessed that Du Sheng had just finished the competition and had not had a good rest. She drank with everyone tonight, and her physical fitness was at its limit. Lydia carefully wiped the sweat on Du Sheng's forehead, and her movements were as gentle as if she was afraid of disturbing him. Seeing that Du Sheng's shirt collar seemed to be tightened, she hesitated for a moment and then gently unbuttoned a few buttons. After the collar was loosened, Du Sheng's breathing became much smoother, and his frowning brows gradually stretched out. Through the open neckline, Lydia caught a glimpse of his strong chest and the clear muscular lines. She couldn't help but remember that Du Sheng was underestimating the domineering demeanor of KO Spider in that UFC game. Faced with such a handsome man with outstanding talents, how many white girls cannot be moved? It is often said that female fans are only obsessed with appearance, but in fact it may not be so. Looking at the outline of the muscles that were vaguely visible under Du Sheng's shirt, Lydia swallowed and her eyes couldn't be removed. She gently stretched out her fingers and touched the strong skin. My fingertips trembled slightly unconsciously, and I felt like I was a thief, and my heartbeat began to accelerate. Suddenly, with a swish, a big hand stretched out. The next moment, she felt that her body was so arrogant that she was devoted to a strong body. Faced with this sudden situation, she had to cover her mouth with red ears. I guessed that Du Sheng probably regarded himself as Ivanka or his sister, and was embarrassed and didn't break away. In fact, she didn't use any effort. After all, Western openness to thought is not a joke. In addition, the alcohol and the little thoughts caused him to feel a little excited. Just when Lydia was a little confused, she found that her claw was becoming more and more presumptuous. In her dizzy mind, she only had one thought left. So fast! What is the speed of hand? Because the next moment, my body suddenly became blocked, and even the little fog was blocked. Excitement and anxiety coexist, and I want to respond but I am afraid that the noise will be too loud. Because my sister is still there, Lydia can only be in a hurry and passive manner response. However, she was in a state of lingering, and did not notice the figure who was also shocked by the bathroom. The next day, facing the resentful Hearst sisters, Du Sheng looked innocent. However, he was not the one who stopped just after a vote, so he simply took them to the streets to shop to express his thoughtfulness last night. Soon, the two sisters were attracted by gifts and scandals, and they cooperated to show their love in a tacit way. After all, the news that the famous sisters are obsessed with Chinese boxing stars is still very explosive and eye-catching even in the open North America. As expected, major entertainment forums were flooded on the same day. As for whether they were acting, Du Sheng did not think too much about it. He planned to finish today's Gold Belt promotion show and return to Xiangjiang to continue shooting. The Hearst sisters also began to get busy, and thanks to a series of scandals and hype effects, their fame also grew. Especially Amanda, invitations from various fashion magazines have come one after another, making her busy with various shooting work. They knew the reason behind all this, so they made a special trip to take the plane that night. He showed off his love again, and asked the paparazzi to take a stack of gimmick photos. Du Sheng had no burden at all, anyway, it was not himself who suffered the loss. Reputation value, 216,398. This is one of the benefits I got from coming to Lighthouse Country in a few days. Even the ambush released in North America has achieved a long tail effect. Many people walked into the theater with curiosity to see what the Asian man who could win the Hearst sisters had. Not to mention that this kind of continuous exposure and hype is also conducive to the preparation of subsequent English albums and new movies. Back in Xiangjiang, Du Sheng continued to work hard to film Chapeau Wolf. That night, Wang Bao's nightclub was dimly lit. There was a murderous aura around him, everything was so solemn. Director Ye Wuxin held the walkie-talkie and stood in front of the monitor, carefully observing every detail. Ma Jun, played by Du Sheng, and Wang Bao, played by Hong Bao, stood at both ends of the nightclub, preparing for today's highlight. That is the ultimate life and death showdown in the movie. The general outline is that as a coat wash, she has been domineering and unruly, and has brutally killed a group of men, but was acquitted for insufficient evidence. This made Ma Jun, who had always adhered to justice and enforced the law, extremely angry. He decided to put aside morality and use money to save his boss Chen Qiuzhong, and must kill Wang Bao. Wang Bao was also bored by the continuous investigation of the Ma army and wanted to get rid of it quickly. This showdown took place on a special Father's Day, adding a sense of solemnity and tragic to the plot. Because Wang Bao should have reunited with his wife and children on this day and enjoyed the warmth of his family, but he fought a life and death battle with the Ma army, highlighting the impermanence of the fate of the characters with a strong contrast. Each department is ready, action. With Ye Wuxin's order, the whole scene suddenly came alive. Du Sheng quickly got into the show with a cold expression. When he entered the venue, he glanced at Chen Qiuzhong, covered in blood and hung. He held a short knife in one hand and a travel bag in the other, like a cheetah ready to go. His muscles on his body were tight and his eyes were fierce. Wang Bao, played by Hong Bao, has a fat face, a cigar in his mouth, and a sense of arrogance and ferocity all over his body. His big golden sword sat there, like a small hill, and the darkness around him seemed to be giving in to his aura. The two of them looked face to face, and the air seemed to solidify. Chapter 512, Playing a Big Shot? Brush. Du Sheng raised his hand and swung his short sword, whistling out. Hong Bao vomited out the cigar, stood up and kicked it straight, just in the handle of the knife. Du Sheng did not say a word and took the lead in launching an offensive. He kicked side quickly and headed straight for Hong Bao. Hong Bao quickly turned sideways, blocking his arms, and at the same time punching Du Sheng in the abdomen. Du Sheng flexibly dodged, then lowered his leg and tried to trip over his opponent. Hong Bao was huge but extremely agile. He jumped hard and avoided the attack. Du Sheng roared and rushed up again. The two clashed back and forth in the nightclub lobby, with their fists and feet added together, and each contact was accompanied by the sound of metal collision. Du Sheng is agile and powerful, and has a quick move, and every move is determined to kill. Hong Bao responded calmly with his huge body and rich fighting experience. The two of them went back and forth, and the scene was extremely intense. Sheng, your punching rhythm and explosion are very good, but your persistence in justice and anger towards Wang Bao are almost there. Ye Wuxin reminded him through the walkie-talkie. Brother Bao, pay attention to your eyes, from the arrogant and domineering beginning to the tenacious resistance, it reveals a hint of panic. Du Sheng frowned and didn't say anything, kicked his legs quickly, and then punched Hong Bao in the chin with a heavy punch. Hong Bao's head tilted suddenly and almost fell down, but he immediately stabilized his body, and his backhand hit Du Sheng's ribs with an elbow. Du Sheng groaned, but did not retreat, but instead accelerated the attack. Every attack from him seemed to vent his anger and dissatisfaction. As time went by, Hong Bao was breathing heavily and gradually felt the pressure brought by Du Sheng. Their expressions, eyes, and actions all show the character's inner world to the fullest. Damn it, you can't beat me! Hong Bao roared, trying to overwhelm the other party with his momentum. Du Sheng pressed step by step, with every punch with the determination to kill. Your era is over, Wang Bao, he said coldly, his eyes flashing with a firm light. Finally, after a fierce life and death struggle, Du Sheng found Hong Bao's flaw and punched him hard in the chest. Hong Bao fell to the ground in response. Just when Du Sheng thought victory was in sight, Hong Bao suddenly used his last strength, grabbed Du Sheng's ankle, and pulled him to the ground. Cut! Ye Wuxin shouted, filming stopped temporarily. He looked at the scene in the monitor with satisfaction and praised the actor's performance. Sheng, Brother Bao, the cooperation between you two is great. This fight scene is simply perfect. Ye Wuxin praised. Du Sheng and Hong Bao wiped the sweat from their foreheads and smiled at each other. Yes sir has gone too far. Please get off work overtime tonight, and the midnight snack will be over. Seeing that everyone was a little tired, Du Sheng smiled and cheered. Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became lively. The next one is the last scene, the Hong Kong version ending. Are you all ready? After resting for a while, Yes sir picked up the guide and asked. Okay, it's time to start. A brief answer was easy. With the director's order, the filming continued. Wang Bao pushed Ma Jun downstairs. After Ma Jun fell from the building, he just hit the car that Wang Bao's wife and son were riding in downstairs, resulting in the death of Wang Bao's wife and children. This scene was witnessed by Wang Bao with his own eyes, and his grief expression moved everyone present. This ending is full of drama and tragedy, and further deepens the theme of the film. The previous ending was for the trial in the mainland, while the latter ending was for the promotion of international results. Cut. Very good, that's all for today's shooting. Yes sir announced loudly. Everyone clean up, Boss Du invites you to have a midnight snack. The entire crew burst into warm applause, bringing a perfect end to this wonderful shooting. After the filming that night, Du Sheng could not leave it alone because Fan Ou came to visit the set and Zhang Beizi was brought in. But there are dozens of people in the crew, so it is difficult to get on both sides. He simply gave the money to director Ye Wuxin and asked him to help arrange it. Then he brought Zhang Beizi, Fan Ou, Wu, and other acquaintances to a table and went to the hot pot restaurant to make the side stove. The Shivan Street in Central is a microcosm of Zhangjiang's urban culture. Many movies such as Dragon and Phoenix Fight and Infernal Affairs have been filmed here. At this time, there were still tens of thousands of practitioners gathered in the Hong Kong circle. 3 crews have been stationed here during this period, so it is quite lively. A group of people in the circle who had a dinner nearby only whispered to each other when they saw Du Sheng. Although most of them are martial arts or young actors, they are used to seeing celebrities and no longer have the enthusiasm to chase stars. They have the dream of becoming stars, but most of them have a mediocre attitude. Now when I saw Du Sheng, Fan Ou, and others, some even felt that this group of mainlanders came to grab jobs. So I was even more indifferent. At this time, the TV was on in the store, and the 10th episode of TVB The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty was playing. Probably the plot is an ambiguous scene in which Su Xiling and he is trapped in the snow and loves because of hatred. Seeing the naked feet and the tender white snow back showing off, many people in the store were making noise. This scene is so charming. Hey, look over there. Are you and Su Xiling? A young actor pointed to Du Sheng's private room and exclaimed. In an instant, the gazes of 20 or 30 diners in the store all turned to each other. But I just went there and the door of the private room was not completely closed. The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, starring Du Sheng, Fan Ou, Lu Yifei, etc., was premiered simultaneously on TVB plus Blueberry TV and Moda TV last week. Today happens to be the broadcast time of episode 10, but it is another scene of ambiguous dedication. The public was commented on, and even if Fan Ou was very conscientious, she was a little shy. She held Du Sheng's arm and looked a little charming and shy. It's a bit embarrassing, why is it this part? Everyone is watching me. Du Sheng patted her arm lightly and comforted her. It's okay, don't care about these things, let's make a transition after eating. He had proposed to go to Longxianglu to eat, but unexpectedly, this girl said that she hadn't eaten at the side stove for a long time, so she simply had a meal nearby, so she was recognized as expected. However, there were no paparazzi around, and Wu and others were there to accompany him, so it was nothing. Zhang Baji, who was sitting on the other side of him, didn't care about this, but smiled. Your drama has been very popular recently, with TVB's first day viewership reached 34%, which is normal to attract attention. There is a saying she hasn't said yet, that is, Xiangjiang's remarks are relatively broad, so why can't others gossip? About 60% of the customers in the store are men. When they saw the fragrant scene on TV, they stopped the chopsticks in their hands and glanced at Du Sheng and his group from time to time. Although they recognized the protagonists in the play and were having a meal next to them, they did not come forward to disturb them. If it were other places, I would have been watched and taken photos. Of course, although the people here are not, they will blindly chase stars, but they will inevitably feel jealous or envious. Especially under the influence of alcohol, some people become more rude. In addition to being a little handsome, Su Xiling's acting skills are just average. No wonder TVB declined and actually found a mainland artist to star in the lead. Wu had a meal of chopsticks in his hand, and saw that Du Sheng did not make a sound. He continued to bury his head and enjoy the food. This kind of ambiguous drama is boring and it's not enough to lie down. It's better to watch neon comic action movies. It was still the side box, with several drunk people chatting with the local filthy words. I really don't know why the person who plays the role of TVB is the heroine. If there are no rules in this, I won't believe it if I beat you to death. And that Du Sheng was originally just a martial arts profession and earned 50 yuan a day. If he hadn't been a female producer, he would have been worse than us. These people are obviously jealous and disgusting. Fan Ou is not from Xiangjiang after all, and is not as calm as Zhang Baji. Du Sheng smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, if cats and dogs want to bite people, you won't want to bite them back. While speaking, he quickly glanced at the private room with the door open there, and there were 9 people in total. 3 of them are relatively burly, while the other 6 are of medium size. There were several bottles of white wine on their table, and everyone's face turned red because of alcohol, and they obviously had drunk a lot. This made Du Sheng shook his head when he saw it. He really doesn't want to argue with these drunks. After all, as a public figure, if you have a conflict with them, the news headlines the next day may not be able to escape. However, this group of people kept saying rudely and filthy words destroyed their mood for dining. Before Du Sheng could take any action, Wu stood up. The boss's daughter, who came in, noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried forward to ease the situation. Brother Sheng, don't be angry, I am your loyal fan. I especially love watching your drama. After saying that, she whispered to Wu. Don't be impulsive. These people are drunk and idle all day long. Don't bother with them. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Don't worry, I know the right way. He looked at the 9 people in the private room over there and said calmly, "If you want to discuss my TV series, feel free. It's okay to comment on me, but please don't insult girls." Fan Ou gently pulled his arm, shook his head and whispered, "Or, let's eat in a different place." Before, I saw that everyone in the crew was eating midnight snacks on the street stalls. In order not to give people the impression of being a big shot, she suggested adapting to the public. Now it seems that it is a bit too low-key. Wu clenched his fists and stood beside Du Sheng, obviously trying to breathe. Du Sheng looked at him sideways and said with a smile, "You have to stay here in the future, forget it." Wu opened his mouth and was about to speak, but unexpectedly, after hearing Du Sheng's words, the people over there were drunk and exploded. They all stood up and cursed with great enthusiasm. "What, I really think I'm a little famous and I'm not going to go. Punch your mother. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up all over the floor." Swear words came like a tide, and Du Sheng frowned. But he did not want to implicate innocent people and planned to take Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, and others out first. The group of people thought he was scared and laughed at him unscrupulously. "You dare to call an Asian boxing star? You don't have the courage to be a bandit." It turns out that he is a novice, a coward. Du Sheng sent the group outside the door and suddenly asked, "Who has cash?" Zhang Baji guessed what he was going to do, and she didn't bother to be very busy, so she took out 2,000 Hong Kong dollars with a smile. 2,000 is enough, just don't smash too much." Fan Ou held his hand and said nervously, "A Sheng, they are crowded with power, so let's go." "It's okay, I'm just telling them the truth." Du Sheng glanced around and confirmed that there were no cameras, paparazzi, or reporters lurking. "Since I was not satisfied with the shooting tonight and still had a little bit of fun, my hand was indeed a little itchy." He turned around and entered the private room there, but fortunately closed the door. Wu is also young and energetic, following closely behind. But before he could open the door, he heard a burst of dishes, tables, and chairs overturned, and screams of pain from inside. When Wu entered, he saw that Du Sheng had finished explaining the truth and was turning around and coming out slowly. In just a moment, several people were already lying on the ground, groaning. The remaining 3 people completely lost their previous arrogance, and were silent at this moment, like a turtle shrouded. 2 of them were completely awakened by Daedaoli and covered their swollen cheeks in shock. Although everyone in the circle knows that Du Sheng has good kung fu in the arena, he didn't expect that his actual combat ability was so strong. In less than 2 seconds, 6 people were knocked down with 3 punches and 2 kicks, which was amazing. Fortunately, I was in the private room and outsiders couldn't notice it. Otherwise, the scene just now would have been a wave of popularity. It is precisely because there is no possibility of leaving evidence that Du Sheng dares to convince people with virtue. There is no evidence, and it is useless even if someone breaks the news to the media. Fans will naturally use malicious slander counterattack on the media. Zhang Baji was not surprised by these things, and even walked to the cashier counter and smiled at the boss's daughter. "Is 2,000 enough to compensate for the chair?" "Loss." The boss's daughter was stunned, and it took a few seconds to come back to her senses. "Enough compensation, enough compensation." After Du Sheng left, the boss's daughter muttered to herself, "I'm so handsome. If a man protects me like this, I will definitely marry him." Woo 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 W. Du Sheng closed the door of the box and said to Wu and others, "Let's go and eat in a different place." Outside the door, Fan Ou grabbed his hand nervously and whispered, "A Sheng, there will be no problem, right?" Wu wanted to speak but stopped, but Du Sheng pressed his shoulders down. Then he understood what Du Sheng meant and closed his mouth. Du Sheng smiled and said, "I just went in and reasoned with them. What could I do?" Fan Ou looked him up and down, with some speculations. Just now, I seemed to hear screams and the sound of a bottle bursting. Didn't it really start a fight? Du Sheng pulled her forward and said with a smile. You see, my face is not changing, my heart is not beating, it doesn't seem like I've ever had a fight. Zhang Baji smiled and took the initiative to pull Fan Ou forward. There is a mutton hot pot restaurant over there. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Let's go and try it. Since I didn't eat anything just now and am still hungry, I decided to change to another store. This store is quite classy and is invisibly separated from the class. Coincidentally, the TV in the store is also broadcasting The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. There are several tables in the lobby where guests enjoy the food while watching the program. After Du Sheng and his group came in, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. But unlike the situation in the store ahead, customers here even came over to ask for a photo. Du Sheng, the Su Xiling you played is so stylish. The autographed photo of the sniper god is definitely not sold if it is less than 50,000 yuan, and it is already developed. Du Sheng and his friends met the customers' requirements one by one, and it took about 10 minutes to complete the photo. After having lunch, he took the two girls back to the hotel and began to teach his true skills. Due to the prolonged period, Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou took no time to make any progress in some of the moves of He Quan. This consultation tonight is destined to start in 2 hours. It is true that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, and there is infinite joy. At the same time, with the popularity of The Legend of the Two Dragons in the Tang Dynasty, there are also many related reports online and offline. Because the latest episode of TVB has reached 36.2%, it is expected to break the highest ratings record of the year. Blueberry TV and Moda TV also opened high with 10.6% and 9.8% respectively. Although it is not as good as Sword of Fairy 1, this data is enough to crush everything in local stations with a general rating of less than 5%. Not long ago, according to Zhongzhen, 6 local TV stations such as Taiwan, Wanchinj TVBS, Neon Fuji TV, and Kimchi KBS have sent copyright negotiations. In addition to Star Media's success, fans were also overjoyed. For example, Du Sheng's homepage on renren.com has now increased from 2.6 million to 3.8 million. This also means that the number of members of Renren has increased significantly. The most obvious example is that since the broadcast of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, there have been thousands of posts on the homepage every day. These posts are either discussing Du Sheng's acting skills, praising his appearance, or talking about his last time he went abroad to get a few wealthy socialites. If we follow the heat of discussion on the entire network, it is not an exaggeration to call this data the #1 young student in the mainland. Even the popular Four Little Kings now have to sigh that the youth is terrifying. In late September, after rushing to catch up with most of the scenes, Du Sheng had to leave Xiangzhong again. Because the Interstellar Media headquarters has finally been completed, the relocation celebration will be held the day after tomorrow. Last week, Zhongzhen had arranged someone to send invitation letters to important guests, partners, media reporters, and all employees in advance. In order to expand the company's influence and popularity, in addition to the press conference and to bring people to the new headquarters, there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony. This relocation headquarters is an important milestone. As one of the founders, Du Sheng has to go back to participate no matter how busy he is. In addition, after finishing this, you have to participate in the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Festival. The reason why Star Media has set its headquarters in the Mistor Film and Television Industrial Park is that in addition to the complete film and television industry infrastructure and preferential policies here, the biggest reason is that the adjacent ones have a prosperous film and television entertainment industry ecological chain. For example, equipment that integrates high-tech studios, post-production, and work and life supporting functions, facilitates the provision of post-production services such as editing, special effects, dubbing, and color tuning for film and television works. The nearly 2,000 square meters of independent office buildings and supporting facilities at the Interstellar Media headquarters are enough to expand all aspects of business. After visiting the headquarters with senior executives of major TV stations, Ruan Xing Technology CEOs and others, Du Sheng finally got a rest after nearly a day of busy life. But before he could get together with Fan Ou and Jia Swen, he called again. After hearing this, Du Sheng thought about it, so he asked the two girls to take the lead and drove to King Iit House himself. Chapter 513 Reba, This is My Strength. This trip was at the invitation of Zhang Yizhong. Previously, the other party invited Du Sheng to attend the celebration ceremony of the Tenside ambush, but failed due to the itinerary. This time, Du Sheng was invited to King Iit House to have tea, which he would not be suitable for him. Refuse again. After all, it is necessary to pick rabbits, vinegar in paper pots. Walking into the tea house, Du Sheng looked around and felt the strong elegant atmosphere, as if he was in a tourist attraction. The originally quiet courtyard is decorated with many tea tables and chairs, which makes it look green and interesting. Several of the tables have already been seated, and are talking leisurely while savoring the fragrance of tea. Du Sheng followed a waiter to a private room full of classical atmosphere. In the private room, several guests were sitting around a long mahogany table. One of the women wearing double-breasted hanfu was concentrating on making tea. Her movements were skillful and elegant, and the whole room was immersed in a silence. Du Sheng did not break this peace and waited for the brewing of a set of tea art to be completed. Zhang Yi finally threw the badger's sword and stood up to greet him with a smile. Sheng, I'm so sorry. I was attracted by the tea-making technique just now. I have to say that the place chosen by director Zhang is quiet and elegant, with a gurgling ancient spring, which is very good for meeting guests. There is a saying that commercial mutual bragging is that even if the other party chooses a toilet, Du Sheng has to make him down to earth. Zhang Yi was quite happy afterwards. Given that the two sides had cooperated before and the box office was good. This time he made an appointment, he planned to invite him to participate in his new work. It's just that some romantic rumors about Du Sheng have been circulating in the outside world recently, and Zhang Yizhong is a little worried about his physical condition. But judging from the current situation, Du Sheng is not only in good condition, but also has an increasingly master-like manner in his speech and behavior. Zhang Yizi Kui Hui. Sheng, let me introduce you to this famous artist from Neon, Mr. Ken Takakura, and this famous director Mr. Yasuo Shiki. The last one mentioned is Zhang Wen, who is also one of the girls in Mao, and there is no need to introduce it too much. Du Sheng and the others were polite, neither humble nor arrogant. Ken Takakura and Yasuo Kuriki were quite polite after seeing Du Sheng. They naturally knew how outrageous Du Sheng was in Neon. In addition, the other party's good cooperative relationship with Fuji TV also gave them enough sincerity. On the contrary, Zhang Wen was a little tepid in Du Sheng, but instead sat in Zhang Yizi's concrete bath. After everyone finished their greetings, they started a discussion about the movie while tasting tea. Zhang Yizhong talked about it and shared his views on Neon movies. Those frequent words made the translator busy. Obviously, Zhang Yi's nephew, who has a high evaluation, even has a fan complex. It is said that when he was filming the film Hero, he hoped to invite Ken Takakura to star, but unfortunately he failed to do so. Judging from today's interaction, this rumor seems to have been confirmed. After talking about the Neon topic, Zhang Yizhong turned to the customs of the mainland, and finally unconsciously led to the new movie Riding Alone in 1,000 Miles. He talked about topics such as traditional culture, family ethics, separation and reunion, and talked about his own creative philosophy. Ken Takakura and Yasuno Kuroji nodded frequently to agree after hearing this. Zhang Wen looked at Zhang Yizheng with admiration as always, as if he was the beacon of the film industry. Du Sheng had heard of many stories about Mao girls, but he just smiled when he saw this. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhang Yi and Meng said, Sheng, my movie tells the emotional entanglements of two generations, and Kento Takakura plays the role of his father. And if you want, you can play his son and use dual mainline shooting. How about it? Du Sheng replied with a smile. Is it worth mentioning director Zhang's work? There are so many people competing to shoot it. It's just a pity that I will be included in the Legend of Condor Heroes next month, so time may not be enough. In fact, Zhang Yazongti elliptical Du Sheng has no schedule recently. This time we met by chance to see if we could convince him to give up the Return of the Condor Heroes and instead join writing 1,000 miles. Similar to Stop the Hushy, Zhang Yazhong's rake and swears. For example, in order to invite Li Lianjia to star in Hero, he personally went to the lighthouse country. Du Sheng's popularity is no less than Li Lianjia at the time, but there is still a gap in his status. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi is currently unable to make a fuss about his mother. Because the performance of the closing ceremony of the Athens Olympics directed by him was subject to various jurisdictions, the performance effect was not satisfactory, which caused widespread doubts. Especially the arrangement of the leaders wearing miniskirts to appear has caused a lot of criticism. Many people accused Zhang Yi, Zhong Xingshuo of being too catered to Western trends. In this era, domestic ideas were still relatively conservative, and similar criticisms were not groundless, which led many viewers to join the ranks of criticism. If Du Sheng had not been on the hot searches recently for works such as The Ambush, Full House and The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, the situation might have been even worse. It is in this context that Zhang Yizi provoked Seeing M to return to the peak through art films like Writing Single in 1,000 Miles. He even plans to use this video to win international recognition again and reshape his personal reputation. To this end, he specially invited top domestic screenwriters to write the script, and was extremely cautious in casting. For example, in Neon, it is led by the famous Asian veteran actor Ken Takakura. In the country, he plans to find a powerful young actor who is both famous and acting. Therefore, cooperation is equivalent. The happy Du Sheng became his ideal candidate. Sheng, to be honest, you are already very well known in China, and you may not make much breakthrough when filming another TV series. Zhang Yazhong and Huan were so angry that he said, "It's better to take advantage of the popularity, make a living film, and win awards to the international stage." Look at Zhang Wen, her goal has always been very clear. She is about to go to Neon to shoot a co-production of the movie Journey to the Heart. If you participate in Writing Single in 1,000 Miles, it will not only consolidate your influence in Neon, but also help you become a true international star. You should not know much about this kind of cooperation opportunity, so you might as well think about it carefully. Zhang Yi was in the Muba Jingpingzia ceremony, obviously with high hopes for Du Sheng. Du Sheng just smiled and responded politely. Ms. Zhang has lofty ambitions and is studying Neon Major, which is really hard for me to achieve. In addition, I personally prefer to be more comfortable and stabilize domestic work first. As for international development, just let it go. Zhang Wen seemed not to notice the teasing in Du Sheng's words, and looked at Zhang Yujian with a little complacent look. But Zhang Yizi was still trying to convince Du Sheng. Although you are one of the best in the country, your foundation is not stable. The biggest reason is that I won not many important awards, so my status in the circle is limited. Especially if you want to be recognized by authoritative people and judges, winning awards from art films is the only way to get awards. Moreover, there is no meaning in the fact that there is too much filming of TV series. Look at Zhang Wen. She has never been involved in the field of TV dramas, and the next step is to plan to develop Neon. This is the path that outstanding actors should take. Don't think that if you have high popularity, you can squander it. In fact, there are only a few important turning points in an actor's life. How to plan your career is the top priority. If the actual situation is not considered, Zhang Yi will be on the verge of the audience. Most actors may be moved when they hear this. But Du Sheng knew very well the difficulty of Chinese people trying to survive overseas. Especially after superstars such as Cheng Long and Li Lianjia left Hollywood one after another, the road was almost blocked. What's more, this movie mainly takes neon people as the main perspective. You're even more sociable. This movie is a script tailor-made by Zhang Yizi's idol Ken Takakura. He has seen and heard about his previous life, so how could he still gain popularity? Director Zhang, I'm really sorry. Qian Qian and Yang Mi, I have agreed to play Zhang's hit song, so it's hard to break my promise. Du Sheng has politely declined many invitations and apologized. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future and make up for this. Knowing that he couldn't intercept the fool, Zhang Yizhong hurriedly cut Pi Alpha. In fact, he still has the second and third candidates, but he is always nitpicking. The best person cannot be cast, and I feel a little regretful. However, the overall atmosphere of the tea party was quite harmonious. Both sides turned around and talked about porcelain culture. After the banquet, Du Sheng was worried that Fan Ou and Jia Swen were still waiting on the pedestrian street, so he made a special trip. The two sides have not seen each other for a while. As the saying goes, not to see each other for 3 autumns, this time we have to make up for it day and night. At the end of September, Du Sheng took Fan Ou and Gao Yuan to fly to the Northwest region. This Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Festival will be awarded in the last merger and will be divided after that. This film festival lasts for a few days and will be awarded tomorrow night. The group did not go to the hotel arranged by the organizer. There is no need to guess that there are paparazzi around, and Du Sheng is following 2 girls, so he doesn't want to be free. At this Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Award, the ambush on 10 won 6 nominations including Best Art, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Feature Film, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Recording. If the awards were not for the only awards to mainland artists, Zhang Beizi would probably have been nominated for Best Actress. For example, in the previous life, The Ten-Faced Ambush, because neither male protagonist is from the mainland, he naturally does not have the qualifications to be shortlisted. Similarly, Fan Ou was nominated for the Best Actress for the 100 Flowers Awards for Mobile. As for Gao Yuan, she was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for the Golden Rooster Award for her role as the female-educated youth who played the Arab film Beauty Grass. After a while in the hotel, Fan Ou said happily to Du Sheng. The opening ceremony in the evening will begin at 7 o'clock and is expected to last more than 3 hours. We only need to attend the unveiling ceremony and leave after making a debut. She has made a budget plan with Gao Yuan, going shopping, watching opera, having dinner, taking a walk, attending theme parks tonight. Absolutely no waste of a single penny. Du Sheng was a little surprised. More than 3 hours? Is the organizer preparing a special program? Because in the past, the process was basically completed within 2 hours. Fan Ou smiled and said, "Maybe there are not enough heavyweight guests, so I can only use the duration to make up. I guess the organizer is helpless." Speaking of the most popular crew at this Golden Rooster Awards, although Beautiful Magic City has many nominations, it is not the focus. The real hotspot is Zhang Yi's Ambush, Feng Xiaogong's Mobile Cell Phone and Jasmine Blossoms starring Zhang Ziyi and Zhang Wen. However, during this period, Zhang Yi was finally busy with writing single preparation. Feng Xiaogang is at a foreign film festival, Zhang Ziyi is filming a movie in the Lighthouse Country, and Zhang Qingqin does not come back in Bay City. These big-name directors and stars are absent, making the Golden Rooster Awards a little awkward. The influence of the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Award during this period is indeed not as good as the Golden Horse Award in Bay City or the Golden Star Award in Xiangjiang. Against this background, Du Sheng, the starring actor of The 10 Ambushes, undoubtedly brought great support to the organizers. You should know that Du Sheng's current popularity is the best in the country. The Fan Ou and Gao Yuan he brought were also quite famous. With their participation, the attention of the Golden Rooster Award will be greatly increased. Of course, what is tacitly understood is that they will also receive corresponding care and support. Otherwise, who is willing to participate in the Golden Rooster Award in the future? Gao Yuan listened to a few sentences and took out a long fan dress to try it on. This deep V-skirt is simple and elegant in design, with a hazy feeling that it is half covered by holding a pipa, and it is not without solemnity. Gao Yuan changed into it and turned around and said softly, Sheng, do you think this is suitable? Du Sheng looked at him and could see his round conscience, his career line was faintly visible, and he smiled and shook his head. This skirt is really beautiful and it also highlights your temperament. But the opening ceremony will be on stage. If you keep reaching out to cover your chest, the audience will probably have any objections. He is telling the truth. Reba was the best in her previous life. Gao Yuan has always been cold in front of outsiders, but now she laughs. I thought you would mind that I was dressed too revealingly. I feel at ease, I won't wear this outfit tonight. In your opinion, I will focus on a dignified and cold route in public. Du Sheng pulled the woman to sit down, and smiled and tidied her up. In fact, he doesn't mind women showing their charm appropriately. It's just that a person who has always been cold and cute suddenly changes his sexy route, which will somewhat deteriorate his personality. In contrast, Fan Ou is more fashionable and simple. She has always shown herself as a charming image, and this time she is wearing a cheongsam with red flowers and white leaves. The hem is only at the knees, and it is slit high to the base of the thighs, which highlights her shaped graceful curve, making her bones look more lush and charming. Du Sheng didn't pay much attention to these things. He wore a new kung fu suit, focusing on casual and comfortable. The three arrived at the venue at 6:30, put on simple makeup in the backstage, and met with the performance guests tonight. Most of these guests are artists, and there are some singing and dancing groups. In addition, several stars from Xiangjiang Bay City were invited. Although the film festival hopes that Du Sheng can sing 2 songs, he has long agreed to accompany the girls to go shopping, so he only sang a Mandarin version of Bluebird at the opening ceremony. Even so, the ratings of the film festival that night still opened higher. This made the organizer even more excited. After all, there are no big names coming tomorrow night, and many fans are coming for Du Sheng. In addition, after the Golden Rooster and Flowers part ways, they need to win over the hearts of the people to accumulate fame. Du Sheng naturally didn't know this, so he took the 2 girls to have fun that night. The next day, I slept until the sun was 3 o'clock before Fan Ou came down the edge of the bed. As for Gao Yuan, the consequence of jumping too happily is that he can't even get up. If Du Sheng hadn't seen their love like a tide, he would have been out of control. I had to send a shot early this morning to let them understand that practicing martial arts cannot be achieved overnight. In the evening, the group walked through the red carpet of the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Festival Awards Gala with a smile on their faces. Du Sheng was wearing a black standing collar tang suit, highlighting her elegant and handsome appearance and graceful demeanor. Gao Yuan is wearing a red off-shoulder long skirt, graceful and noble. Fan Ou chose a silk cheongsam, which mainly focuses on oriental charm. Du Sheng is tall and handsome, and has a grand demeanor because of his long-term martial arts practice. Gao Yuan demonstrates the cold and intellectual beauty of women with her elegant and calm temperament. Fan Ou has a graceful figure and charming charm. She adds a bit of mature women under the cheongsam. Du Sheng was accompanied by 2 beauties, one on the left and one on the right, instantly attracted the attention of the audience. The reporter stepped forward excitedly, and all kinds of clicks were heard. Since there are not many big stars present at the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Awards this year, Du Sheng is undoubtedly the most dazzling one among them. So tonight his fans also sat opposite each other, and after seeing their idol, the excitement screams and cheers were deafening. There were even some eager fans who squeezed forward and almost squeezed the fence over, and the scene was too lively. Security guards had to be sent to the scene to maintain order. Due to safety issues, Du Sheng gave up his original idea of signing and waved to his fans. then accelerated the pace and walked across the red carpet and entered the gymnasium. After arriving at the venue, the group walked towards the front seats. Compared to the opening ceremony where people were gathered everywhere, tonight's award ceremony was still quite star-studded. Well-known artists including Lu Huan, Lu Princess Lu, Niu Zhenghua, Li Suejian, etc. were all present. Mr. Ji and Zhang Quilai from the crew of Mobile Phone also appeared. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, with a series of singing and dancing performances over, the awards ceremony officially kicked off. The first one was awarded the 100 Flowers Award, with hosts Park Kungzan and Zhang Yan giving speeches on stage. They reviewed the process of the 100 Flowers Award and introduced the voting situation of this award. Park Kungzan smiled and said, "This award is entirely based on the results of the audience's voting, and the principle of ensuring fairness and justice." Du Sheng just smiled when he heard this. The so-called the hundreds of thousands of valid votes may not even have a third of the number, and it focuses on internal and external operations. For example, the sluggish audience participation is enough to reflect the current status of the Beiwa Award in the public's mind. Therefore, this change is the 100 Flowers Awards were the first to announce the shortlist for the video. The 3 major awards were also announced one by one. Thrilling and Warm Spring won the Outstanding Feature Film Award respectively. Li Yubin and Zhang Yan won the Outstanding Male and Actress Awards respectively. Mobile Phone has won multiple major awards and almost monopolized the focus of the 100 Flowers Awards. What outsiders don't know is that these films are more or less related to Huai. To put it bluntly, the Beiwa Award was sponsored by Huai. The results of this award ceremony were actually expected by everyone. Fan Ou was both surprised and excited when he heard the news of his award. She hugged Du Sheng tightly, then walked onto the stage with all her demeanor and took over the trophy that symbolized honor. When delivering his award speech, Fan Ou joked with a little humorous self. "Speaking of this, the movie Mobile was a film that was invested by my former boss, and I thought I didn't even have a nomination this time. I didn't expect Huai and the organizer to be so generous, thank you very much." It seems that it was right to join in the fun with Du Sheng last night and attend the opening ceremony. Although this is a bit self-deprecating, its meaning is somewhat interesting. He not only generously raised Huai, but also pointed out his own relationship with Du Sheng, which can be said to be very good at focusing on hot topics. Chapter 514 What is the Fairy Ball? Hearing these slightly teasing remarks, bursts of laughter immediately sounded at the scene. It seems that Fan Ou still knows it well. If Huai makes some small moves behind the scenes, or Star Media does not arrange for public relations to support her, she does not have much chance to be shortlisted this time. And the reason for winning the award is that there are many factors. For example, the few situations she mentioned are not impossible. Nowadays, the scale and strength of Star Media will soon be comparable to old entertainment companies such as Huai and Rongxinda. Not to mention the biggest highlight of tonight was Du Sheng, Fan Ou and Gao Yuan attended the same stage. There is a way that you don't look at monks and Buddhas' faces. The live broadcast screen on the big screen quickly switches to Du Sheng. This is the program traffic, and the director still understands it very well. As expected, the applause on the scene became even more lively. When the Golden Rooster Award was awarded, the atmosphere reached its climax. Unlike the brief process of the 100 Flowers Award, the Golden Rooster Awards are even more grand. The first ones awarded are the Best Photography, Best Art, and other appetizers. The Best Director Award was awarded to Peng Xiaolian of Beautiful Modu. Although this was expected, the movie received 7 nominations after all. But Peng Xiaolian was still very moved when receiving the award. "When I haven't entered this industry, the Golden Rooster Awards are an out of reach for me. When I really entered this field, I thought that as long as I took it carefully, the Golden Rooster Award should be within reach. But unexpectedly, I waited for 18 years. Du Sheng was also deeply touched after hearing this. Peng Xiaolian is also from Beijing Film Academy, but she only reports to the director department. He directed his first film in 1986 and has been deeply engaged in art films since then. He won the Golden Rooster Award 18 years later. This shows that even in the field of art films, success will not be achieved overnight. Sometimes, this relationship, connections and popularity are also essential. The award for Best Supporting Actress was awarded immediately afterwards. Gao Yuanyuan won the award for her performance in Beauty Grass. Fan Ou and Gao Yuanyuan stood on the stage one by one charming and charming, the other dignified and elegant, each with their own style, which was dazzling. The two beauties were all in the limelight tonight. Du Sheng said that he did his best last night. Gao Yuanyuan also mentioned Du Sheng in his award speech and said with a smile. Speaking of this, the female-educated youth role Wei Hong was originally played by sister Xiao Qing. But she was filming Blood Romance at that time. Ashen thought I had a good temperament, so he recommended it. This scene not only excited the audience, but also allowed the reporters to capture the hot topics of the news. A female lead with a 100 Flowers Award and a Golden Rooster Best Supporting Actress are all related to Du Sheng. Even though he kept a low profile from beginning to end, he still became the focus of everyone's attention under the spotlight. Moreover, according to Fan Ou and Gao Yuanyuan, the reason why they took photos was highly recommended by Du Sheng. From this we can see that this award still has a lot of content. What excited the reporter the most was that Gao Yuanyuan's words were almost equivalent to semi-recognizing scandals. After hearing her speech, thousands of viewers were overjoyed and cheered and teased. The atmosphere became extremely relaxed. Some media on site were also very happy. I originally thought that the Golden Rooster Award lacked novelty, but I didn't expect that such a hot topic suddenly came up. After Gao Yuanyuan stepped down, Du Sheng pretended to sigh. Didn't you say you want to maintain your image? Why are you still so high profile on stage? Others think you are confessing to me, and you can't even wash it even if you jump into the Yellow River. Gao Yuanyuan covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Just have fun secretly, it will immediately become the focus of the audience, and I must be happy. Being so halfway by two big beauties. Although Du Sheng felt a little happy when confessing, he didn't have any secret joy. After all, there are so many scandals that are worrying, and I guess I can't argue in a while. After Gao Yuanyuan won the award, she was in a good mood and chuckled. My head was blank just now, and I naturally said what I wanted to say the most. However, your reputation is well known to everyone, and no matter how high profile your reputation is, it is nothing. Fan Ou smiled charmingly and nodded. That's right, if you can have a scandal with Western celebrities, can't you be with us? What else can Du Sheng say? He can only agree. After all, the rumors about his previous scandal with the sisters Taylor, Nikki, and Hurst in Lighthouse Country have been mentioned by the melon-eating crowd from time to time recently. After the award of the Best Supporting Actress, the atmosphere on the scene gradually warmed up. Next, the Lifetime Achievement Award, the Jury Special Award, the Best Feature Film, the Best Actress and other awards were awarded in succession. Following closely behind is the Best Actor Award. On the shortlist are Du Sheng and two actors named Lu. That is, Lu Ye in Beauty Grass and Lu Wei in The Loyal Soul of the Suspected Case. Du Sheng's mentality is very peaceful at this moment. It's good to win the award, but it's not possible to go with the flow. Anyway, the opportunities will be long in the future, so there is no need to worry about no prizes. However, just talking about his performance in The Tenside Ambush, he is definitely qualified to be shortlisted. After all, acting LV4/Purple, 100,000/1024,000, is enough to stand out. In contrast, Lu Wei seemed a little difficult to sit and stand. His fever was not cured last night, his face was pale, and his whole body looked a little bad. When the host announced that the winner was Du Sheng, although Shuang Lu barely kept smiling, he still felt a little disappointed. However, Lu Wei is an old actor who won the Golden Eagle Award and the Huabiao Award for Best Actor. Although it is a pity that he failed to win the Golden Rooster Award this time, he will not be in a bad mood. Lu Ye had won the Golden Horse Award for Best Actor a few years ago, and he was even more open-minded about it and even congratulated Du Sheng with a smile. Du Sheng stood up calmly, hugged Gao Yuan and Fan Ou first, and then smiled and waved to both Lius. When Lu Wei saw him hugging him, he laughed and cursed. "You're still good at getting a bargain. I really want to beat you up." The audience laughed and knew that this was kindness. After walking onto the stage, Du Sheng waved to the fans around him. It is no exaggeration to say that at least Onet heard of the thousands of viewers on the scene today were his fans, and even more. Almost no other young popular stars participated in this Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Film Festival. Although Shuang Lu has acting skills, he is not famous enough. Zhang Ziyi, who won the actress, didn't know whether she was disdainful or had no time, but she did not arrive tonight. It can be said that Du Sheng is the biggest publicity stunt of this film festival. The tickets tonight were not cheap. Most of the audiences who came to support him were loyal fans who were willing to spend money on their idols. Therefore, when Du Sheng won the award, the cheers on the scene were extremely enthusiastic. The uniform shouts were deafening. Many fans even jumped up excitedly, and the feeling of honor made the reporter feel very moved. For a time, Du Sheng became the most dazzling existence in the audience. He took the trophy on stage, waited for the applause to calm down, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that I won the Best Actor in the year too, and my life is always full of surprises. The last time I had such a surprise, I was in the Golden Needle Award at Xiangzhong, and I won the double award as a mainlander." The host and other award presenters were amused and laughed and cried when they heard this. If anyone is good at Versailles, Du Sheng is definitely a master among the masters. After Du Sheng made his comments, he did not forget to promote his own career. Yuan just mentioned the action movie Chapeau Wolf I am filming, but in fact, it will not be released next summer. If everyone is not happy after watching the Kung Fu program, then the Kung Fu that everyone hopes for in December. After stepping down amid the thunderous applause, Du Sheng could not leave with the trophy in his arms. Next, he has to attend a press conference arranged by the organizer to talk about his feelings and insights about winning the award. After staying for about 15 minutes, I was able to leave after dealing with a group of reporters. Since Du Sheng has won awards many times this year, relatives and friends are almost used to it. Most of them tacitly choose to send messages to congratulate you. Only the information about the girls from Girls' Generation is a bit special. "Cousin, we are almost running away for publicity during this period. When will you help me with me? With you? Brother Sheng, are you a little bit arrogant? When will you take us to win a prize?" Brother Sheng, Zixi said that she didn't want to give it to the Dragon Knight for the first time, and planned to take you down when the filming of the God of Condor Heroes starts. Is it true or false? I also want to confess my love on the stage, and I'm looking forward to it. Du Sheng. Thinking of the cute or unrestrained appearance of a few girls, he couldn't reply in a group. Who wants to be a female knight? Stand up. Let's make arrangements for you next year. Yang Mi. She turned off Lu Shishi's QQ and pretended not to know how to leave quietly. When Lu Shishi was staying in the hotel in Hangzhou, after taking a shower, she saw Du Sheng's post and even at him, and looked confused and didn't know what was going on. But for some reason, when she heard that she wanted to act as Du Sheng's female knight, she not only didn't hate her, but she felt a little happy. Tang Yan looked at Yang Mi, who was guilty, and he picked up his cell phone when he was upset. Brother Sheng, you don't have to wait for next year. Have you forgotten that someone is in bud? As long as you can come to Hangzhou tonight, I promise to tie her up and wash her away for free. When Tang Yan saw Yang Mi's words, his face turned red inexplicably and rushed forward to fight. Xiaomi, it seems that you are in a state of turmoil. You can't do it without a fight. But she couldn't get Yang Mi after all, so she revealed the truth to Lu Shishi, forming a battlefield of 2 vs 1. Lu Yifei didn't care about the little sisters who were fighting there, and when she saw Du Sheng's private message, she showed a satisfied smile on her face. "Cousin, we will arrive in Hengdian tomorrow. If you go back to the company halfway, see you then." Seeing this message, Du Sheng, who had just gotten into the car, thought for a while and replied jokingly. "I heard from Xiaomi that my cousin has gained weight recently, so I can see if it has become a ball." Lu Yifei. At that moment, she also had the idea of joining the battlefield. But seeing that Yang Mi had been pressed down by Tang Yangkai, her hands were tied by Lu Shishi, and her left and right were scratched and her clothes were disheveled. She shook her head, and she should not add any harm. Du Sheng took Fan Ou and Gao Yuan back to the hotel and saw Lu Yifei's latest response. "Bad cousin. Are you disliked me?" Snort. "You have said before that even if I gain weight, I will still be your cute cousin. I didn't expect that I would get tired of the new and the old so soon." Du Sheng couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that Qingzi could act coquettishly. However, when he thought of the cute and silly shape of this cousin who was fat and so fat, he really had the idea of rushing over and pinching it hard. "There is no way, the fairy ball is really unique. If you don't take a few photos and save them, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. But Fan Ou and Gao Yuan are still here tonight, and it seems that they want to join forces. I even wanted to take revenge on the embarrassing look of being hung up by Du Sheng last night, and to vent my excitement of winning the award tonight." If Du Sheng did not extinguish their arrogance, wouldn't he have to go to the house to remove the tiles in the future? So, he can only think this way for the time being. Not to mention his quarrels. With the release of the Golden Rooster Awards, the online and offline are starting to boil. The next morning, most of the headlines in the entertainment industry were related to Du Sheng and the two women. The big name in the music industry, the boxing champion in the world. Now that he has become the best actor again, how many surprises can he bring? It's no exaggeration to say that this Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers Award is fortunately Du Sheng, otherwise it would be boring. If the Mainland Film Festival wants to have a way out, more Du Sheng needs to stand up. Popular. The two beauties won the award and actually confessed their love to Du Sheng. Du Sheng's explosive popularity and the newly won title of actor have made him the focus of major media coverage. Moreover, the organizers of the Golden Rooster Award also hope to use Du Sheng's influence to increase their attention. Therefore, he was also mentioned from time to time in subsequent publicity. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is full of popularity. Not to mention other benefits, the reputation alone will be accounted for nearly 110,000 yuan. Looking at the subsequent fermentation, there are at least 70,000 to 80,000. This wave is really because God feeds you, and you are overeating while lying down. Of course, there are sour questions when there are praises. Du Sheng and the two girls got a good harvest, but this film festival has received a lot of complaints. The Northwest region contributes money and efforts to the film festival, but it ends up being in a mess. A film festival that lacks sincerity and novelty will only be eliminated by history. The Golden Rooster Award winner was awarded to Idol Stars because he came to attend the opening ceremony. I don't deny the appearance of Fan Ou and Gao Yuan, but can their acting skills really win awards? If there is no distraction, labor and capital will eat shit on their hands. Among these controversial voices, you can always see some shadows from companies such as Huai and Rongxinda that are fueling the fire. Compared to praise, the public is often more inclined to raise questions. Therefore, topics such as the existence of shady spots in the 100 Flowers Awards, the film festival's adjustment of the review standards due to Du Sheng, and Huai's strong influence on the 100 Flowers Awards have become the focus of hot discussion on the internet. Criticism on the internet is coming one after another. The relationship between Huai and the Beiwa Prize has also been discovered by many netizens. Faced with the surging negative public opinion, the Beiwa Awards official chose to respond silently, and Hui also adopted a cold treatment method. No matter how criticized or sarcastic the outside world is, they always remain calm. Du Sheng did not follow the comments online. After responding to the public's congratulations, he closed the web page and took Fan Ou and Gao Yuan out to play while he had time. Du Sheng was the driver himself and took the two girls on a self-driving tour. Finally, I started a camping experience on the edge of the desert. On the quiet and vast Gobi Desert, they lit a bonfire and roasted delicious lamb, eating and drinking. Looking up at the sky, the stars flashed, as if you could reach out to touch the starry sky. Du Sheng tasted the food and enjoyed the wine. The two beautiful ladies snuggled up to the side, feeling happy, and everything seemed to be perfect. It's just that the time is not enough, which makes this trip a little hasty. Due to filming some time ago and going abroad, he has not returned to the company for half a month. Considering that several girls from Girls' Generation were in Zhejiang province to announce the album, I simply took the opportunity to go back. By the end of October, the five of them will enter the God. The filming of The Legend of Condor Heroes will be even busier at that time. That's right, Du Sheng finally took on the show. On the one hand, because Zhang Dehuzi showed great sincerity and went to Interstellar Media to invite him to participate in the performance twice. On the other hand, the other party agreed to let Star Media participate in the investment and accepted Girls' Generation to join the crew. The biggest reason why Zhang Dehuzi and the investors behind him agreed so happily was naturally because they were attracted by Du Sheng and the fame of Girls' Generation. The record-breaking ratings and revenue of Sword of Fairy 1 are there, who doesn't want to copy it? As for that little bit of filth, it is not worth mentioning in the face of interests. It was already evening when the plane landed in Zhejiang Prefecture. Du Sheng took a bus back to the company. After the girls of Girls' Generation finished their trip today, they were already waiting for him in the lounge. Unlike Du Sheng's light travel, the girls' team has 8 people, including 2 assistants, 2 stylists, and agents. After seeing Du Sheng, Lu Yifei smiled like a flower and happily stepped forward and held his arm. I am worthy of being my cousin. I am the crown prince as I wish. I am a role model. Your current comprehensive development of film, television, music, and martial arts has left us far behind. Du Sheng used to caress Lu Yifei's soft hair and smiled. It's easy to talk about role models, and you can give advice on acting and music, but netizens complain about my scandals, so you should not learn it. Lu Yifei gave him a blank look, let go of her arm, turned around and took Tang Yan and Lu Shishi into her arms, and said proudly, "Why can't it? You have so many confidants, and we can't do it either. Come on, Sister Yan, show him what it means to hug him left and right. Shishi, don't hide, learn how to kiss like the Hearst sisters." Lu Yifei's appearance of being able to do everything is more comfortable than Du Sheng. Tang Yan pouted his lips in a cooperative manner and kissed Lu Yifei gently on the cheek. But Lu Shishi broke free from Lu Yifei's arms and ran to Du Sheng, with her face red, and kissed him on the cheek. This made Lu Yifei sigh and said that the team was difficult to lead. Yang Mi rolled her eyes and didn't cooperate at all. It seems that these two girls have formed an invisible alliance and have a confrontation with the captain. Fortunately, Lu Yifei and Tang Yan strongly supported it, otherwise this majesty would be gone if it was gone. Du Sheng smiled and looked at them making fun of each other and joked. "Zixi, you can't even deal with both of you. It seems that you need to work harder." Lu Yifei opened her teeth and claws at Yang Mi and Lu Shishi, and hummed. "I promised to go to the outside world together this time, you two are really good." Yang Mi didn't care, but proudly held Du Sheng's arm and said coquettishly, "Who made you brother Sheng's cousin? It's hard for us to meet each other every time. How can we just give you a frustration?" Lu Shishi smiled and returned to her well-behaved and elegant image. Of course, if there weren't a few young sisters present today, they might have rushed into Du Sheng's arms directly. But in front of the little sisters, they are still a little reserved. Otherwise, if you run the itinerary at that time, it would be boring to be picked by 3 or 1. Du Sheng asked Lu Yifei and Lu Shishi to hold their arms and asked as he walked. How is your album promotion running? I see that your skin is still so tender and smooth. Are you lazy? Their album Isn't Loneliness Missing You has been released for a month, and its current sales in Asia have long exceeded the estimated 1.3 million. It seems that as long as you appear on stage at Yangshi's National Day Gala, you will still have the chance to rise to 1.5 million. Chapter 515, Proficiency in Light Weapons, Purple. Yang Mi came to Lu Yifei and reconciled again. How can we be lazy? We have almost traveled to second-tier cities above the month, and even Xiangzhong, Wanchenge, Aokang, Neon, and other areas have not been lost. If you don't believe me, ask Zixi, she has never been reserved for you. Lu Yifei took her hand and nodded cutely. That's right, we came back from Kyoko last week and were also received by a beautiful senior executive who claimed to be yours, named Sakurako. Du Sheng instantly guessed that it was Yukawa Sakurako. After all, Girls' Generation is very popular in Neon with the drama A Sword of Immortality. He was a little surprised and asked. You participated in the variety show on Fuji TV? Was it the other party invited me? The group got into the car, and Tang Yan took the lead to Du Sheng and said with joy. Yes, you have participated in that program, called Escape from All. Fortunately, we went to the beach, with only some jellyfish, stonefish, sea scorpions, etc., which was not too dangerous. Compared with Du Sheng's Crocodile Island, these threatening creatures are indeed not dangerous. But that's also relative. If they didn't follow Qinlian Hequan and Du Sheng to increase their knowledge, they would be like those neon actresses, and they would scream in fright. Yang Mi looked at Lu Yifei and added playfully. At that time, there was a neon male star who admired Zixi very much, and she was almost about to confess her love during the interactive show. Several girls are beautiful and have outstanding temperaments, and it is reasonable for some to pursue them. But although Lu Yifei is sometimes cute, she doesn't like others except her cousin, so the male star almost made a fool of herself. Du Sheng looked at Yang Mi with a smile and said. What about you? You look so charming and charming, you should be fascinated. There are a lot of neon fans, right? Lu Shishi chuckled and replied for Yang Mi. Don't think that Sister Mi is very talkative, but she is very smart in dealing with people. She always keeps a certain distance when she gets along with the opposite sex, which is slightly colder than me. Tang Yan made a knife at the right time and smiled. Brother Sheng, you don't know yet. She was cold and refused the help of the neon male star, but she didn't notice that she buried the thorn under the beach and was stabbed and injured her feet. You have to help her rub it tonight, otherwise this girl will be worried about her sleep. No, Sister Yan, don't talk nonsense. Lu Shishi's little face turned slightly red. I was obviously a little guilty, and I wonder if I was heard by myself. Thinking of this girl's delicate little feet, Du Sheng nodded with a laugh. No problem. I'll give you a good massage after dinner tonight. But before that, he had to talk to Zhongzhen about business, so he asked a few girls to go to the restaurant to order food first. Crack. When it comes to CAO will arrive. As soon as the girls left, Zhongzhen walked in with elegant steps. She was wearing a slim professional suit, with long hair tied up, and a delicate face with confidence and calmness, but there was a hint of unique tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Du Sheng. She walked to Du Sheng's study with a cup of just brewed tea. There was a spacious desk with some documents and laptops scattered on it. Sheng, I have sorted out my recent work situation, take a look. Zhongzhen placed the documents on the table and sat on the chair opposite Du Sheng. Du Sheng looked up at Zhongzhen and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, but you don't have to be so formal here, right? This is the newly moved in the headquarters director's office, and there is also a special edition of independent sound insulation and a lounge. Zhongzhen chuckled, and a gentleness flashed in his eyes. I'm used to it, after all, these data are very important. Du Sheng took the file and began browsing. Well, it seems that the Kung Fu program is doing well. The average ratings reached 7%. The highest episode was Mark Hunter against Zhang Junlong, which actually reached 8.6%, which was really surprising. Zhong Zhen's eyes were shining with a hint of excitement. Yes, that game was indeed the highlight of the show. One is a favorite of the championship, and the other is the first person to change careers of amateur heavyweight boxer. The competition process is very intense. The audience is very excited about the next showdown, and now this show has become a hot topic. Du Sheng curled a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that our program strategy is correct, and the audience likes the reality and likes the challenge. When talking about career, Zhong Zhen's face was proud. Also, Kung Fu clothing has expanded to 300 stores across the country, and its development momentum is very strong. Is that true? No wonder I haven't seen Xiaoyi recently. It turns out that I've been going to open the store. While talking, Du Sheng stood up, walked around the desk and sat down next to Zhong Zhen. Of course, this is also indispensable for you, Sister Zhen, to coordinate the overall situation, otherwise the speed of the progress of the interstellar ship is subject to debate. Zhong Zhen let Du Sheng pick it up and put it on her legs, but her character is a strong woman. She was a little worried that she would be caught by her subordinates, so she twisted her body. Actually, this is also the result of your fame. Especially after moving into the new headquarters, there are also many more background forces that encourage our company to go public. By the way, Miracle Cinema has also expanded from 45 to 69, and it is expected to reach 100 this year. And you asked me to pay attention to the situation in Kimchi country. SM Company had a deficit due to internal problems and acquired the equity plan for Phoenix TV. After filming Full House, Du Sheng learned from Li Yuxin that the largest entertainment SM company in Kimchi country is suffering from Waterloo. For example, negative news about artists and contract disputes, obstacles in overseas market expansion, and excessive operating costs are not worth the cost, resulting in a halving of the stock price. Considering the future Asian layout of interstellar media, the outposts of East Asian neighbors must be well developed. Du Sheng didn't want Korean Wave to be as unscrupulous as in the past life. Now that we have the ability to prevent it, of course we need to use a reverse encirclement or even reverse output. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare for the future. Alibaba successfully acquired 4% of SM's shares in his previous life. Now there is a little Samsung princess who helps to cooperate, and the acquisition is progressing quite smoothly. And taking advantage of the weakness of the other party, it is not an exaggeration to acquire shares twice as much as Alibaba. In addition, Du Sheng has always wanted to own a TV station belonging to Star Media, and it is okay to hold it. After all, Interstellar Media will only make more and more films, and it will grow bigger and bigger, but upstream industries and bidding rights have always been controlled, which is too uncomfortable. And there are so many benefits of having the right to speak on a TV station. For example, let the company have more control over the content it serves, including the type of program, broadcast time, and advertising strategy. Second, it can be easier to promote personal brands, enhance public awareness, and build a broader fan base. Third, you can publish programs or films independently without being subject to restrictions from other media groups. Fourth, owning a TV station means you can get economic benefits from advertising revenue, program sales, etc. At least 10 years, before online videos soared into the sky, TV stations were still mainstream media. Advertising revenue alone is priceless. Fifth, expand business to other entertainment industry by controlling media resources field. This is also what Du Sheng values most. After all, many of its subsidiaries under Star Media require media resources. Recently, Star Media, the largest shareholder of Phoenix TV, has been rumored that it intends to sell part of its equity. Now, Du Sheng asked Zhong Zhen to pay attention. This media star, founded in Xiangjiang in 1996, was listed on the Xiangjiang Gem 4 years ago. Currently, it has 6 major series of TV stations including Chinese, Information, Europe, America, Hong Kong, and movies, covering more than 150 countries and regions in Asia Pacific, Europe, and the United States, Latin America and Africa. It has developed into a multinational multimedia group that combines news, sports, music, and TV series and enjoys a high reputation in the international community. It's just a coincidence that its business overlaps with Star Media, the largest shareholder. After all, Star Media is a world-renowned subsidiary of News Group, and also has channels such as Chinese, movies, British and American, Singaporean, and Xiangjiang. This overlap means waste. Coupled with the global economic crisis some time ago, News Group faced major financial pressures, such as falling stock prices and asset losses, and other situations that have had a bad impact. And FANFIC TV is not its core business asset. Star Media also has Star TV in the mainland, which was approved not long ago, and it also requires a large amount of money to form a joint venture to expand its advertising business. Now, selling FANFIC TV can help the group streamline its business structure, and it is highly likely to put it on the shelves. Of course, the biggest reason is that the competition in the media industry is becoming increasingly fierce. Especially with the rise of emerging online media, FANFIC TV is also facing problems such as audience loss and decline in advertising revenue. But these are not big problems for Du Sheng at all. Instead, it can complement each other with interstellar media. That's why he tried his best to ask Zhongzhen to inquire and negotiate. The news I found out was that Star Media CEO Jay Murdoch would return to Hong Kong from Australia later. You can talk to him at that time. Zhongzhen knew very well how men valued this matter, and did not disappoint them, and revealed the relevant situation. This Jay Murdoch is the younger brother of Rupert Murdoch, the current honorary chairman of News Corporation and Fox. He decided to sell Starry FANFIC TV. Du Sheng smiled slightly and reached out to tidy up her professional skirt. No, everything is going to be prosperous. But you have to relax after work. What do you want to eat tonight? I heard that a new French restaurant opened nearby has a good review. Should I join us in the fun later? Zhongzhen chuckled, and a sly smile flashed in his eyes. Aren't you going to accompany those girls? Just forget it as a light bulb. But you can't favor one or the other. While you still have time, you might as well guide me to practice yoga first, just treat it as an exercise before meals. It just so happens that this new lounge has not been used yet. It should be able to be used if you make do with it. Du Sheng laughed, picked her up and walked backwards. It's true that I practice yoga in a professional dress, which is white and smooth, and the practice is quite special. After spending a walk with a few girls from Girls' Generation, Du Sheng rushed back to Xiangjiang that night. During his absence, although Chapelang mainly filmed scenes of Hongbao and Wu, the scenes in the same scenes cannot be avoided. The intense shooting made the days pass by quickly, and October unknowingly entered. During this period, in addition to Zhang Baji and twins, Zhou Huimin also visited the set. But since she is in a critical period of career recovery, her itinerary is full. In addition to commercial endorsements and variety shows, there are also some platter concerts and National Day special programs waiting for her. Du Sheng expressed his understanding and support for this. After all, everyone has their own career planning and development direction, and it is impossible to be with each other at all times. What's more, he was too busy for a while. Even if Zhou Huimin comes, I'm afraid she doesn't have much time to accompany her to go shopping and watch a show. In fact, with the arrival of October, the filming of Shapa Wolf has entered the most difficult stage. There are many action scenes in this film, and the autumn climate in Xiangjiang is generally above 37 degrees outdoors. A little movement will make you sweat. In order to create the image of the big shot in the film, Hongbao had to wear a tight suit under the high temperature, which made the shooting process even more difficult. After half a month of hard filming, after more than a month of hard work, Shapalang was finally finished. The entire film of Shapalang will be completed. See you tonight in Tianxianglu. The moment the filming was announced, Du Sheng relaxed. But since he is one of the famous directors, he cannot be idle. At least, the final banquet tonight must be coordinated. To be honest, the shooting of a movie that was also a lot more complicated than he expected, and there were many challenges in it. Fortunately, Ye Wuxin and Hongbao, who have rich experience, assisted with corrections, and finally made the entire shooting process complete smoothly. But the completion of the shooting does not mean the end of the film production. This is just obtaining the required picture material, and then you need to integrate them into a complete video through editing. But this sum of the work can be preliminarily edited first, and Du Sheng can make a final decision in the later stage. After a final meal, I sent a red envelope to everyone, and the film came to an end. As soon as I got into the car, a crisp reminder sound came from my ears. Discovered that the filming of Shapalang has ended, will the lottery be settled? Du Sheng, who had drunk a few more drinks and was in a bad condition, suddenly felt refreshed. This is a police and gangster action movie, involving many special skills. For example, the protagonist Ma Jun knows ground skills, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, kicking, grappling, etc. Also, he is a bad guy, and his gun skills are indispensable. According to past experience in lottery, there is a high probability that this time there will be purple. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was surprisingly good. In the statistics, the host character fit is 91%, the roles account for 24.9%, and the completion is 89.2%. The prize pool is re-updated. The settlement is completed. The performance rating of Shapo Wolf is excellent plus. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/12. Will the lottery be held? Du Sheng's mind flashed through Ma Jun's more useful items and skills, and he silently recited the lottery in his mind. As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush! As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bulletproof vest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of Fuse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Scouting and Tracking, Blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining MK3A2 offensive grenades, 3. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the movie script of The Lonely Agent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Light Weapon Mastery, Purple, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving HK $1 million. Military bulletproof vest? Not bad. Du Sheng remembers that he also got one in Infernal Affairs 3 last time, but it is not considered military, so he can only prevent stabbing. And what you obtained this time can at least protect against pistol bullets. In the future, you will be very exciting when fishing abroad. It is expected that Fuse can be drawn out as the sequel to Shapalang. Du Sheng looked at another movie script unexpectedly. Is this the Chinese version of Kimchi? It seems to be called the alternative version of This Killer Not Too Cold. It is quite rare to publish 2 popular movie scripts at one time. The reason why it can be drawn is probably related to the heroic image and exciting action scenes shown in Shapo Wolf. Moreover, the main lines of these 2 movies are related to the life and death battle. In my memory, the fastest Fuse that was brought to the screen seems to be after 2007. As for The Lonely Agent, that will happen 6 years later. Du Sheng remembers that this film won the annual box office championship of Kimchi Country, and its plasticity is still good. Even if you can't shoot it now, you can always use it after a wave of stocking up. Investigation and Tracking LV1/Blue, 10/1000. Including on-site investigation, intelligence collection, psychological profile, data analysis, the use of drones, robots and other high-tech investigation methods. As a poor man, it is not surprising that Ma Jun has these abilities. For Du Sheng, This skill is also very suitable for the previous anti-reconnaissance ability, Blue. At least, if others want to follow or investigate him in the future, they will immediately notice it. As for more functions, it is estimated that it cannot be implemented in the mainland, so if you have the opportunity, you still have to try it abroad. Occurrence Grenade? It seems to be a lighthouse product, very good and powerful. Du Sheng looked at the small and exquisite thing that appeared in front of him, and a strange smile flashed in his eyes. Although the explosion power of this thing is relatively small, it mainly relies on the shock waves generated by the explosion to kill the enemy. But it is used to deal with enemies in buildings, destroy obstacles, etc., which are other miraculous. If someone is blind to the feat in the future, he will give him one without realizing it, which is more efficient than a bomb. The main feature is clothing and health. Light weapons proficient in LV1/purple, 10/1000. Weapons for combat carried by individual soldiers or squads, including pistols, submachine guns, rifles, machine guns, small caliber mortars, recoil-free cannons, portable anti-tank weapons and individual air defense missiles, etc. Seeing this, Du Sheng's eyes lit up. It's true that there is purple, and it's a special skill. Compared with gun mastery, this thing is much more advanced in all aspects. After all, the best effect of gun mastery is still common firearms such as pistols, submachine guns, and rifles. The higher-end machine guns either do not know how to use them or have a rough fur level. And light weapons mastery is completely different. Not only does it include the above weapons, but it even includes machine guns, small caliber mortars, recoil-free cannons, and other major killing weapons. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he has the same ability, he can easily fight a group of people with his current mastery. As for portable anti-tank weapons and individual air defense missiles, even if you are proficient at the moment, it doesn't work much, so I can only think about it for the time being. After all, it is strictly controlled, unless you go to the lighthouse country base or go to the black market in the middle and lower regions to take a look. As a good citizen who loves peace, Du Sheng does not want to cause trouble for the time being. He glanced at the reputation value of 380,000, and simply spent 1,000 each to upgrade the two skills to LV2 to enhance the effect. It will be used sooner or later in the future, and be prepared for any trouble. He swept away other skills and finally added all his reputation to Dragon and Elephant. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 7th levels /purple, 3388000 rightward arrow 3772048/6561000. Not bad, I'm a little hope. Watching the progress bar climbing a lot, Du Sheng nodded slightly. Although the 8th level has outstanding effects, it also has a lot of investment. Based on the current average annual reputation of 10,000 yuan, plus the popularity brought by the broadcast of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty and the film festival, it should be able to pass it by the end of the year. Once the belt meridians among the 3 meridians and 7 chakras are penetrated, the transformation will be quite large. At the very least, the meridian load capacity and relative fragility can be solved from the root. In the future, you can be much more relaxed when facing the recoil force of a vehicle collision or the armor-breaking crisis caused by bullet attacks. Chapter 516 Who is this? Brother Sheng, should I deal with the backlog of notices in Xiangzhong first, or rush back to the company headquarters? Wang Yeyang flipped through the itinerary and asked with his head turned around. Let's just postpone these things for now. I'll see the CEO of Star Media tomorrow. I heard that Murdoch is back. After filming the film, Du Sheng couldn't rest. The Chinese New Year and the festival are the busiest times for artists, and he is likely to be in a state of constant silence. However, compared with the company's long-term planning, these notices must be postponed. Because of the acquisition of Phoenix TV shares in Star Media, the most suitable time is probably now. Brother Sheng, do you want to contact Mr. Zheng? Wang Yeyang asked as if he had thought. Du Sheng thought for a while and said. He is fighting the idea of Star Press, a Star Media holding company, so it's okay to contact him. I don't know if the Zhang family also realized the importance of the mouthpiece. At the same time, in order to expand publicity and distribution channels, they have now begun to lay out related industrial chains. Jinlilei Group, where Zheng Zidao is located, is currently taking advantage of the new low stock price of Star newspapers, and is increasing its move to attract funds. Just at this moment, Du Sheng, who had just got off the car, saw a TVB news report playing on the outdoor large screen. Accessors, we just received a Reporters Express report. A large number of investors gathered outside the door of Star Media Holdings' Star newspaper. They are conducting collective demonstrations. Next we will connect with the reporters in front to bring you the latest on-site situation. As the camera switched, a group of people gathered in front of an office building. Hello everyone, we are now at the headquarters of Star newspaper. Many Xiangjiang citizens came here to express their dissatisfaction. Now, let's randomly interview several participants. Hello, why did you come here to express your protest today? We came here to denounce Pat Murdoch, the miserable. It was extremely stupid that he actually bought Star Plus, Tianzi TV, at a price twice the market price. The company is losing tens of billions and is heavily in debt, but he is still caring every night? Such a fool is actually the nephew of newspaper tycoon Murdoch? Go to damn it! He is also in the position of general manager. How can such a waste lead the Star newspaper out of the predicament? Unless Pat Murdoch is removed, we will never have peace. Suddenly, a drunk man broke into the camera and shouted, "Dear Leaks, please stop being oppressed and call for the dismissal of Pat. Pat, how come you will return my coffin book?" Then, everyone clenched their fists, raised their arms high, and responded in unison. These investors have suffered from the continued decline in stock prices in the past few months. Now I finally found a channel to vent my feelings and was extremely excited. The scene was in chaos and the security personnel were obviously unable to control the situation. Dear viewers, Star Press has not yet responded to any senior management, and angry investors have begun to rush to the company headquarters. The camera returned to the host in the studio again. Oh! It seems that Star newspaper investors have really accumulated too much dissatisfaction. Mr. Su, what do you think Star Media needs to do with this situation? The most effective way is to let his father return to Xiangjiang as soon as possible and come forward to solve the problem in person. As a securities analyst, Mr. Su said seriously. Jared Murdoch is the core figure of Star Media. Although he is 66 years old, if he can stand up again, the market will still respect it. The host nodded in agreement and continued. Dear viewers, now we are entering the opening time, let's see how the market performance is today. First of all, today's hot topic, Star newspaper industry. 13% fell at the opening, and investors are indeed expressing their dissatisfaction with practical actions. Mr. Su nodded and agreed. It's true, the future of Star Media Group looks very uncertain. Mr. Su, is it possible that Jared Murdoch will operate from a remote management company in Australia? Mr. Su shook his head. No matter the management cost issue, Jared Murdoch is like the commander of Star Media Group. If he is not on the front line, his morale will be depressed. And at present, the market has gradually lost confidence in the Star newspaper industry it controls. If the stock price continues to decline, banks that provide loans will not sit idly by. Once the bank starts collecting loans, the capital chain of Star Media Group may be broken. Speaking of this, Mr. Su added. In fact, these problems have already appeared last year. If it weren't for the continuous expansion of overseas media business, as well as the forced acquisition of advertising companies and excessive expansion of Star Media Group in the mainland, the situation of Star Media Group may not have reached this point. The host shook his head helplessly. Oh! I didn't expect that News Corp's subsidiaries would face such a serious crisis. At the same time, in the exclusive trading room, Zheng Zidao leisurely issued trading instructions. Wow, there was a 18% drop in the opening. Continue to short, I want to see at least 30% drop, making those lending banks restless. As a group that mainly deals in newspapers and media, Star Media has a higher debt ratio. Coupled with the series of wrong decisions by Pat Murdoch last year, the holding company was burdened with huge debts. If it is no longer controlled, I am afraid that the stock price will fall to the point of insolvency. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Du is here, you asked him to discuss the matter. A Sheng is here. Take him to the conference room first, I'll go there right away. Xiangjiang International Airport, in a luxury car. Jared Murdoch, who had just returned to Hong Kong, stared at the stock price trend on the portable screen. 18% fell 10 minutes after opening. Then it went downward until it reached a 20% drop. This is actually the support point he arranged in advance. However, after only half an hour, the stock price was smashed by a large sell order. Subsequently, retail investors also began to sell in panic, and the stock price plummeted to 25% and 30%, with almost no resistance. At this moment, Jared already knew in his heart that his company had become the target of the evil wolf. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary retail investors to cause such a large decline in stock prices. Since he returned to Australia to deal with the breeding business there, the situation here has become uncontrollable. He even began to doubt whether his elder brother had reneged on his words and planned to conspire with the bears to regain control of Star Media. Just thinking about it, it's unlikely. Although his elder brother Rupert Murdoch spent 800 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire Star Media 10 years ago, the focus has long shifted to New York. That is, it acquires 19.9% of the shares of Hughes Electronics, a parent company of DirecTV, held by General Motors, in an attempt to build a sky empire. This acquisition requires a draw of up to $7 billion, and Rupert Murdoch must always keep an eye on it. As for the business in Asia, it was delegated to him to manage 5 years ago. It's just that Jared has been in charge of the animal husbandry industry in Australia before, but suddenly crossed the media industry, and was a little uncomfortable. In addition, the layout in the entire Asia is too large, involving Southeast Asian Channel, Singapore Telecom, Tianzi 3 major TV stations, Star TV, and Chinese media in the mainland. Now, the steps are taking a big step. Not long ago, executives from several banks called him one after another. For one purpose, collect debts. If the debt cannot be repaid in time or the stock price is increased, the bank will have to auction the mortgaged assets of Star Newspaper, Phoenix TV, etc. It's really a disaster that never comes alone. At this time, the assistant hurried into the car. Have you investigated clearly? Jared asked. The assistant shook his head. Several margin lending companies refused to disclose the identity of the borrower, claiming that it was a trade secret. Other shareholders were very nervous, and I think some of them might know something, but they obviously no longer support us. Jared sneered. These yellow people are all people who change their minds. If it were in the past, there would be a shit trade secret in front of their Murdoch family. The assistant hesitated for a moment and said, "But I found a clue." Du Sheng, the boss behind the urban entertainment news agency, who revealed the scandal of Bert, seems to have a close relationship with Zheng Zidao, the son of the Zheng family of the 10 major families in Xiangjiang. Jared silently recited Zheng Zidao's name, watched the stock price stop at a 32% drop, and closed his eyes. The other party's motive is already very obvious. Contact Zheng Zidao and invite him to the manor. I want to talk to him in person. Standing at the entrance of Star Manor, Du Sheng couldn't help but feel emotion. I originally thought the talks were held at a high-end and private business club, but I didn't expect that I would invite me here directly. The two followed Pat Murdoch to the living room located in the manor. I saw Jared Murdoch, CEO of Star Media, sitting in a chair reading a newspaper. When he saw Zheng Zidao come in, he did not get up to greet him. Instead, he pointed to the seat opposite, signaled Zhang Zidao to sit down, and then spoke. "Part, you go out first." Pat Murdoch nodded, walked out slowly, turned around and looked at Du Sheng. Jared's eyes turned to Du Sheng, who was still standing, and looked at Zhang Zidao again, as if asking the entourage not to avoid it. Zhang Zidao replied with a smile. "Mr. Jared, this is mine partner, Du Sheng." Jared Murdoch then looked at Du Sheng carefully. He is indeed outstanding in temperament and very energetic. As for whether he is handsome or like a star, it is completely out of his consideration. Seeing Jared nodding to him, Du Sheng sat down next to Zhang Zidao. "Mr. Zheng, your methods are amazing. Even people outside the court will help you cooperate," Jared said, looking straight into Zhang Zidao's eyes. He even speculated in his heart that the protesters outside the newspaper headquarters today might be Zhang Zidao's secret arrangements. "Mr. Jared, if the theme today is this, then there may be no need for us to continue," Zhang Zidao answered with a smile. "Communicating with ghosts is of course in English. Tell me, what do you want?" Jared realized that the test was fruitless, so he asked straightforwardly. "Mr. Jared, I want Star newspapers, do you give it?" Zhang Zidao looked straight into Jared's eyes. "Young man, are you afraid of choking if you have such a big appetite?" Jared had no expression on his face. "There is no way, it's good to be young. I wonder if Mr. Jared can still eat." Zhang Zidao kept smiling. Jared was silent for a moment, picked up the coffee and sipped it slowly, and said, "Mr. Zheng, you Chinese people pay attention to mutual benefit and win-win results in doing business. I can promise you to become a shareholder of Star newspaper, but you must give up your voting rights. Mr. Jared, I respect you as my dad's friend, but please don't treat me as a joke." Zhang Zidao smiled and said, "Let me join the Star newspaper industry to make a decoration, which not only allows you to continue to control the overall situation, but also uses the reputation of my Zheng family to boost stock prices, and scare away other potential competitors. This is a good plan." He came as a representative this time, so he was naturally fearless. Du Sheng looked at Zhang Zidao, who was fearless. If he hadn't understood his true intentions, he might have been scared. "So, is your Zheng family determined to achieve it?" Jared frowned. "Mr. Jared, don't forget that after the financial crisis, the group is crazily withdrawing funds to acquire Hughes Electronics, so how can there be any excess liquidity? 2 years ago, maybe you could raise billions of Hong Kong dollars in just one word, but what about now? Don't say that I look down on you, Star Media. You will be lucky if you can raise 100 million Hong Kong dollars now. Is 1 billion enough to fill this hole?" Speaking of this, Zhang Zidao looked at Du Sheng. Sheng, do you know how much debt Star Media has now?" Du Sheng knew what he meant and smiled. "I don't know much about the entire Star Media, but I still have some understanding of Star newspapers. 3 years ago, its stock price was 13 yuan at its highest, but now it has fallen to 2 yuan, with a market value of only about 1 billion yuan. But Pat acquired the 3 major media outlets of Tianzi for a few hundred billion rupees last year, making his debt reach more than $1 billion. I heard that the performance of the 3 major media in India has not risen but has declined. I wonder how much the bank auction can offset?" Zhang Zidao laughed and turned his head and said, "Mr. Murdoch, I'm not in a hurry to get in. I have time, but I don't know if those creditors will give you this window. Don't threaten me with banks. They can only quarrel at ease. If they really want to force Star newspapers to go bankrupt, they can't receive a penny." Jared remained calm without comment. His surname is there, with the back of News Corporation, so it will not be difficult to return to defense. But if he doesn't want to rely on his family in everything, it will make him look mediocre. "Okay, Mr. Jared, then see you at the shareholders' meeting," Zhang Zidao said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Jared asked with a frown. Zheng Zidao ignored his question and looked at Du Sheng again. Sheng, do you know why Lu Lianxiang was able to make a fortune in the stock market back then? Although Du Sheng guessed the reason, he cooperated to shake his head. Because in Xiangjiang, many major shareholders want to gain control of the company at the lowest cost. Zheng Zidao smiled faintly. Just like Star News, several companies under Star Media hold shares, and the actual controlling stake in the Murdoch family is only 35%. In other words, the Murdoch family does not have absolute control over the Star newspaper industry. Sheng, if you were a small shareholder, who would you be biased towards? Of course I'm biased towards your Zheng family, after all, I'm a local snake. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Although News Group is famous, it has many bankrupt subsidiaries, not to mention that Star Media is not its core asset. You're right. When I went to contact those shareholders these 2 days, they were all so happy. Zheng Zidao was quite content with his own self-satisfaction. Jared Murdoch was still calm and natural, and said without comment, Mr. Zheng, if you really can gain absolute controlling stake, you don't need to come to see me at all. Let's talk about your real purpose. Zheng Zidao replied with a smile. I am worthy of being the core figure of the Murdoch family, and I am full of confidence. But if you really think I can't obtain absolute controlling stake, that's a big mistake. If Noti don't want to waste manpower and material resources, nor do I want to have a quarrel with your Murdoch family, so I have a great chance today. Speaking of serious matters, his face became serious. As long as you are willing to sell half of your equity, my Zheng family can promise that you will not take any action against the other 2 listed companies of Star Media. Jared Murdoch became serious and said calmly. What, didn't you just depreciate the Star newspaper industry to nothing? I still say the same thing, if I want to become a shareholder, I welcome you to make money together. Although Star newspaper's current stock price is sluggish, it has control over many high-quality projects. For example, Jordan Plaza, Star Factory, Star Hotel, etc. Star Media's focus has shifted to Southeast Asia. Star newspapers will only depreciate more and more in the hands of your Murdoch family, but it will be different in my hands. Zheng Zidao is full of confidence. Mr. Jared, if you disagree, then we can only fight a protracted war and see who can stick to the end. Jared Murdoch turned a deaf ear and started drinking coffee on his own. He naturally knew that the current difficulties of Star newspaper industry were, and even if he took action personally, it would be difficult to turn the tide. The general environment is there, and you can only delay it until the policies and markets recover. If you don't let go, you have to face the Zheng family who is eyeing you. More importantly, his current focus is indeed on Southeast Asia and Australia. Over time, shareholders who originally supported him may also turn against him. Thinking of his incompetent son, Jared shook his head. I feel it's better to get out as soon as possible and focus on other businesses of the company. He pondered for a moment and asked, how much can your Zheng family pay? Zheng Zidao showed a hint of joy on his face and began to negotiate with Jared on the price. Du Sheng watched from the side and felt like these 2 people were like bargaining vendors and customers in the market. But the trading units here are in billions. Although Star newspaper's market value is only more than 1 billion now, this is not the entire value. The key lies in its control over those properties. The reason why the Zheng family is interested in Star newspapers is that at this stage, it is even more necessary to convert capital into influence. One party wants to streamline the business, while the other party wants to expand marketization. In the end, the Zheng family agreed on the transaction at the cost of a large amount of cash plus some of the other 2 holdings. After confirming, Zheng Zidao was in a happy mood. Mr. Jared, if we don't get a deal this time, there's a real possibility of a head-on confrontation next. Jared's face was calm. So, your Zheng family still saves me face. Zheng Zidao talked a few words and suddenly said, Mr. Jared, isn't the funds still insufficient when Star Media acquires Singapore Telecom? What, your Zhang family also wants to plan in Southeast Asia. Jared Murdoch narrowed his eyes, and the other party really hit his mind. Zhang Zidao shook his head and smiled, looking at Du Sheng beside him. Mr. Jared, this time it's not because my Zhang family wants to acquire it, but because a Sheng wants to give you money. Then Jared looked at Du Sheng, who had been sitting next to Zhang Zidao carefully, thinking. Tell me what you are trying to come. Mr. Jared, isn't your Star Media going to streamline your business in Hong Kong and the mainland? I'm quite interested in this. Du Sheng smiled faintly. You have spent a lot of money on Phoenix TV before, trying to compete for a place with TVB. But over the years, not only did they not achieve their goals, but they were forced to increase their investment, which made the business bloated. Now why not keep the burden of Phoenix TV away, and you will completely free up your hands to make plans for Southeast Asia. Do you want to buy Phoenix TV? Jared Murdoch was a little surprised when he heard the other party's purpose. He didn't expect that this mainland star would dare to get involved in this industry. In Xiangzhong, who dares to run a TV station is not an industry leader. Whether it is Xiao Yufo, Qiu Dijin, or himself, they are all well-known figures. If the Zhang family wants to play Phoenix TV, he is not surprised at all. But who is this Du Sheng? Chapter 517 The Lion opened his mouth. Phoenix TV was originally founded by Asia Co., Limited, Star Media and Huaying International. In terms of shared distribution, Star Media and Lu Changle's Asia Co., Limited each hold 45% of the shares. Behind Lu Changle is the mainland's background, and with certain tasks, it is unlikely that the shares will change. Therefore, if you want to join Phoenix TV, the biggest way is Star Media. Du Sheng certainly knew this clearly. It was precisely because of this financial crisis that Star Media sold 20% of its shares to Oriental Mobile next year for HK $1.2 billion. Then in 2013, Star Media's parent company News Group sold all the remaining Phoenix TV shares for 1.67 billion yuan due to the split plan. Now, due to his intervention and Zhang Zidao, the crisis facing Star Media is even more serious. The pressure can only be alleviated by selling part of the equity of Star News. Even so, Star Media has taken too much and its funds are still insufficient to improve Asia's layout and business conditions. Therefore, it is indeed a wise choice to streamline Phoenix TV, which has a bloated business, to exchange for funds. Moreover, with the intensification of competition in the media industry and local policy factors, it is a matter of time before selling it. Certainly, these are all internal considerations of the Murdoch family and will not be disclosed to the public. Jerry said indifferently. At the beginning of the year, I also told the shareholders to increase their investment at the shareholders' meeting. Du Sheng smiled in his heart. Can capitalists use PUA employees to say anything? Jerry Yunren, Phoenix TV's current prospects are unknown, and its advertising revenue is only 1/5 of TVB. Even though it seized part of ATV's market share at its peak this year, it only achieved a profit of 82 million, which is far lower than market expectations. Jerry Yuepin sank. You should know that Phoenix TV's financial report data for the third season has just completed internal review. As the second largest shareholder, he saw this report the day before yesterday. Jerry is upset about pregnancy. Asia Co. Limited is obviously intending to squeeze Star Media out. But he didn't know that these were the data that Yezi's father asked Lu Changle for indirect criticism. Of course, it is not impossible to consider selling, but it is not sold at a bargain price. Now that the other party has found out the trump card, how can this negotiation be carried out? Jerry's disaster and sex worker Yu Xian's smile is restored. In recent years, Lu Changle and Chen Yongqi and I have invested billions in the future. Even if we want to take action, we hope to find someone who is capable of leading Phoenix TV to fly higher. Do you have this strength? Jerry Yunren, traditional media speaks with content quality after all. If you could win simply by relying on capital investment, you would have replaced TVB's position long ago. Du Sheng was not annoyed when he was underestimated and said with a smile. It just so happens that I have some experience and ideas in this regard. You might as well learn about the Sword of Immortality, Full House and The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, which are all works by Interstellar Media. Although Jerry's hospital was a slightest, he had heard of Du Sheng's name while in Australia and nodded slightly. It is good for young people to dare to fight, but this society lacks ambition. Let's do this. Half of my Star Media's equity can be given to you for 2 billion. The reason why the transaction with the Zheng family just now was so crisp is that the Star newspaper was burdened with a lot of debt. But Phoenix TV does not have that much debt. Although it is an indisputable fact that there is little revenue, there is no rush to streamline business. Jerry Yunren, you are not sincere enough. Phoenix TV only accounts for 20% of its viewership in Xiangjiang. Mainlanders only watch its news, and the advertising fee is less than 1/5 of TVB. What is the current market value of TVB? 8.6 billion. What is Phoenix TV's current stock price? 1.2 Hong Kong dollars. The overall market value is up to 3 billion. Since Du Sheng has been thinking about it for a long time, how could he fight an unprepared war? Jerry Yunren, I'm too lazy to be careful with sincerity. I'm just calculating based on Phoenix TV's peak valuation of 3.6 billion, and buy 30% of your shares for 1.1 billion. Impossible. Du Sheng seemed to be nothing unexpected and added another sentence. Dollar delivery. The Apple and Amazon stocks he bought before have appreciated a lot so far. For example, when buying Apple, the stock price was $7.63, but now it has risen to $64. Although Amazon is not that high, it has also risen from $9.82 to $50. Based on double leverage, we have made at least $80 million. If we include records, Kung Fu distribution revenue, endorsement fees, film and television drama collections, etc. during this period, it is not difficult to pay this money in cash. If you include high-quality assets and loans, it will be easy. Even if you pay MGM at the same time, as long as you get the money in batches, you will have certain ability. After hearing the proposal, Jerry Murdoch pondered. Currently, mergers and acquisitions in the market are usually carried out in the form of share exchange or additional issuance of new shares. Therefore, cash transactions are particularly attractive. Especially at this critical moment. After some careful consideration, Jerry said that he had lost his old beauty. 1.1 billion is too little, and Phoenix TV's value is much more than that. Phoenix TV and TVB are the only two remaining listed TV stations in Xiangjiang. Even when facing difficulties, many investors are still willing to bet. In contrast, Star newspaper has been leveraged by the Zheng family because it has suffered huge debts, so few people have intervened. But the situation on Phoenix TV is different. Jerry plans to find several more buyers. And this is not a trivial matter, so I have to communicate with his brother. I will discuss with the family members and I will give you a reply in 2 days. Du Sheng smiled and said politely, then stood up with Zheng Zidao and left the conference room. Today's meeting was mainly to show your attitude, not to reach an agreement immediately. After leaving, Zheng Zidao gently patted Du Sheng on the shoulder and smiled gratefully. Sheng, it's really thanks to you this time. Do you help each other? It should be. Du Sheng responded with a smile. That's natural, haha. Zheng Zidao smiled heartily and then asked. Sheng, are you really confident in this matter? The ghost lion is not talking about it. Even if you can buy it, you may not be able to make a profit. TVB, which is as stable as half of the country, is now on the decline. Tonghua TV obviously cannot keep the basic foundation. Those who focus on news content like Phoenix TV have made a profit this year and have suffered losses every year before. In addition, the internet is coming in a brutal manner, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for TV stations to make money by relying solely on advertisements and plays. This is also because their Zhang family did not have a rash silence. I understand the difficulties, but TV stations and iStar Media are complementary, which is crucial. More importantly, we need its influence and self-channel. Du Sheng vaguely revealed a little about the situation. He may lack outstanding management skills, but he knows well which types of programs and TV series will be very popular in the future. With this, he is confident that he will increase the ratings of Phoenix TV. With Phoenix TV, Star Media has a communication platform, which is a key link in building its ecosystem. In fact, Phoenix TV Chinese channel not only plays in Xiangjiang, it also covers Guangdong and Guangxi regions for free. For families in hotels with satellite TV receivers, receiving Phoenix TV programs is not difficult. This means that Phoenix TV's potential audience even exceeds some mainland starboards. If the channels in Europe, America, Asia Pacific and other regions are included, this will have greater influence. If managed properly, this is undoubtedly a market with great potential. In his previous life, Phoenix TV has achieved real global coverage through satellite live broadcast platforms such as Istla 2G, Eutelsat 9A, and Galaxy 3C, and has entered more than 3,000 three-star hotels with about 1.4 million rooms. 10 years later, Phoenix TV had a global audience of more than 500 million, becoming the most widely covered overseas Chinese-language satellite TV media. It was precisely because Du Sheng knew this that he was willing to spend a lot of money to bet. If interstellar media really takes over, this number will definitely have to double. That's right. If you don't have enough funds, it's okay to support me. Zheng Zidao didn't say much and said with a smile. Not to mention the cooperation between the two parties in the charity of Kung Fu School, Kung Fu and Huabang, the thriving Star Media alone is worthy of his Zheng family's bet. Thank you, I will speak up even if you don't mention it if you need it. Du Sheng doesn't want to owe others for nothing, so he keeps smiling. Of course, your Zheng family may need to be protected by then, and this matter should not be so easy to accomplish. In the afternoon of that day, news everywhere in Xiangjiang was flooded with news. According to reliable information, as Star Media's focus shifts to streamline its business, Jerry Murdoch has already made a splash in the industry and plans to sell its shares in Phoenix TV. Although Phoenix TV has been suppressed by TVB, it has made a big splash with the report on the Juyi incident and the Yuluo War. However, at present, we can only match TVB's skills, and other sports, music, TV series, etc. are not enough to watch. Because TVB has a free license, it is enough to stand firm. As soon as this news came out, there were many different opinions among the people in Xiangjiang. Some people criticized Jerry Yunsongdan for losing his elder brother's assets. Some people praised TVB as a tumbler who has been through decades of ups and downs. There are also people who are watching the fun simply, guessing who will be the next major shareholder of Phoenix TV. And Phoenix TV is also a little nervous. Didn't Star Media disclose that it would not sell Phoenix TV, but would also take us to double its stock price? A female staff member asked in disbelief. Jerry News Group has proposed an Asian development strategy, and Star Media must be consistent with it. The Star newspaper industry was messed up by his son, and his life would definitely be difficult. For many years, Jerry Murdoch's image on Phoenix TV has been relatively positive. On the one hand, it is because Phoenix TV's basic treatment is better than other TV stations. On the other hand, ghost shareholders rarely interfere in internal creation, which gives employees greater creative freedom. Of course, this also means that the company will inevitably be squandered and greedy during its operation. After dealing with the matter in Xiangjiang, Du Sheng flew back to the mainland in the afternoon. There are 3 important itineraries this time. First of all, Yangshi 3 is about to launch a new program, and Du Sheng and Girls' Generation are both invited. Since the full revision of Yangtze 6 months ago, variety show Grand View has been last out due to its continuous decline in ratings. Not long ago, I officially bid farewell to the audience and quit the screen. Replaced it is Happy Eastward Journey. Its positioning is to connect the joyful city with the footprints of joy, and to demonstrate the charm of the city through entertainment and interaction, and to show the identity of regional culture. Since it was the first recording, the Yangtze production team attached great importance to it and invited many famous singers and actors to participate in the performance, such as Mao Ao, Zhou Chuanxiang, Du Sheng, Girls' Generation, Oriental Shenkai of the country of Kimchi, Cai Yan, etc. The East God is Rising. Hearing Wang Jinhua's reminder, Du Sheng's face became strange. If he remembers correctly, the popular group of Kimchi country in his previous life should have just been formed, so is it a cross-border performance? In addition, this seems to be from SM, right? Yes, thanks to the aftermath of the first idol group H.O.T, this inherited group has a strong development momentum, and its annual total sales volume is currently ranked second in the country of Kimchi. Wang Jinhua seemed to see his doubts and said last 2 months ago, they also held 2 night concerts of Viagra at Renhua Hall. Since then, they have participated in performances in Modu, Liancheng and other places, attracting a large number of mainland fans. Du Sheng nodded thoughtfully. H.O.T and Dongfang Shenkai are both from SM. The former has been dissolved, so it is not wrong to say that the latter is inherited. But what surprised him a little was that Dongfang Shenkai was so fierce. Although Star Media took the opportunity to buy 8% of the shares after learning of the volatile valuation of SM last time, this was only for interest reasons. If it comes to development, competitive pressure will come. Especially for mainland idol groups, this impact is like a mountain torrent. Du Sheng knew very well how exaggerated the influence of Korean Wave would be next. For example, in the opening ceremony of the 2022 World Cup in the previous life, the official theme song Dreamer was sung by the Kimchi country BTS group. As one of the most influential sports events in the world, the World Cup's appearance in the international stage of Kimchi national men's team is undoubtedly a recognition of its popularity worldwide. Chinese celebrities in the East, across the Taiwan Strait, 4 places, and even the whole world have never had such an honor. To put it bluntly, many domestic artists lack professionalism and artistic pursuits. Especially in the traffic era, the circle only cares about making money from top to bottom. It's really hard to support the mud. It's like the side that has some potential, why should Chinese people support foreign teams? Du Sheng felt sad when he thought about it. But to be honest, you can't even admire the cultural promotion and export strength of Kimchi country. For example, in economically underdeveloped areas such as Africa and Latin America, Kimchi Entertainment Company gives away free songs and Korean dramas for local media to play. The continuous promotion over the past few decades has made the scope of influence of Korean pop culture increasingly expand. Just like Guba a few years later, people rush to copy Korean dramas with hard drives, and Korean pop culture has gradually become popular. Du Sheng is now living for a lifetime and has no shortage of money. However, he still feels pressure in the face of the Korean invasion. Because if you don't occupy this highland, others will subtly occupy it. In addition to a happy East, you have to participate in the Golden Eagle Awards and Neon International Film Festival next. Wang Jinhua didn't know why Du Sheng became sentimental, so she simply turned to the next topic. The new Golden Eagle Award is about to be held, and Du Sheng's The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Sword of Immortal One have both been shortlisted for the awards, so I have to show my face. Du Sheng nodded, thought for a while and asked. Aren't Blood Romance and Water Moon Cave finished the production later? Are there any broadcast arrangements? Some, and there are many TV stations that have taken the initiative to contact. Wang Jinhua was familiar with this and said casually. For example, Blood Romance, because it is produced by our star Interstellar, there are also popular stars such as Lu Yi, Zhou Xiaoqing, and Tang Yan. Previously, there were voluntary inquiries on the star TV stations such as Lizzie Channel, Zhejiang Channel, and Dolphin Channel. We discussed it and decided to cooperate with Liz Hutai. According to her explanation, The reason for choosing this is that in addition to the slightly higher copyright price given by Lizzie Station, it also provides convenience in publicity and broadcasting. This drama will be broadcast in mid to late October at the latest. But other stations cannot do it. Du Sheng had no objection to this. Blood romance proved itself in its previous life. No matter when it was broadcast, it would definitely cause a rush of viewers. And it's better to broadcast it in advance. Girls can also participate in the cruise-related publicity. If it is the end of October, they will join the crew of The Legend of Condor Heroes and will have no time to take care of it. Shuya Cave Heaven is also widely recognized by the market because it is a novel and fantasy drama, and even TVB has some ideas. Wang Jinhua continued. Hang Cheng, Shenzhen Cheng, Tianjin Cheng, Modu and other TV stations are all contacting each other actively, and the highest price is currently available to 100,000 episodes. As we all know, last year, Zhang Dehu's The Legend of the Condor Heroes was sold to TV stations, and the average price was only 90,000 yuan per episode. Why is Water Moon Cave so popular? She guessed that there were 3 reasons. First, it has become almost a consensus in the industry that dramas produced by Star Media must be high quality. After all, there are so many dramas released before and after, none of them are sewers. Secondly, the producer, director, photography, etc. of this drama are all the original cast of Sword of Fairy 1. The former is a novel fantasy drama, while the latter is a novel fairy tale drama. This gives the outside world a subconscious understanding, that is, innovate. The popularity of Sword of Fairy 1 is something that everyone in the industry understands. Third, the starring role of this drama is not bad, either a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Especially the actress Cai Xiaofen from TVB and Lu Shishi from Girls' Generation, naturally brought a wave of popularity. What's more, Du Sheng not only came forward to stand up, but also attended the opening press conference in person. This level of attention alone is enough to attract much attention. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "Since there is no argument, let's leave it to the 2 companies to broadcast together. Small profits and more profits will not be less profitable." He remembers that even though this drama in his previous life was replayed in Modu and Shenzhen, it ranked among the top 3 in the region's annual viewership. If the 2 companies were broadcast together, the result would not be worse. Wang Jinhua nodded and said, "It's just that, in terms of time it is more difficult to unify, and it is estimated that November will be the fastest. As soon as possible, you can coordinate well." Du Sheng thought of something and reminded him again. If the ratings of this drama are not less than 8%, then the sequel will be released next year. With the results of his previous life, he is sure that this drama will not be bad. Even countries such as Kimchi, Neon, and Yu were introduced and broadcasted. What's more, the script for the sequel to Legend of Spiritual Realm has been drawn out. Even if the ratings are slightly lower, the threshold can be relaxed. It was already evening after the plane landed in the capital. Wang Jinhua accompanied Du Sheng to the villa, and the 3 girls of Girls' Generation were waiting there. When Lu Yifei saw Du Sheng enter the door, she lit up. But she seemed to remember something and deliberately pulled a few young sisters to hug and play. Yang Mi quietly broke free from Lu Yifei's hug, ran to Du Sheng quickly, and kissed him on the cheek. Du Sheng laughed and teased. "Ziqian, it seems that your dream of embracing each other needs to be improved. Keep working hard." Lu Yifei gave Yang Mi anger and said angrily, "Sure enough, you are the first one again. As soon as I saw someone, I put my sister's unity behind me." Chapter 518 Character Storm. Yang Mi held Du Sheng's arm and said proudly, "You are not the same, but because of the captain's identity, I'm embarrassed to show it. I can act coquettishly with Brother Sheng at any time, which is the benefit of being unrestrained." Yang Mi knows Lu Yifei's cute personality very well, so her words will not be fake. If it weren't for Lu Shishi, Yang Mi and Tang Yan, this girl would probably have pounced into Du Sheng's arms long ago. But in front of her sisters, she still had to pretend to behave. After all, as the captain, she always has to take care of her attitude. After packing up what you need, the group got on a 9-seater business car. After chatting for a while, Du Sheng asked with concern. You guys have returned to school recently. How are you adapting? Yang Mi held his hand and said with a smile. It's okay, I just feel a little bored. The boys in the class are too naive. Although she is a freshman, most of the boys in her class are older than her. The reason why she feels childish is entirely because of her experience. On the one hand, she is often with Du Sheng and will make comparisons invisibly. On the other hand, she has already seen the society as a child star since she was a child. Compared with ordinary students, they are naturally more mature in dealing with people. Lu Shishi glanced at Lu Yifei and smiled. I heard from Zixi that there was a boy in her class who had a good impression of her and almost confessed to her in public. Although Lu Yifei is sometimes stupid and cute, she has no appearance and temperament. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, saying, Shi, your appearance and temperament are not bad, so there should be some boys who pursue it, right? Tang Yan laughed and took over the topic. She is smart. She always maintains a certain sense of distance and is a little cold, so no one dares to pursue her easily. There was a classmate who liked Xiao Mi who once appeared excitedly at our signing meeting, but my foot was injured a little. Brother Sheng, you have to help with a massage tonight. Tang Yan seemed to have realized the difference between him and the other 3 young sisters, so he began to adjust his way of getting along with Du Sheng. Moreover, she also learned how to get closer and took the initiative to make small requests. Du Sheng thought of her fair little feet and agreed with a smile. No problem, the package is arranged tonight. At this time, Wang Jinhua gave a sentence. Sheng, tonight, the organizer's producer Sun Bin and host Dong Qing invited us to dinner. Are you going? Happy Oriental Tour program is a variety show jointly invested and produced with Chennai Media. Tomorrow will be the first recording of the program, and the organizer invited Du Sheng and Girls' Generation to participate as guests. Participating in this program not only allows you to earn rewards, but also promote albums and new dramas. It can be said that you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Du Sheng smiled and joked. We haven't been to the Taipei Hotel yet, of course we have to go. Du Sheng previously wrote the lyrics for the theme song Down With Me of Happy Oriental Tour, and planned to hand it over to the host to sing, and Girls' Generation also participated in the chorus. With this relationship, it is natural to get a meal. Considering that it was too late, the group decided to go directly from the airport to where Dong Qing ordered the meal. Wang Jinhua asked her assistant and stylist to settle the dinner by themselves, while she followed Du Sheng and the girls of Girls' Generation and a group of 6 people into the hotel's private room. In the private room, in addition to Dong Qing and the program producer Sun Bin, there are also director Wang Hao and another host Zhang. Seeing them come in, they are naturally polite. Dong Qing smiled and led Du Sheng and the others to the guest seat and said, Congratulations to Mr. Du for winning the Golden Rooster Award. Every time you meet again, you always bring us surprises. Although she still has short hair, she looks so dignified and generous, with an elegant and confident intellectual beauty. The last time she met Du Sheng in a hurry was on the promotional stage of the program The Legend of the 2 Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Du Sheng shook hands with Dong Qing and responded with a smile. Ms. Dong is the host of Happy East this time, which is a step further happy with joy. Because Girls' Generation took over the promotional tracks of the program, the current Happy East tour is destined to be much higher than in previous lives in terms of influence. Coupled with the brand effect of Yangtze, the ratings of the program are more guaranteed. After everyone sat down, they talked about some relaxing topics, and producer Sun Bin continued. Mr. Du, tomorrow's launch ceremony and signing ceremony at Wangfujing Bookstore will be the first collective public appearance of the main creative team of the program. We have prepared a copy for you, and you can refer to the above content to make a speech. Since Du Sheng is very popular now and he is also a media boss, the program team communicates with him in advance. If it were other artists, they would probably not communicate and would be arranged directly. Nowadays, Du Sheng is not only a star, but as his influence on social networks gradually increases, it has become a trend of public opinion among young people. Therefore, he is more cautious in choosing the content of the program. Happy East is a brand new program. Every time you record, you need to go to different places, and no one dares to guarantee that you can succeed. In Sun Bin's words, it was also vaguely pointed out that since Du Sheng knew Korean, it would be better to cooperate with the idol team of Kimchi Country. However, the popularity and status of the two sides are too different, and Wang Jinhua thinks it is not suitable. Just as he was about to speak, Du Sheng gave her a comforting look and smiled. Oriental Godkai and Girls' Generation are both idol groups, so it might be better for them to cooperate. Of course, if you can, it is best to sing the theme song Full House Fate. Hearing this reply, although Dong Qing and Sun Bin were a little helpless, they could not force Du Sheng to change their minds. So Dong Qing followed the flow and said, "I hope that the performance of Dongfang Shenkai can satisfy you, Mr. Du. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the program, we will start the rehearsal at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you for your hard work, you will be here early." "No problem." Du Sheng smiled and said, "We will definitely be on time tomorrow." In theory, he and Girls' Generation should be there to prepare today. But because they are very popular now, they have enjoyed the treatment of first-line stars from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions, and their participation in the program is paid on a daily basis. If they arrive at the Happy Oriental Tour program in advance for rehearsal, the program team will have to pay an extra fee. Therefore, the program team only requests them to be present on the same day. The rules in the circle are like this, and Sun Bin and others are not dissatisfied with this. It is already a great reward for Happy East Tour. This is also considered that their golden signboard is strong enough. The sponsors' funds can also be fully recovered. Afterwards, the two sides discussed some details about tomorrow's program. When the dishes were all served, they started to eat and chat. Lu Yifei ate with relish, and many of the spicy dishes on the table were very suitable for her taste. In addition, her mother was still dealing with the backlog of last itinerary in Yangcheng, so my cousin didn't care about her, and now she was unrestrained and let go of her belly. But she forgot that there was another person there. Wang Jinhua twitched the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but whisper, "Zixi, you will have to perform on stage tomorrow. You should not eat too much spicy food tonight. You do need to pay attention to your diet before a large-scale performance just in case of physical discomfort." Lu Yifei immediately put down her chopsticks and stuck out her tongue a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I haven't eaten spicy food for a long time, so I can't control myself." Du Sheng laughed and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you eat 1 or 2 meals." Speaking of this, he gave Sun Bin, Dong Qing, and others thumbs up. "I have to say that the program team is generous and I choose the best restaurant in Beijing. It's just nearby. It was invited by the sponsor tonight, and it won't cost much." Sun Bin smiled and waved his hand to maintain modesty. However, he also recognized Wang Jinhua's words. It is normal for Girls' Generation to be strict with oneself before performing on stage. After all, it is not uncommon for singers to lose their voice the next day. Du Sheng did not interfere, just said, "Then let's have a little light meal. After the performance tomorrow, I'll take you to have a good meal." When Lu Yifei and his girls heard this, they nodded with anticipation. Since tomorrow is the first episode of the program recording, the program team is very busy. Dong Qing and others also took the time to have a meal tonight, so everyone did not drink too much, so they said goodbye after a few drinks. Du Sheng took the Girls' Generation and others back to the hotel they were staying. After arriving at the room, Tang Yan and Yang Mi had a good relationship and ran to take a shower very quickly. After taking a shower, they lay on the sofa, shaking their white and tender feet, looking at Du Sheng with hope. Previously, Lu Shishi's feet were deformed because of practicing ballet, but under Du Sheng's persistent massage and care, this situation had completely disappeared. Although this situation does not exist in Tang Yan and Yang Mi, they were all comfortable after finishing the Yukimiya and were full of energy the next day, which made them happy. Their feet are very fair, their pink toes are like 5 small pearls, and their feet are also very beautiful, and their skin is as delicate as silk. Du Sheng washed his hands, sat on the other side of the sofa, first put Yang Mi's feet on her thighs, and massaged them rhythmically. As for the rumors of foot odor in previous lives, there is no such sign at present. Soon, Yang Mi's fair skin turned a faint pink color. His face also turned red and his eyes were a little distant. In order to avoid embarrassment, Du Sheng did not look at her, but instead used the usual method of diverting attention, chatting with Lu Yifei and Lu Shishi sitting on the other side while massaged. How is your martial arts special training progressing? The list of main creators of The Legend of Condor Heroes is basically confirmed. The producers are Zhang Hitsong and Zhong Zhen. The directors are Yu Min and Zhuo Liang. Almost maintained the team of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In terms of investment, it is estimated that it will be more than 30 million, and Hongguya Film and Television and Star Media will be halfway open. Half a month ago, Zhang Dehuzi took the 2 directors to see the scenery and determined the project establishment and enrollment. Lu Yifei will play Zilongnu next, and there are many fighting scenes. A week ago, she had already started training in martial arts fingers with Huang Yu. Speaking of which, when Zhang Dehuzi posted Zilongnu's audition list, there was a quarrel on the internet. Because the 4 most popular people are Lu Yifei, Zhou Sun, Zhang Qingqin, and Quan's Hixian. First of all, Lu Yifei. Although netizens' comments on her are good, they also show a trend of polarization. Most viewers think she has a fairy spirit, and a small number of them complain about her poor acting skills. A similar situation also happened to Zhou Sun. Since she played the role of Huang Rong, she has been criticized overwhelmed. Now, when I heard that she might be harming Zilongnu again, netizens complained on major forums. More than half of netizens strongly called for a substitution, otherwise they would not watch it. The audience generally believes that Zhou Sun's voice may destroy the beauty of Zilongnu. This does make some sense. Just imagine, an ant with fairy spirit hugged Guo'er, but her hoarse voice opened her mouth, which was indeed easy for people to get out of the show. Unlike Zhou Sun, although Zhang Qingqin and Quan's Hixian received better evaluations. But investors are still unsure of who to choose. One of the investors prefers Jun Jae-hyun, believing that Korean dramas are so popular now that they can enhance their international influence. Therefore, the casting of the heroine can be said to be endlessly debated. After the friendly coordination of interstellar media, this role finally fell on Lu Yifei. In contrast, when learning that Du Sheng played Yang Guo, the comment section unanimously praised and looked forward to it. He thinks he is the most handsome Yang Guo in history, even more handsome than Gushin Le. There were many actors who auditioned for Yang Guo before, including many well-known artists, such as Huang Xiaoming and Chen Kun. Wang Jinhua had shown Du Sheng their makeup test photos before. It must be admitted that Chen Kun's ancient costume looks are obviously more handsome than Huang Xiaoming. If Du Sheng was an investor, he would definitely choose Chen Kun instead of the greasy leader Huang Xiaoming. But no matter what, both of them now lose to Du Sheng. And I was convinced by the loss. Hearing Du Sheng mention the next itinerary, Lu Yifei said proudly, "Cousin, we have worked together several times. Don't you know our foundation yet?" Tang Yan said, "Uncle Huang just taught us basic skills. It feels much simpler than Hequan. I will understand it after practicing it a few times." Du Sheng smiled and said, "You didn't join the group so quickly. Are you arrested? This drama is just like The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and the action instructions are Zhao Jian and Huang Yu. Everyone is familiar with it, and it can be predicted that the shooting atmosphere is not bad. Yang Mi was pitiful and said, "That's not. Uncle Huang feels that we have not been filming for several months, so we have to open our muscles before joining the team. These days have been hard. If Brother Sheng, you wouldn't have helped you with me tonight, you wouldn't know how to live next." Because it was a drama invested by Star Media, and Zhang the husband was thinking of replicating Sword of Fairy 1, he brought all 4 of them into the crew. Du Sheng had no objection to this. According to the popularity of the previous life, even if this drama is not as good as the Sword of Immortality, it is probably not far from that. This is very beneficial to the girls' generation. Maybe, they will become their masterpiece of Blood Bowl in the future. Out of a responsible attitude, he also participated in the discussion of the roles they played. Lu Yifei plays Zilong Nu, this will not change. Among the remaining female characters, Huang Rong has entered middle age and is not suitable for them. Those who can attract attention are Guo Fu, Guo Xiang, Li Macho, Gongsun Lui, Lu Wushuan, and Cheng Ying. What is more amazing is that except for Li Macho, almost all these female characters have intersections with Yang Guo, and even have a sense of admiration. However, Gongsun Luer, the daughter of the Revenge Valley, Lu Wushuan's daughter, and Lu Wushuan's cousin Cheng Ying, have relatively few scenes and have been eliminated in advance by Wang Jinhua and Lu Zili. Then there are only 3 remaining Guo Fu, Guo Xiang, and Li Macho, and their roles are also in the second echelon. According to the discussion between Zhang Dehuzi and Wang Jinhua, they initially decided on the corresponding table of actors. First of all, Guo Fu. Her character is willful and has a bit of a young lady's temper, but she is persistent and kind. The role played by Tang Yan in the past is grand, which can not only show Guo Fu's temperament, but also show her growth and changes. Therefore, Zhang's hit song is quite optimistic about her. As for Guo Xiang, this character is innocent, kind, and intelligent, and has a deep affection for Yang Kuyi. Zhang's hit song has seen Xiao Zhao and Lin Ruya played by Yang Mi, and feels that her agility and cleverness are quite consistent, and her image and acting skills can also grasp Guo Xiang's innocence. In his previous life, this character was indeed handed over to Yang Mi. She also performed the weird and lively well, which was quite popular among the audience. And Li Macho? This character needs a temperament that is both beautiful and somewhat cold and sad, and finally becomes ruthless because of love and hate. Lu Shishi's temperament is fresh and elegant, gentle, and restrained with tenacity. If her acting skills keep up, it would be quite consistent with Li Macho's ruthlessness, madness, and inner pain and struggle. It can even subvert the image and broaden the path of acting. But after reading the role recommendation list, Du Sheng pondered for a moment and still gave his own opinion. Admittedly, Zhang's hit song and Wang Jinhua's recommendations are not bad, but they overlooked one thing. That's what their acting skills are like. First of all, Lu Shishi. This girl does have a beautiful classical temperament. She is also the most diligent among the 4 girls. She can show strength and beauty in martial arts scenes, which is highly compatible with the character Li Macho. But this character has a triple personality reversal. At the beginning, Lu Shishi really matched the coldness and tragic nature. But it is difficult for her to interpret the subsequent ruthlessness and madness, as well as the ruthlessness of love and ruthlessness. Even if Du Sheng plays next to him, he can improve his acting skills. Because this involves social experience and experience. Next is Yang Mi. She is indeed suitable for interpreting Guo Xiang's kindness and intelligence, and can also show innocence. But this character also has innocence and straightforwardness, especially gentle eyes and delicate emotions. In addition, before the college entrance examination, Du Sheng agreed to compensate Yang Mi with more roles. Guo Xiang has fewer roles than Guo Fu and Li Macho. So after considering it, the following changes were made. Guo Fu is starring Yang Mi. The reason given by Du Sheng is very simple. Yang Mi's eyes are very lively, and she can interpret Guo Fu's character traits of spoiled, willful and a bit of a young lady's temper. Moreover, she has a certain explosive power in her performance, which can better interpret Guo Fu's fierce emotions such as conceit and regret after cutting off Yang Guo's arm. If it were Lu Shishi, who had a fresh and elegant temperament, there would be a sense of incongruity in these aspects. Li Machu is played by Tang Yan. The reason is also very simple. Tang Yan's appearance is bright and grand, and at the same time, her eyes can reveal a kind of ruthlessness and domineeringness. Her age and acting skills are also the best among the four. Li Machu's ruthlessness, madness, inner pain and struggle, hatred due to love, and ruthlessness. The most important thing is that Tang Yan has the temperament of a hero in the girls and can support Li Machu's powerful aura. As for Guo Xiang's handover to Lu Shishi, it is actually half a pound compared to Yang Mi. First of all, she has a pure feeling, which is very consistent with Guo Xiang's character image. Guo Xiang is innocent, kind, and intelligent, and has a deep affection for Yang Guo. Lu Shishi can interpret it with her gentle eyes and delicate affection. Especially with Du Sheng leading the show, there is no problem in this regard. Most importantly, her classical temperament also complements Guo Xiang in Jin Yang's works, which can bring an unforgettable sense of fit to the audience. Zhang's hit song and Wang Jinhua thought about Du Sheng's unique proposal and had to admit that the other party had a clever vision. This may be the difference between being familiar with people around you and being able to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 519 You can at least restrain yourself. At this time, Lu Shishi just finished taking a shower. He walked out of the bathroom in a cute pink nightgown. When she heard the related talk, she couldn't help looking at Du Sheng. Brother Sheng, you're still running around next time. Don't you have time to join the group? As far as she knows, the following is the frequent period of film festivals and music awards. In terms of film and television dramas alone, Du Sheng has at least 4 shortlisted. Not to mention, there are rumors that he is about to acquire Phoenix TV on the internet, which will definitely require time to be invested. Is there time? There is still a squeeze. Du Sheng smiled and said. At least, I can take advantage of your study and training sessions. Zhang Dehuzi usually has training sessions, but everything is exceptional. According to Du Sheng's past performance, just do it in advance. Cousin, if you run outside all day, your skills may become unfamiliar. Lu Yifei snorted. And she, Sister Yan, Xiaomi, and I insist on practicing Hequan every day. If this continues, maybe one day you will be stepped on by us. Just because of you little girls, you want to defeat me. Du Sheng twitched his lips, not knowing how to complain. He gently pressed Yang Mi's foot on Yongquan a cup ointment. The girl immediately let out a coquettish voice, as if she was vulnerable. Lu Yifei was speechless, patted Du Sheng lightly, turned to Yang Mi and said. Xiaomi, you can at least restrain yourself. Don't lose our girl's generation face just after you finished speaking. Yang Mi's pretty face turned red and she said with a little angrily. Ziqian, you are so light. Let Brother Sheng give you a massage later and see how you restrain yourself. Lu Shishi sat down next to her and smiled softly. Ziqi shouts the loudest every time. Her question is not whether she can restrain herself, but she will not restrain herself at all. Humph, brother, you are the one who is the most diligent in revealing information. Don't think I don't know. Whenever the interesting things to discuss and trick Du Sheng were discussed before, Lu Yifei became angry when she thought of this little traitor. She didn't care about Lu Shishi's thin nightgown and rushed over. The room was filled with playful laughter. Du Sheng massaged the girls for a while, then enjoyed their massage services, and then returned to his room to rest. The next morning, the 5 people went to Wang Fujing bookstore with their team to participate in the launch ceremony and signing activities. Producer Sun Bin had already arrived at the scene. When he saw Du Sheng and his group arrive, he came forward to greet him in person. After hearing the attendance arrangements, Du Sheng saw that there was still time, so he simply took out the paper and got along with Girls' Generation. Thanks to their super popularity, hundreds of fans came to the scene. The lively and prosperous scenes are more than enough to report and promote. Looking at the long queue of signing ceremony, the organizers were also quite satisfied. I feel that it is worth it to invite Du Sheng and Girls' Generation this time to spend a lot of money and connections. Of course, the final result will still be recorded tonight. At that time, in order to show the regional culture and urban charm, there will be grand singing parties and performances. However, based on the current popularity, it is not an exaggeration to call the condensed essence version of the mini Spring Festival Gala. After a busy day, time came to the afternoon without realizing it. Du Sheng needs to sing 2 songs, namely Is Anyone Telling You and Xiao Ao Sai, which is the finale. As for the cooperation between Girls' Generation and Oriental Shenkai, given the familiarity with the song Fate, both parties no longer mention it. Several girls were so happy. After all, they had to prepare 2 songs today and needed rehearsals. There is no extra time to go into the work. In addition to the theme song of the program Sing with the Host, they also have to prepare the song Invisible Wings. In the afternoon of that day, the recording began. On the other side of the stage, the figures of the 4 members of the Girls' Generation slowly appeared. Lu Yifei and Lu Shishi stood in the center, Tang Yan was on their left, and Yang Mi was on the right. The 4 girls wore carefully selected gorgeous dresses tonight, and the image created by the team's professional stylists shone brightly in the spotlight. Whether in terms of appearance and temperament, or singing skills, Lu Yifei and the other performers on the same stage clearly surpassed other performers. But this was not surprising. After all, Girls' Generation is now the most popular top female singing group in China. Such superior performance is expected. After the first chorus of Girls' Generation completed the singing, they moved to the center of the stage and sang together with the Qing and the other 2 female hosts. The 6 people performed the theme song of Happy East together, and the wonderful performance won warm applause from the audience. After the performance, Girls' Generation then sang his representative work Invisible Wings. Afterwards, they gave a brief interview and read some comments from off-site fans. It has to be said that after this period of intensive publicity and frequent appearance, their singing skills are at least on at heard better than at the beginning of the year. Du Sheng was not surprised by this. After all, improving singing skills is inseparable from perseverance practice. Since he intervened, the growth trajectory of the 4 girls has changed significantly. In particular, Du Sheng eliminated crude or full of flaws for them, increased the proportion of idle combinations, and made them become the existence of people's beautiful and 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 PEO. Today, the hosting status of Qing is very good, and the recording process of the entire program was very smooth. When she saw the director slap her eyes, she understood that the 2 finalists were about to appear. When she mentioned that Du Sheng was about to take the stage, the audience burst into uniform cheers. Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng. Even if the crowds coming and going around are not close, they can clearly hear these enthusiastic shouts, and they can intuitively feel Du Sheng's popularity. As Du Sheng walked out of the backstage, the lights focused on him. Stand upright, handsome facial features, outstanding temperament. For a moment, many screams turned into excitement screams. Lu Yifei, who returned to the backstage, also looked at her with no blink, without any concealing her appreciation. The fans in the audience were even more activated, and their screams were endless. Du Sheng stood in front of the stage and waved his hand, waiting for the prelude to end, and picked up the microphone to sing. His expression was melancholy and affectionate, as if he was murmuring the poems of love and destiny. Time is rare to be silent, the autumn wind is tired of wandering. After singing here, Du Sheng leaned back slightly, looking up at the sky, as if challenging his unknowable fate. After the song, people disperse, their hair is grey and their hair is grey, and their beauty is dead. The candle was not awakened, and the sun was competing for the brightness, and it was only thin. As the song gradually reached its climax, Du Sheng leaned over and lowered his head, the volume gradually weakened, but the breath became more stable, as if he was completely immersed in the emotions of the song. The live singing was extremely shocking, and the effect was unparalleled. After watching Du Sheng's wonderful performance, Lu Shishi, Tang Yan and others were all impressed and felt a little ashamed. However, they also knew the gap between the two sides and quickly recovered. They first stood up and gave warm applause. For Lu Yifei, the song Xiao Ao Sai brought her deep memories. Recalling the scene when Du Sheng bravely rescued each other when filming the Tang dynasty and Fan Ou was attacked by wild boars in the Red Leaf Forest. The audience was also deeply engraved and affected. Many people stood up excitedly and clapped their hands. The four girls of Girls' Generation have always been Du Sheng's support, so naturally they will not miss such moments. For a moment, there was constant applause. The live broadcast screen captures these enthusiastic scenes, especially the excited expressions of the four beautiful girls, which makes the audience in front of the TV smile. After a conclusion from Ching Ching, the recording of Happy East ended successfully. Du Sheng greeted the program team, greeted Sun Bin specifically, and then left the scene. He agreed to take a few girls to go shopping, have dinner, and watch the show in the evening, but he couldn't break the appointment. "Have you finished removing your makeup? Let's go while it's still dark." Lu Yifei and the other four left the dressing room and couldn't wait to say, "Of course, we've been waiting for it." Du Sheng asked Wang Yeyang to drive over, and the group went to the parking lot first. After getting on the car, Yang Mi took the initiative to propose. "Brother Sheng, let's sit in the back seat and discuss where to go for a while." Du Sheng agreed happily and squeezed into the back seat of the car with them. Lu Shishi sat next to him and praised. "Brother Sheng, the Xiao Ao Sai you just sang is so beautiful." "That's right, when my cousin appeared, I almost amazed me." Along the way, several girls were chirping, as happy as larks. They are mainly responsible for chatting and sharing some interesting stories about their recent promotion. Du Sheng kept smiling and acted as a patient listener. As time goes by, he finds that he likes to listen to them more and more. Especially Lu Yifei, the girl became more and more excited and her voice became clearer and pleasant. When the car stopped, she said unsatisfiedly, "I always thought that cousin, you are not only good at acting, beautiful singing and agile, but also we can catch up with other aspects. I didn't expect you to become affectionate," and even the aunties in the audience burst into tears. The other girls agreed deeply. In addition to being handsome, their ideal partner is mainly due to being able to communicate with each other. And Du Sheng is in perfect harmony in all aspects. Even though I take the time to spend my time shopping with them. This point alone is much better than many people who say one thing and do another. Du Sheng. He didn't say anything, just listened to the girls nagging, but unexpectedly there was a buff bonus. It was less than 7 o'clock at this time, but the nearby night market had already begun to become lively. Du Sheng took a few girls who were disguised and wandered among these small stalls. They do not have too high requirements for material enjoyment and are easily satisfied. Du Sheng bought each of them some affordable accessories, and the girls giggled with joy. Lu Shishi and Yang Mi even wore these bracelets, earrings, and necklaces on their bodies. Even street stalls, they wear unique styles. Du Sheng smiled and said, "If I were a jewelry seller, I would definitely not ask you to endorse it." Lu Yifei and the other four are like curious babies. "Why?" Du Sheng explained. "Because it is hard to give up on your natural beauty, people often only notice your beauty and ignore the jewelry itself." Although this is a joke, the girls' cheeks were slightly red and their eyes were filled with joy. Lu Yifei looked at Du Sheng expectantly and asked seriously, "Is this the truth of my cousin?" Du Sheng's words were sincere and said with a smile, "Of course, some people are beautiful and charming even if they are thick-clothed and linen. This is how you exist." After hearing this, Lu Shishi and Tang Yan felt happy and took the initiative to take Du Sheng's hand among the crowd. There is a fish egg stall in front of you. Let's go and have something to eat first. Du Sheng felt the soft little hands of the two girls and smiled. Then let's go and fill your stomach first. When Lu Yifei heard about food, her eyes lit up and she was very excited to lead the way. A simple snack made everyone enjoy a delicious meal. Then, we walked out of the night market together and strolled happily. At this time, Tang Yan turned around and asked, "Brother Sheng, don't you attend tomorrow's opening ceremony? I don't have your name on the performance list the day after tomorrow." Du Sheng shook his head and said, "Due to time constraints, I only attended the award ceremony. Moreover, attending the opening ceremony and singing on stage has little added to my popularity, so there is no need to go there. This is the truth. Moreover, this time the organizer invited many well-known singers, and even a few from Kimchi country. There are no shortage of artists. Of course, for girls' generation, it is still a rare big stage to appear." After that night, Du Sheng and Lu Yifei and the other four separated briefly. Girls' generation will perform at the Golden Eagle Awards Gala the day after tomorrow, and they will attend the rehearsal. Du Sheng wants to go back to the headquarters, because Quick Payment has carried out in-depth cooperation with online platforms such as Baidu, Netcom, Shanda Games, and Number 9 City, and he needs to attend. From then on, there will be a new Kung Fu shop product to be launched and he will have to take 2 sets of promotional photos. 2 days later, the award ceremony of the 22nd Golden Eagle TV Art Festival kicked off at the Changsha Convention and Exhibition Center. Du Sheng was not with the members of the girls' generation. Because as performing guests, they need to appear earlier. And Du Sheng's appearance the field order is late. He originally planned to walk the red carpet alone, but yesterday he learned that Lu Tao also had a short-listed work, so he decided to go with him. In this TV festival, he was awarded the Most Popular Actor Award for the audience's favorite male actors with the 2 dramas The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Sword of the Immortal One. Lu Tao's outstanding performance in playing the role of concubine Jing in The Young Emperor has earned her the nomination for the Most Popular Actress among the audience. Because this award will be awarded to 5 actresses, she still has a certain chance of winning the award. So Lu Tao was in a good mood. Tonight, I wore a purple off-shoulder evening dress and red slim heels, which made me look graceful and charming. She is worthy of being the concubine Jing who left a deep impression on the audience. Especially thanks to Du Sheng's yin and yang transposition skill, his skin has turned much whiter and he is also much more confident. When she stood beside Du Sheng, the latter could still see the roundness from a high place. It is neither high nor low, the curves are undulating, and it has a unique charm. Lu Tao noticed the man's gaze, gave him a graceful look, and said, "I thought you were surrounded by beautiful women and couldn't be more happy." Her words were a bit resentful. Because Du Sheng was busy filming in Xiangjiang before, the two sides had not met for a month. It's just that she was used to big fish and meat, and it was difficult for her to change to vegetarian food. The most important thing is that she is currently named in Qianjiao Company, which makes the two parties somewhat isolated. Du Sheng smiled without caring about it. "You should know my temperament and not change my mind. And it has been more than 2 years since we knew the first drama now, right?" Lu Tao smiled happily when he heard Du Sheng mention this. "Obviously, I recalled the scene when I first met during the audition for The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This is also the best chance encounter she thinks in her life. 2 years and 3 months have passed without realizing it, but there is one thing you have not changed," Lu Tao said with a smile. "That's when you are surrounded by beauties, you will be short of wherever you go." Du Sheng couldn't help laughing. Maybe it was because the scene was too funny when we first met. So much so that from then on, every time he had a private conversation, he would let the girl around him play the role of a chance encounter. "Let's go, beautiful concubine Jing, it's my honor to be able to walk the red carpet with you." Lu Tao naturally held Du Sheng's arm, and the two of them walked on the red carpet very well. As soon as he showed up, cheers and screams suddenly echoed by the audience on both sides. Seeing that the fans were enthusiastic, Lu Tao whispered as he walked. Thanks to you this time, I feel so popular. Although she was rated as the new front line, her status is not stable, and her popularity and accumulation are not enough, so she is considered a fake front line. When attending events, it is indeed not as crazy as welcoming tonight. Then you have to cherish it, this road is not long. The two of them stayed halfway for a while. Du Sheng gently hugged Lu Tao's slender waist and made a few friendly postures for the reporter to take pictures. Lu Tao said with a smile. I have deliberately walked slowly, but I didn't expect that I could cooperate so perfectly when taking pictures. That's nature. Du Sheng let Lu Tao take her arms and walked into the venue. You, Azu, used to be my god sister. It's a pity that I did it, and I can only be this kind of identity. Lu Tao is also able to make jokes, and he doesn't change his face when he rushes. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way and came to the front seats of the venue. Du Sheng was about to go to the seating area of the male artists, but Lu Tao walked to the other side. Wang Yulun, who was shortlisted for the Best Director Award for a short film for a record short film, saw this and joked. Mr. Du, seeing you smiling, did you meet something? The next to him, David Tong, said with a gossip. Lu Tao and brother Sheng have had a scandal, what do you think? Du Sheng smiled and said as if nothing had happened. There are many scandals with me. If this algorithm is like this, wouldn't it be guaranteed to exceed 100? After hearing this, Wang Yulun laughed and joked. When we talk about this, we are indeed ashamed of ourselves. After all, who in the entire circle can be as fearless as you? Du Sheng smiled faintly and responded concisely. Let it go with the flow and you will see the truth. Wang Yulun was speechless when he heard this. Because if he dares to do this, he will be afraid that he will be hung up and beaten by his girlfriend every minute. David Tong was a little curious and couldn't help asking. Brother Sheng, you can't be so happy because of the news of winning the internal award. He was also shortlisted for the Favorite Actor Award for Jade Guanyin. If Du Sheng is determined here, it means that the remaining competition will be greater. Du Sheng patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Who knows about winning the award? And I don't care much, I'll do it step by step. Seeing that he was so calm, Wang Yulun said confidently. You won 100% of the prize. I have to say that your popularity is really amazing now, and your popularity is even more exaggerated than the Four Little Kings. Yesterday, Yangtze 3 announced the ratings of the first episode of Happy Oriental Tour, and the online discussion was very popular. In order to build Happy Oriental Tour into a brand program, Yangtze 3 has disclosed the ratings data and promoted it on various channels. The average viewership rate of the first episode of Happy East was 7.5%, but the highest viewership soared to 10.8%. That's right, it was when Du Sheng appeared and sang Xiao Ao Sai. Such a sharp increase has amazed many people in the circle. You should know that Happy East is just a replacement for the eliminated work, and its impact itself is not particularly huge. According to the previous programs of Yangtze Channel 3, the ratings usually fluctuate between 5%. But the average viewership rate in the first issue reached 7.5%, and the instantaneous viewership rate was as high as 10.8%, exceeding everyone's expectations. The most obvious reason is that Du Sheng and Girls' Generation were invited as guests. Especially Du Sheng, because all the ratings peaks are related to him. This also proves Du Sheng's powerful star effect from the side. Many programs are even crazy about inviting him, intending to use this to provide a foundation for the program. Chapter 520 Being a Pair. And Wang Yulun's determination is indeed somewhat reasonable. At this award ceremony, Du Sheng won 2 awards, the most popular male actor and the most popular male actor in the TV series. To change fans, this is considered to be awarded the title of Golden Eagle Video Emperor. It is a bit regrettable that Lu Yifei won the most popular and most beloved nomination for her role as Zhao Linger, but ultimately failed to win the award. The award for the most popular actress was awarded to Sun Li, and the most popular actress was won by 5 actresses including Lu Tao. Sun Li only starred in a TV series for the first time last year, and she won the award. On the other hand, Lu Yifei, who started filming 2 years ago, had some expectations for the award at the beginning, but now she is inevitably a little disappointed. After the award ceremony, on the way back to the hotel, Du Sheng smiled and patted her arm, comforting her. At least you have won the international award, you are more relaxed. In the Seoul International TV Festival, which was announced not long ago, Du Sheng and Lu Yifei won the Best Actor and Best Actress respectively for Li Xiaoao and Zhao Linger in The Legend of Sword. The Seoul International TV Festival is a TV festival jointly organized by TV stations such as KBS, MBC, SBS, and other TV stations. It is one of the most influential international TV program exchange activities in Asia. To compare, the Golden Eagle Award is a bit too bad to watch in front of it. Seeing this, Tang Yan next to him said, "Brother Sheng has won the King of Fighting, the Emperor of Video, and the Emperor of Film. He also has 2 awards in music, Golden Bell and Golden Song, which is indeed enviable. But we can't compare with him, this is a monster that has not been released for 10 years. Speaking of which, I, Shi, and Xiaomi have never even touched the awards, so I am still happy." Lu Yifei heard the safety of her good sisters and shook her head and smiled. "Forget it, I'm just a little disappointed, I don't have to win the prize." And Sister Hua said before that in order to win an award, in addition to outstanding acting skills, I also have to keep up with my connections, so I am too lazy to bother with such a thing. Du Sheng heard that she was a little unwilling and said with a smile, "If it doesn't work, there will be next time. Our star media still has influence, so it's not difficult to take care of 1 or 2. According to your progress, next year's Fanfiction Award, Magnolia Award, and even Beiwa and Huabiao are all possible." Du Sheng has the ability to bring people into the play, and Tong Lia, Gao Yuan, who had not had many acting skills before, can perform well. This is a proof that it is possible. Besides, Lu Yifei's acting skills have always been online. Although Lu Yifei is average in talent, she works very hard and her acting bottom line is guaranteed, but she just fails to reach the ceiling. But with the help of Du Sheng, it is not difficult to continue to be promoted. Feeling the care of the people around you, Lu Yifei became clear. She did not continue to talk about the movie, but snuggled tightly beside Du Sheng, whispering with a red face, "I like singing and filming, but I like playing the flute more. Cousin, you haven't taught me to play for a long time." The girls who had not spoken before interrupted at this time, and their beautiful eyes lit up. "We must learn too." Du Sheng. After the Golden Eagle Festival trip, Du Sheng took the girls of Girls' Generation to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. On the flight back, everyone's topics gradually turned to other areas. The originally monotonous and boring flight time became vivid and interesting because of the company of 4 young and energetic girls. When the plane landed smoothly at Ningbo Airport, the company's special car had already been waiting here. Sitting in the back seat, Lu Shishi casually flipped through the magazines in the car and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, there will be reports so soon." Yang Mi then took out her mobile phone, opened the application of Metropolitan Entertainment News and browsed the latest news about Du Sheng. The more she looked, the happier she felt, and the smile on her face became brighter. Notice the smiles of Lu Shishi and Yang Mi, Lu Yifei couldn't help but look closer. After seeing the text on the screen, she was also overjoyed and couldn't help reading it. Du Sheng is undoubtedly the leader of the younger generation with 3 titles, namely the King of Fighting, the Emperor of Video and the Emperor of Movie. The 22nd Golden Eagle TV Art Festival has come to a successful conclusion, and the Metropolitan Entertainment News broadcasts the award ceremony live. Du Sheng won 2 major awards in one fell swoop and became the new Golden Eagle King. Not long ago, he won the Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Film Festival, and now he won the prize again. Whether in terms of popularity or honor, Du Sheng has a leading position among the actors of the same age, and deserves it. When Lu Yifei finished reading this passage, Yang Mi said excitedly. This is not the most exciting part, you should take a look at the gossip of netizens. Lu Yifei's curiosity also came to her, because she was very enjoy reading the words that praise Du Sheng. Is Du Sheng just the leader of the younger generation? I think he may be the best star in the whole East, and he is even the best in Asia. Some fans are too confident, right? 4 big stars like Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, and Zhou Runfa, can Du Sheng surpass them? Can't you surpass it? Then, what about the UFC middleweight first person, what do you think is valuable? It can be foreseeable that Du Sheng will soon become the new generation of kings. Although Du Sheng's achievements are not comparable to those of Cheng Long and others, the main ones who express their opinions on the internet are young people, many of whom are loyal fans of Du Sheng. Therefore, most of the comments are supportive voices for Du Sheng. This made Lu Yifei and Yang Mi very happy. The 4 members of Girls' Generation seemed to empathize with these enthusiastic support remarks. Lu Shishi even occasionally comments on comments. In her opinion, those exaggerated praises were all appropriate evaluations. And those compliments that were not enthusiastic enough were regarded by her as signs of not loyal enough. For Du Sheng, the number of awards won too many times did not bring him too much feeling. But for the girls in Girls' Generation, it was extremely joyful. Especially when Lu Yifei read the relevant comments, she smiled very happily. At that moment, I seemed to have forgotten the feeling of losing my lack of winning the award. For her, anyone who wins the award is worth celebrating. What is even more gratifying is that they still have a balance to earn next. Star Media's financial situation is settled every quarter, and now it is the end of the quarter, which means it is the harvest season again. Therefore, the business car did not drive directly to their residence, but went straight to the headquarters building. As soon as he arrived at the company, Lu Yifei couldn't wait to find Yezi, and was a little excited. Sister Ji, is our bill released? Yezi smiled and said to Du Sheng. Look at what you squeezed Zixi into. I'm so happy for a small amount of money. Haha, it's nothing to do with me. Who made her spend money so much that she even had pocket money was confiscated by her mother? Du Sheng shrugged, gloating. Zixi, don't forget, money cannot be obtained from you, you can only look at the numbers. When Lu Yifei heard this, she pretended to be pitiful. You are the big boss, is this considered to be a squeezing employee? Yesi responded with a smile. Don't, it's still possible who is the real boss. The company is your cousin's hard work. You may have your share in the future. I am more like a poor employee. She was right, after all, the whole company was the busiest, so it was probably only her and Zhong Zhen. Seeing that Lu Yifei's face turned red and became slouched, Yezi looked at Lu Shishi with a funny look. Shi, please take them to settle the account. Your new special sales exceeded 1.5 million, and although only part of it was paid, the overall revenue was quite large. In addition to the new album, girls earned a lot of money before filming, advertising endorsements, etc. In addition, due to the need to promote albums, they participated in many commercial performances and activities, which was also an invisible investment. With the popularity of album sales, their popularity has reached a new level, and there are several new endorsements. Although Du Sheng once instructed Wang Jinhua and Lu Zili to control the number of endorsements and commercial performances, their income is still considerable. Judging from the income of the company's artists alone, the revenue generated by Girls' Generation is second only to Du Sheng, Fan Ou, and others. Although Tang Yan and Yang Mi are not short of money, being able to watch the numbers soar to make money is still one of the most basic happiness for people. Lu Shishi is even more expert in this area, good at saving and investing. The 4 girls smiled and made a fuss, happily going to the side, preparing to compete with who created higher returns. Du Sheng and Yezi discussed matters related to Miracle Cinema. At present, 36 of the 78 theaters prepared by the company have already achieved positive returns. 29 companies can basically bear their own profits and losses, while the other 13 companies still need blood transfusions or subsidies at their headquarters. This situation is not uncommon. The current domestic theatre market is performing mediocre overall, and most of its box office revenue is concentrated in more developed coastal cities. In addition, it will take some time for newly opened cinemas to promote them, and the income situation will improve over time. Yezi handed Du Sheng a list of movie screenings for this year's National Day schedule. Even from Du Sheng's forward-looking perspective, there are not many recommended video choices. Because there are not many high-quality videos available. The most popular movie is New Police Story starring Cheng Long, and the choices of other movies are not much different. After reading this National Day schedule, Du Sheng approved it without hesitation. After talking about theater affairs, Du Sheng added, "Quick Payment is developing an online payment function for cinemas. I have to trouble Xiao Yizi to follow up and make sure." Yesi nodded to express her understanding, and asked in surprise. "Quick Payment has also established a new subsidiary, what does Sister Zhen say?" Quick Payment has only been established for a few months, and she feels like this is the progress of the company a little fast. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said, "For future strategic development, we must be independent. I communicated with her before development. After independence, it is no longer limited to its own platform transaction payment. It can expand business to more online platforms, offline merchants, and other various transaction scenarios, and can also avoid risks and financial supervision. Moreover, Sister Zhen has been busy with Renren's financing and Miracle Cinema expansion recently, so she probably doesn't have much energy to take into account these things. If you don't understand anything, you can contact me then." Yesi understood what Du Sheng meant, and after thinking for a moment, she replied, "Don't worry, I will follow up on this matter and avoid transaction risks as soon as possible, and regulate the subsequent financial management, loan, and other financial businesses." Yesi is indeed a caring little baby, and she always does her best to solve the company's trivial matters for Du Sheng. Therefore, Du Sheng doesn't feel pity tonight, and he must give her all his strength to give her some good guidance. Early that morning, Zhu Juliang informed Du Sheng and Girls' Generation to take pre-made makeup photos. Since Lu Zili has not come back yet, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi and the others have returned to school and will not be able to return tomorrow. Considering that he wanted to cooperate with Zhang's hit song's hype and publicity, Du Sheng simply took over Qian first. After finishing the makeup, the two took 2 sets of makeup photos. Director Zhu Juliang admired and sighed after seeing the photos. "You two are really born together." Zixi smiled with her lips, feeling warm. Looking at Du Sheng's handsome appearance after wearing ancient costume, her love in her heart was even more repressed. "Zixian, what kind of crazy expression are you? Bad cousin, you are just a slut. Did you want to me just now?" Du Sheng joked deliberately, but unexpectedly Qian blushed. Seeing this, he was bored and thoughtful, so he just teased the little girl. "What's the black spot on your cheek?" Lu Yifei subconsciously stretched out her hand. "It won't be popcorn, I'll have it in the morning." "Don't move, turn your head and I'll take it down for you," Du Sheng said with a smile. "No. You must be trying to trick me, right? This little girl isn't cute anymore? What's the point of pranking you? It's better to play the show while you have time, right?" Lu Yifei gave him a blank look and snorted. "Cousin, you have changed. I used to be a prank and I was thinking of a way to take advantage of it, but now I am indifferent." "Du Sheng. What does this little girl mean? Is it because I disliked myself for not taking advantage of her? How about this, let's talk about a different drama." He is guiding Sissy to explore a new experience in the boat. "Miss Long, you are tempting me to commit a crime." Lu Yifei looked proudly at the yins hyping in front of her as if she was involved in the show. "Come on, I'm not afraid. Anyway, you, a fake Taoist priest, dare not. Isn't Xilongnu aloof and uninhibited worldly affairs? This line, this tone is wrong. Du Sheng suddenly had the urge to ravage her. I'm really disagreeing. If it weren't for Zixie's young age, she would have understood what was causing trouble tonight. Miss Long, you don't want your mother to know about what happened today, right? Du Sheng looked around and confirmed that no one was paying attention and there was no monitoring equipment in the room, so he locked the door. Lu Yifei suddenly felt that the atmosphere changed a little and her waist was hugged. She realized something, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. But he did not avoid it, but instead opened his red lips slightly and raised his little head. Seeing that Qingzi looked shy and wanted to greet her, Du Sheng couldn't help but pick her up gently. Lu Yifei's heart was sweet, and her beautiful eyes were still filled with hope. At this time, there is no need to say anything more, direct action is the best proof. Du Sheng chuckled and hugged Qinqian's delicate body, and glanced at her earlobe. It also takes time to get into the role, which can make her more in a state. Sure enough, after being kissed, Lu Yifei closed her eyes and her hands naturally wrapped around Du Sheng's neck. But not long after, Zixie burst into laughter. Cousin, your ancient costume collar is too high, it's tied to me. But after saying that, this girl felt it was troublesome and simply did it herself, and Du Sheng became passive. Although her movements are clumsy and she just stops with a brief taste, it shows that she is very enterprising. After taking the last set at noon, Zhu Zhuoliang sent the photo to Zhang's hit song. The latter called an assistant, then posted the selected makeup photos and sent them to major media. Then, he invited reporters from Xinlu and other platforms to shoot a series of promotional videos. When Zhang's hit song was filming a TV series, he had a routine of preheating marketing. That is, a comprehensive publicity campaign will be started 1 or 2 months before the start of the operation. In this way, by the time the TV series is officially completed, the audience has already understood it and is waiting for it to be broadcast with full expectations. Of course, such publicity strategies are usually only applicable to works with high popularity. For example, Swordsman, Qianlong, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, otherwise it will be counterproductive. This time, Du Sheng joined The Legend of Condor Heroes, and Zhang's hit song would not miss the opportunity to promote it and created it online early. Momentum. The effect is also obvious. By showing off the casting of the little dragon girl in the play and the joining of the 4 beauties of the fairy sword, the popularity of The Legend of Condor Heroes has been successfully pushed to a new high. After everyone discussed it, it is natural that it is necessary to compare it with the classic version of Gushan Le and Li Ruo. The results were unexpectedly consistent. Many people think Du Sheng is not inferior to Gushan Le in terms of handsomeness. The slightly rebellious character he played in Infernal Affairs is quite consistent with Yang Guo's personality setting. However, some people still have doubts about whether Lu Yifei can perfectly interpret Zai Longnu. After all, the image created by Li Ruotong is too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Because of these sounds, Du Sheng occasionally comforted Qian like in the morning to help her get rid of psychological pressure. The work on the makeup photo is basically completed, just wait for the computer to be turned on. Zixie sat in the passenger seat, stretched her body and relaxed. She was wearing a slightly shorter piece of clothing today, and as she stretched, her clothes moved upwards. Du Sheng noticed this and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This girl didn't know it, but instead lay on her back on the seat, stretching her legs comfortably. After most of the busy day, she was indeed a little tired. But there are so many people along the way, at least pay attention to your image. Cousin, I'm so tired today. You have to give me a scattered yukamiya later. Although Lu Yifei noticed Du Sheng's strange gaze, she didn't care at all, but instead turned her body lazily. Her knee-length skirt could no longer cover her calves, revealing her fair and smooth long legs. The pure and girlish feeling full of vitality is quite eye-catching. If outsiders saw this, they would think they were doing something that was not suitable for children. Then you rest for a while, and I will wake you up when you get to the place. Du Sheng withdrew his gaze and covered a coat. Only then did Zixi wake up and said shyly. No, you are going to Xiangzhong tomorrow. Du Sheng smiled. Then cover it with your clothes, otherwise you will be full of rumors when you are photographed by paparazzi. Haha, I don't, it's better to have a scandal. While talking, Lu Yifei was naughty and came to him to breathe. He also posed in a charming position that he could pick. If it weren't for driving the car, Du Sheng's high and low made this girl understand what a tiger's butt is incomprehensible. Hey, are you cousin shy? You didn't react at all. Lu Yifei became more and more excited as she spoke, and she was still smiling and teasing her. Chapter 521 Wang Qianjin. Shame. Du Sheng was speechless. This little girl had learned bad things and dared to joke with herself like this. I really have never tasted being beaten. Yes, I'm sorry. Zixi smiled proudly. Very good. I remember, when you pay off your debts in the future. Haha, I'm not afraid. Anyway, you can't do anything to me now. When you become an adult, it's not far away. My cousin will let you see what real strength means. If Lu Zili hadn't called the girl back, Du Sheng has to perform a fancy job for her. But the anger was aroused and I could not get it out anyway. That night, after a busy life, I had a little time to go through, and someone who hit it off appeared. Wansheng Street, Mickey Restaurant. There are both magnificent crystal chandeliers and traditional oriental ebony lacquerware screens. The integration of Eastern and Western cultures is fully demonstrated here. The luxurious decorations in the restaurant, from exquisite goblets to glittering silver tableware, to red wine against the candlelight, every detail is very stylish. However, none of this seems to attract the attention of the public. A beautiful woman wearing a red off-shoulder dress with fair skin and a bright smile walked slowly. Tong Lia's arrival changed the atmosphere of the entire restaurant slightly. Many people's eyes followed her pace and turned to the reserved private room. They had both curiosity and a little envy and jealousy in their eyes. I don't know which king it was, but I was lucky enough to have an appointment with such a beautiful woman. Tong Lia didn't care about outsiders and smiled into the private room. Lia, I haven't seen each other for a while, and I'm getting more and more beautiful. Du Sheng sincerely praised. Although some people think that Tong Lia's face looks a little slender, in fact, her beauty cannot be fully displayed in front of the camera. This has been admitted by several well-known directors in their previous lives, including Zheng Li, a class beautiful in the 96th grade of the Central Academy of Drama. They are all the types of real people who are more beautiful than photos. Even if other aspects of Tong Lia can be questioned, no one can deny her beauty. Especially after Du Sheng taught her, not only did her skin become fair, but her temperament changed a lot. I am also much more confident. She is currently known as the most exotic beauty and one of the most beautiful actresses in the Central Academy of Drama. She deserves her reputation. Faced with Du Sheng's praise, Tong Lia's face was filled with a satisfied smile. After sitting down, she said in a hint of coquettish tone, "If I don't dress up carefully, I'm really afraid that you will be forgotten by Brother Sheng." Since the filming of The Kiss of a Prank, the two have rarely met. Tong Lia originally thought that Du Sheng would contact her again soon with her past relationship and her own beauty. I never expected that I would wait for a month. This made her charm a little leisure doubtful. Although Tong Lia thinks that this is the reason Du Sheng is filming, she doesn't want to be too proactive, so as not to lose her reserve. Unexpectedly, after waiting around, the other party was still busy even after returning to the mainland. She bit her teeth and decided to take action. It just so happened that the other party came back last night, and this was the right time. Du Sheng smiled a little apologetically. It's all my fault. I'm so busy lately. I'm really sorry. Once you come back, you not only have to deal with the company's affairs, but also prepare for a tour. In addition to filming and music creation, there was almost no stop. Du Sheng understood that Tong Lia didn't mind whether she was really free. What she cared more about was whether she was sincere and whether she valued the relationship. Sure enough, when Tong Lia heard Du Sheng's words, she smiled gently. Brother Sheng, you are developing everywhere, it's right to be busy. Deep down, she added another sentence, if you don't have popularity and career, what's the use of no matter how good you look? For Tong Lia, the criteria for choosing a partner are first and foremost to help herself. Du Sheng, who excavated her with one hand, is undoubtedly the best among them. Brother Sheng, you are not only young and handsome, but also talented. There must be many excellent women around you. I am just a little worried that you will turn your head and forget me. Of course not, Lia, your position in my heart is irreplaceable. Anyway, there are only two people here, and Du Sheng is not stingy to express his appreciation. After hearing this, Tong Lia smiled like spring flowers blooming, making the entire private room much brighter. At this time, the waiter began to serve the dishes. But it is an authentic French delicacy, with an extremely romantic atmosphere. The two raised their glasses and touched them gently. Tong Lia sipped a sip of red wine, and then asked, Brother Sheng, I heard that the company is planning to shoot a new drama. Is it true? Du Sheng nodded and confirmed. Yes, this is a project that our Star Media is about to launch, and the drama is called The Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer. Speaking of this, he looked at the woman thoughtfully. Are you interested in this drama? This is a big production jointly created by our company and Yangtze. How could I not be interested? When Tong Lia saw the man proactively, she said with a little excitement. I just worried that I was not qualified, so I didn't rashly propose an audition. In fact, since Du Sheng's enlightenment, Tong was quite ambitious at this time. It's a pity that she didn't get much quality resources. On the one hand, it is because her acting skills still need to be tempered. On the other hand, the drama she starred in has not been aired yet and her reputation is limited. Du Sheng saw that Tong Lia was still a little concerned about his neglect for some time before, and couldn't help but smile. However, he has always been very patient and tolerant of beauty. Lia, you know, this drama was invested by Yangtze. They have a certain say in casting, so I didn't interfere too much. In fact, the script of this drama is provided by Du Sheng, and Interstellar Media accounts for 60% of the investment share. The reason why Yang Shi came in was that in addition to director Do of Yang Shi 1, who was optimistic about the preparations, it was to expand and consolidate the broadcast channels. After all, in this era, Yangtze is still the only one. In addition, the original director of the play is still working for Yangtze. In order to ensure the authenticity of the work, cooperation between the two parties is indispensable. Although Yangtze will send producers and producers like many investors, the specific voice is a matter of opinion. A hint of loss flashed across Tong Lia's face. It turns out that I'm thinking too much. No wonder the male lead is looking for a national first-class actor to play. The main reason is that the male protagonist in this drama is very good at acting, and most people probably can't control it. Du Sheng smiled and clinked glasses with her, and explained. But if you really want to, I can help you get an audition. To be honest, the most suitable costume drama for this girl in front of me is. In her previous life, several costume dramas she starred in have impressive classical temperament and beauty. The reason for this is mainly because her facial features are beautiful, suitable for heavy makeup, and her graceful figure and elegant dance posture are a plus in ancient costumes. Coincidentally, the Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer knew it was a costume drama. Tong Lia's beautiful eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Sheng. Her sweet smile and her coquettish voice were not inconsistent, and she was obviously well versed in the psychology of men. Looking at Tong Lia's beautiful face, Du Sheng felt a little throbbing in his heart and adjusted his sitting posture. After a few gentle words, Tong Lia's beautiful eyes shone with little stars, and she said with a little respect. Brother Sheng, I really admire you very much. Whether it is boxing, singing and acting, or running a company, you can be the top. I saw the newspaper saying that you are going to compete with the daughter of Wang He for the Phoenix TV project recently, which is so amazing. Du Sheng just smiled. Because the reports on Phoenix TV were put on the shelves have long been spreading. It was not surprising that Tong Lia and others learned about this. After all, these news are likely to be deliberately released by Star Media. The purpose is nothing more than finding a few more next companies. Now it seems that Jerry Murdoch's move has some effect. For example, the general manager of the Letter to Wang Qianjin wants to enter the game. Although their He family has an Ao Kang TV station, it cannot radiate to the mainland. This Phoenix TV looks quite suitable. In addition, the Zhang family, another of the 10 major families in Xiangjiang, and digital communication, one of the 4 major telecommunications companies in Xiangjiang, also have some ideas. Du Sheng just smiled at this. He is not afraid of competition and welcomes competition. Anyway, the current situation of Phoenix TV is there, and outsiders cannot be forward-looking. Furthermore, proper competition can make the stock price more fluctuating. However, these things are not suitable to be disclosed to the public. Du Sheng shook her a glass of wine and said with a smile. It is necessary to expand broadcast channels to a certain extent. I didn't expect to have an intersection with the King of Kings, which is really unexpected. Brother Sheng, you and Wang Qianjin both like Phoenix TV, which shows that this opportunity should be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tong Lia smiled and praised her. As a member of Star Media, if the company had an additional TV station closely related to artists, she would naturally agree with it. In fact, the reason why she actively invited Du Sheng today was that in addition to relieving her lovesickness, she often saw enthusiastic reports on competing with Phoenix TV projects recently. Some authoritative media even conducted a detailed analysis of Du Sheng's assets and gave a valuation of 2 billion yuan. Interstellar Media's recent performance has been extremely outstanding, which has indirectly pushed up the valuation of his personal assets. When Tong Lia saw these reports, she felt like a deer bumping into her heart. When she first met Du Sheng, the other party had only a few hundred million assets. Unexpectedly, it doubled more than once in just a few months. She is naturally very happy to be such a capable, handsome, and rich young handsome. I was afraid that if I delayed it any longer, I would be completely forgotten by the other party. I didn't expect that, Lia. You still care about the development of the company. Du Sheng joked. Tong Lia stroked her hair and said with a smile. No, I'm just bored and have the habit of reading economics and current affairs news. Moreover, I considered applying for a commercial university during the college entrance examination, but because of my interest, I finally chose to join the entertainment industry. Tong Lia doesn't mind showing her knowledge in front of a man. It can also be regarded as a way to show that you are not only an artist, but also a right-hand assistant. Du Sheng sighed. That's it. I thought, Lia, you were planning to share the work pressure for me. It seems that I was overthinking. Tong Lia's expression was a little stunned for a moment, and she couldn't help but explain. Brother Sheng, of course I want to help you, otherwise why would you keep paying attention to your movements during this period? After saying that, she realized whether she was a little unrestrained. Du Sheng didn't care about these things, and seemed to be smiling. Is that true? Why are you following me so much? Tong Lia's mind quickly turned and she replied with a smile. Of course it's because. Brother Sheng, you. She suddenly found that Du Sheng was looking at her with a smile, and her cheeks turned red and she said coquettishly. Brother Sheng, you are so bad. Come and make fun of me again. Haha, I can't help it. After saying that, he raised his glass again and clinked with Myron Tong. In the affectionate music, the red wine shines in the glass, making the beauty's pretty face even more charming. In the following time, perhaps because of the effect of alcohol, the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Tong Lia no longer hides her desire, stretches out her hand to wrap her neck, pulling her head closer to her chest. After breaking the window paper, she had been in the window for a long time. As the first man, Du Sheng was even more obsessed within her heart. The next morning, the sun was already high. A trace of light shone through the gaps in the curtains and shone on Tong Lia's slightly trembling eyelashes. The sunlight spread on her fair skin, making her beautiful face even more moving in the interweaving light and shadow. Tong Lia woke up in a daze and saw that she was still buried in her generous arms. Her cheeks couldn't help but feel a flush. Recalling the experience of being tossed last night, even her voice became hoarse, and her heart was throbbing. Suddenly, Tong Lia felt something strange and struggled a little shocked. "Brother Sheng, don't! I'm still a little uncomfortable now." Du Sheng kissed her cheek gently and said with a teasing voice, "Little baby, that's not what you said last night, and you'd better do it first." Seeing that she blushed, he did not move further. After all, people will have both hearts and will take longer to come. "Brother Sheng, you are so awesome." Tong Lia was in Du Sheng's arms, and her slender hands were spinning on his chest, with a little tenderness. Du Sheng chuckled and talked with her about some relaxed topics. After a while, Tong Lia asked, "Brother Sheng, when will I go to audition?" The project The Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer is dominated by Star Plus Yangtze, and can be regarded as the focus of the circle in the recent period. Tong Lia naturally wants to fight for such a big production. "Audio? Didn't you finish the trial last night?" "You didn't say." Tong Lia was stunned. "Since you are interested, of course I can give it a mouth to that side," Du Sheng said with a smile. "Speaking of which, this drama is considered a male lead role, and Song Si's original there is a wife in her body. What Tong Lia wants to fight for is nothing more than the corner of Zhu Yingguo. Although she is a heroine, she is unrequited love and cannot play many roles. Of course, after all, it is your own dominant investment, so you must use your own people if you can use your own people. So except for the male lead, the others are basically interstellar artists. Speaking of which, there are many women who are suitable for costume dramas on our side. But Fan Ou took on the drama The Six-Fingered Piano Demon early, and now he can't find time. Jia Swen also played Guo Fu Rong in The Legend of Wulin, and it is estimated that the filming will not be completed at least at the end of the year. After Gao Yuan became famous, she was recommended by her company to the Emperor Wu of Han to play Lu Ling, the daughter of Luan. Although it is not a heroine, this is a high-quality historical drama by Yangshi, and it is still a big production and has a clear exposure. As for Lu Tao, after filming The Mute Bride, he joined another film The Sun. This resource is obviously rising steadily by the naked eye. Therefore, they didn't need Du Sheng to arrange it. Since such a character has been vacant, it is not surprising that Tong Lia is attracted to. Because Star Media also prepared another major production Bright Sword in the second half of the year, many artists went there. Her competitive pressure is not great, and she still has opportunities to win. Not to mention Du Sheng was there to help him out. Tong Lia knew this well and immediately showed joy on her face. It seems that that character probably belongs to her. "Brother Sheng, you are so nice to me, I don't know how to repay you." After saying that, she happily kissed Du Sheng. Du Sheng leaned close to her ear and whispered a few times. Tong Lia's pretty face turned red, and a hint of shame flashed. But Du Sheng had already picked her up and took her into the bathroom like a princess hug. Tong Lia just slapped Du Sheng's shoulder symbolically a few times, and then her legs wrapped around like a thigh. After getting up, a game of Kushui Liu's Hang was undoubtedly an excellent experience. After playing with Tong Lia until the water was blocked, Du Sheng was in a very happy mood. Then, he took out a script of The Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer and handed it to Tong Lia. Let her study carefully and become familiar with her role. In fact, this role has little impact on the main line and does not have very high requirements for acting. It is enough to find a beautiful face to add highlights. In terms of beauty, Tong Lia is undoubtedly the best. Amid Tong Lia's relentless eyes, Du Sheng said goodbye and left. Because there are still many important things to deal with today. Just as I went out, I called in. Zheng Zidao's voice came from the other end. Sheng, someone came to the door and talked about Phoenix TV. Since Jerry Murdoch revealed the sale of Phoenix TV, although many people are observing the market trends, not many people are really interested in intervening. The reasons are complex and diverse. On the one hand, it is because it has experienced the impact of the 1997 financial crisis. The rich people in Xiangjiang generally adopted conservative financial strategies. If it were 10 years ago, there would definitely be many people who were interested in this investment. On the other hand, Jerry Murdoch joined forces with Lu Changel and Chen Yangqi, and despite investing a huge amount of money, he still failed to get a good job in front of TVB. And except for news, other projects are all messy. This discourages many potential buyers. However, just as the local wealthy people in Xiangjiang were hesitating, the two outsiders showed great interest. In addition to Du Sheng, it is naturally He Shaoxiang. As the current general manager of the Trust and Relations Group, her background is well known. But what is rarely known is that she worked on TVB when she was just starting out and also starred in a TV series. Therefore, she has a deep affection for the media industry. When she learned that Jerry Murdoch was interested in selling Phoenix TV, she had the idea of acquiring it. For her, this TV station is not only a business investment, but also a strategic springboard. If you can control it, you will definitely be able to jump out of the fish-raising pond in Aokang. She has had preliminary contact with Jerry Murdoch, but the progress is not as expected. So, she began to investigate potential competitors and finally focused on Zheng Zidao. But I found that there was someone else who competed with her. It is the hottest new star recently, Du Sheng. Chapter 522 Fishing in Troubled Waters. In a quiet private room, Du Sheng and He Shaoxiang were polite to each other and sat face to face. He Shaoxiang looked at Du Sheng a few times, smiled and sighed. I'm so young and promising. I didn't expect that Mr. Du already owns a media company at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still internship at TVB. Du Sheng withdrew his gaze and took the opportunity to praise each other. Miss He is too modest. I heard that you founded TNG Company as soon as you graduated, and took over the promotion of top luxury brands such as LV and Mont Blanc in Xiangjiang for more than 10 years. How could he not know his opponent before he came? After checking, I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In addition to the above achievements, this beautiful woman with outstanding temperament and a slightly plump figure also has several outstanding resumes. For example, 9 years ago, the shipping business of the Creator Group suffered serious losses, and she was recalled to the family business Creator Group to shoulder heavy responsibilities. She took a different approach at that time, acquiring the shipping business of China Travel Group and establishing a new jet flight, which turned losses into profits in just over 3 years. In addition, the first independently planned project after He Shaoxiang joined the family business was the Aokang Tower. This building is 338 meters tall and ranks 10th in the world at that time. It integrates various functional facilities such as sightseeing, bungee jumping, exhibitions and entertainment, and has now become a new landmark in Aokang. No wonder she was valued so much by the king and even handed over her family career to her. After a moment of greeting, both of them smiled. The relationship between them seems to be closer. He Shaoxiang said frankly. Mr. Du, let's talk straight. I am also interested in your desire to acquire Phoenix TV. If we compete with each other, it will only increase costs, so it is better to find a way to completely solve this problem. Du Sheng smiled and nodded, saying, Ms. He, your He family already has Aokang TV station, so there should be no shortage of media channels, right? You should understand that Phoenix TV must maintain its own operation, otherwise it will lose its qualification to go public. I understand this very well. Aokang TV can only occupy a place locally. He Sheoksheng expressed a little opinion. And I hope to open up the situation in the mainland market through Phoenix TV. Ms. He has a great ambition. Is this planning to create a comprehensive media dynasty? Du Sheng seemed to be unable to feel the pressure of competition and praised. Haha. The media dynasty dare not expect too much, but I worked in the media field from the beginning. I have a special interest in this industry and hope to achieve what I want. He Sheoksheng said. Du Sheng did not refute, but seemed to have some meaning. Ms. He, I think you will encounter many twists and turns if you want to take over Phoenix TV. Oh, I wonder what Mr. Du has. He Sheoksheng raised his eyebrows. Ms. He, you will face several major obstacles when you take over Phoenix TV. When Du Sheng saw her, he said leisurely. First of all, your identity question. According to relevant laws of Xiangjiang, non-Huangjiang permanent residents shall not hold more than 15% of the shares of the TV station. As far as I know, Ms. He is holding an Aokang passport. At present, the Xiangjiang listing regulations have not been revised, and there are certain restrictions on share ratios, login sections, director decisions, etc. It seems that Mr. Du knows my situation very well, but you don't know anything. I can apply for an exemption from Xiangjiang Zhenfu. Applying for a waiver is not easy, and time is not waiting for anyone. I already have a solution to this. Du Sheng smiled. Then Miss He, you need to find a suitable agent. He Sheoksheng was surprised, and he didn't expect the other party to see through her plan so quickly. Even if Miss He solves the first problem, the second problem is your background. Your family background and experience may make many people in Hong Kong feel uncomfortable. In addition, Xiangjiang has regulations that television licensees and their affiliates cannot have other television licenses at the same time. Because this will affect the diversity of public opinion and hinder the healthy development of the media ecology of Xiangjiang. At that time, whether it is the audience or the peers, they may be disgusted with your manipulation of public opinion. He Sheoksheng frowned slightly, and the problem Du Sheng mentioned did exist. What else? And that is, business and media are two different fields. Even if you perform well in business, this does not mean that you can achieve equal success in the media. Especially when it comes to content supply, you are indeed not as good as me. Although He Sheoksheng felt that Du Sheng was a little exaggerated, he couldn't help but admire the other party's eloquence when he saw his confident smile. It is obviously not something that ordinary celebrities can do to discuss business worth over 1 billion with her. Especially Zheng Zidao's equal attitude when he mentioned Du Sheng, which proves the young man's ability. Thinking of the popular Jinyang drama that has not been filmed recently, He Sheoksheng asked. Have you starred in works such as The Dragon and the Legend of the Sky before? She is a fan of Jinyang's book fans. Du Sheng smiled and nodded. We Interstellar Media also produces dozens of similar hit dramas. Although He Sheoksheng felt that Du Sheng's statement was a bit exaggerated, she was still moved by his confidence. In addition, I don't hide it from you. I am determined to win Phoenix TV. The three problems mentioned just now do not constitute an obstacle to me. And I believe I have the ability to lead Phoenix TV to double its profits within 1 year and make 200 million profits in the second year. In competing with her, I personally prefer to work hand in hand with you, Miss He. Now Phoenix TV is in its peak period, but its profit this year cannot exceed 100 million. His words showed his confidence. He Sheoksheng asked with thought. What kind of cooperation method? Ms. He, you don't just pay for your shares to be owned by your own business, so it's better to just put them in my name. He Sheoksheng was a little confused for a moment. I'll pay for the shares and then put them in your name. If it weren't for the other party's joke, she would have had 3 consecutive one-click. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng smiled and nodded in confirmation. Mr. Du, do you think I am like your loyal fan? He Sheoksheng was a little angry and felt that Du Sheng was teasing her. Ms. He, this fund is not a problem for me. At worst, I can contribute to the funding with Zheng Zidao. But today we can still talk, so we changed our minds and cooperated. He Shaoxian was about to speak, but was stopped by Du Sheng's gesture. First of all, even if you buy Phoenix TV, you won't devote all your energy to the business, because you are now busy cooperating with Lighthouse GM Group to establish MGM Australia. These things can be found casually. This is an important breakthrough in commercial layout for He Shaoxian in the gambling industry. Because the competition in the gambling industry is becoming increasingly fierce, this decision is to leave SJM. This involves over 10 billion assets, and it is clear which one is more important. Secondly, if you spend a lot of effort to get a TV station without competitiveness and influence, how helpful will this be to your He family? Finally, I can guarantee that as long as Phoenix TV is in my hands, there will be no negative information about the He family. Ms. He, I can sign an agreement with the bank to mortgage my shares. If I fail to meet the above promise within 2 years, the bank will take back the shares at a low price. At that time, you should have been exempted, and it is not too late to transfer the shares to your name. So in the next 2 years, instead of being in other people's name, it is better to leave it to Interstellar Media for operation. Du Sheng's words directly made He Shaoxian fall into deep thought. The other party said it well. If you take over hastily without improving it, Phoenix TV may become a hot potato. This will not only waste your efforts, but will also damage your image in front of your father. Moreover, it is obviously unwise to compete directly with the alliance established by Du Sheng and Zheng Zidao. Therefore, reaching a cooperation agreement may be a better choice. Everyone can see the high-quality film and television dramas of Interstellar Media. The equity pledge plan mentioned by Du Sheng made her feel even more moved. If Du Sheng cannot meet expectations at that time, she can buy back the shares at a low price in 2 years. Mr. Du, I'll go back and discuss and keep in touch. He Shaoxian responded with a polite smile. Du Sheng was not surprised, but just smiled. Ms. He, even if I can't reach a cooperation, I don't want to become an opponent. Of course, I still know this measure, and I won't let outsiders take advantage of the situation. He Shaoxian also answered seriously. The two of them reached a basic consensus on this oral agreement. That is, under the current circumstances, neither party will buy it at a high price, and it will be cheap. Of course, Du Sheng has enough funds, and even if it is not enough to raise it, it will be difficult, but doing so will exhaust the working capital. Now that I have the opportunity to leverage the funds of the He family to achieve my goals, why not do it? He didn't believe that with his forward-looking vision, he still earned less than 200 million in 2 years. Even if you can't make a profit, you can't subsidize it from other places. So, he will never lose. That afternoon, Du Sheng arrived in Xiangjiang on the way and met with Zhang Baji. Then the two of them took a flight to Qujing together. At this Neon International Film Festival, 10 Faces was successfully shortlisted for the main competition unit. It is not only expected to compete for the highest honor of the film festival, but also won the nomination for Best Actor and Best Actress. This film festival officially kicked off on October 12. Zhou Huimin, as a special guest of the show, arrived in Qujing yesterday. Due to Du Sheng's busy affairs, he only attended the closing ceremony and award ceremony the next evening. Zhang Baji did not set off early because she wanted to film The Promise. She was particularly happy to be able to walk with Du Sheng and enjoy this flight time alone. The two sides have not met for more than 10 days, and they are bound to get tired of being together along the way. Fortunately, the bathroom in the first class is relatively spacious, giving them some private space for activities. However, due to the limitations of facilities, they only reached the discussion and did not indulge too much. Zhang Baji let Du Sheng support him and returned to her position, looking at him calmly and said, "Sister Huimin asked me to go with her yesterday, and in the morning, she said that our film received a warm response after the screening. Unfortunately, she is very busy recently and has no time to accompany me. Why not play extreme competition with you? Du Sheng gently stroked Zhang Baji's hair and said with a smile. Women is actually right. The Ambush on 10 did receive great praise at this Neon International Film Festival. Unfortunately, director Zhang is fiddling with a new drama. Brother Hua is busy promoting The World Without Thieves, and it is a bit regrettable that he failed to join in the fun. However, your performance and image in the film have also won many praises from Neon audiences. Neon International Film Festival is listed as an international level standard and has always had a great influence in Asia. Because the starring actor is Du Sheng, The Ambush on 10 attracted much attention when Neon was released. The premiere tickets were sold out. In order to satisfy the audience's early viewing, 2 more replays were played at the screening, both of which were hard to come by. The reason why it is so popular is that in addition to Zhang Yizi's Bio team, the main reason is that the quality of this film itself is indeed good. Especially after Du Sheng proposed to correct some bugs and errors, the overall completion was much smoother. Whether it is the action design, picture beauty, or the soundtrack, it is pleasing to the eye. In addition to this kind of costume action movie, I have always been deeply influenced by Neon audience favorite. Zhang Baji's beauty is even more impeccable, elegant, and refined, and completely in line with the aesthetic standards of Neon people. Therefore, throughout the film festival, discussions about The Ambush on 10 continued to heat up. The popularity of several starring actors also increased. If Zhang Baji can come to promote and release in advance, it will undoubtedly add more fans. However, this girl seemed to be less in these places and became more and more casual. Actually, this is normal. Because she has filmed nearly 10 dramas since last year. If the publicity time is included, this work that has been repeated will be numb if anyone comes to it. What's more, it seems a bit illogical when a person has good living conditions and a man depends on it, and then he works hard. Of course, Zhang Baji is still very serious about the film festival. But she was more willing to go to Qujing with Du Sheng. As for Zhou Huimin, it was because her popularity in Neon gradually increased, so Sony arranged 2 activities for her. One of them is the guest session of the Neon International Film Festival. The moment he stepped into Neon International Airport, Du Sheng felt the enthusiasm and hustle and bustle here again. Wearing a pink long skirt, Yukawa Sakurako has been waiting for a long time. She originally wanted to pounce on her and have a warm hug, but when she saw Zhang Baji snuggling next to Du Sheng, she restrained her impulse. How could Zhang Baji not notice Yukawa Sakurako's burning eyes watching Du Sheng, and she felt secretly amused. After experiencing so many things, and not being able to win Du Sheng before 3 vs 1, I have long been accustomed to this situation. Moreover, due to Du Sheng's fear and influence in Neon, if you can't even attract a Neon girl, no one will believe her if she says it. She smiled cleverly and whispered in Du Sheng's ear. This guy seems to have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you want me to retreat for the time being? Du Sheng knew what she meant and chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for this, get in the car quickly. Neon's paparazzi are not simple, they can be called desperate fanatics. Pay attention to the tail on the left, someone is already following us. In Neon, no matter which industry is full of fierce competition, and paparazzi is no exception. Even if there is no definite news, they will take a squat-in-law approach and are always ready to capture scoops. Since Du Sheng won the honor of King of Fighting and under the bombing of Sword of Fairy and Full House, he has become a household name of Neon and has a huge fan base. This time, when he learned that he was here to participate in the Neon International Film Festival, his fans had been looking forward to it. The paparazzi also know this well, so they will naturally not miss this rare opportunity. As long as you can shoot pictures related to Du Sheng, it is synonymous with money. When he arrived at Yukawa Sakurako's car, Du Sheng found another beauty sitting in the passenger seat. Keiko Kitagawa waved her hand happily and was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Du Sheng's smile. Du Sheng and Zhang Baji sat in the back seat, and Kawa Sakurako started the vehicle, and the group quickly drove away from the airport. Yukawa Sakurako glanced at Zhang Beizi from the back mirror and recognized her as the heroine of the Tenside ambush. She breathed a little relieved and said with a little sweetness, "Brother Sheng, we have already completed the translation and dubbing of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty. Do you want to match a neon version of the theme song?" The Legend of Sword and Fairy was a great success in neon, which made Fuji TV make a fortune, and naturally had high hopes for Du Sheng's other works. After multiple rounds of negotiations, The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty was sold at a price of 160,000 yuan per episode, totaling 7.2 million yuan, and it refreshed the high-priced list of TV series Weifu. In fact, Du Sheng's ideal price is 200,000 yuan per episode, but considering that there is also a packaged Shuya Cave Heaven, there is no need to be petty for some profit. Although there are no internationally renowned actors in Shuya Cave, they are quite familiar with the heroine Lu Shishi, and the price is 80,000 yuan per episode. In addition, when I bought The Legend of Sword, Fuji TV has been paying attention to the drama on Du Sheng's platform, so I am quite looking forward to it. Since October, The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty and The Water Moon Cave Heaven have been released on Neon. The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty was first broadcast, with an average viewership rate of 28.8%, while Shuya Cave Heaven has reached about 19.9%. The former already has the potential for hit dramas, but there is still a certain gap compared to the big hit of Legend of Sword and Fairy. As for the latter, since 4 episodes have just aired, it is not difficult to increase to 26% of the minor explosion according to this trend. It can be said that Fuji TV is still very profitable. Facing Yukawa Sakurako's inquiry, Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "If it's urgent, you can record it later. It is not difficult to adapt the theme song Sword Heart of The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty into a neon version." Yukawa Sakurako looked at Zhang Baji and replied with a smile in Chinese. "Brother Sheng, you have just arrived, so there is no hurry to do this. And we haven't seen each other for a while, so let's go for a meal first. If Miss Zhang Baji doesn't dislike her, she can come together." Zhang Baji was also observing the two women in the front row, smiling and shaking her head. "You guys go, Sister Huimin and I made an appointment to go shopping, and she just happened to have time later." Not to mention Du Sheng, she also wanted to record a song. The two women in front of her were obviously looking for the plums to quench their thirst, so she would not have no vision. Hearing Zhang Baji's words, Keiko Kitagawa, who has been working hard to learn Chinese recently, immediately said gratefully, "Miss Zhang, thank you. Yukawa Sakurako has his own eyesight and is happy to thank her while driving." Du Sheng kissed Zhang Baji on the cheek and said, "I specially customized evening dresses for you, remember to try whether they fit. After the award ceremony tomorrow night, we will take a good look at the beautiful scenery of Koijing." Zhang Baji was quite considerate and generous and said, "You finish the announcement first. Sister Huimin and I don't know when we will go shopping. Your itinerary is tight this time, so it is best not to work too hard to avoid getting tired." Du Sheng understood what she meant, smiled, and said, "They are not good yet. Even if the two add up, they will only have to compete for half an hour at most. The master is lonely." "Ha." Zhang Baji smiled very happily. "Okay, Sister Huimin and I will check your homework tomorrow night to see if you have made progress again." "No problem, you can buy a few uniforms when you go shopping. It is said that you can customize them here." Du Sheng likes that women wear uniforms when they are having sex, which can increase the sense of inclusion. For example, Zhou Huimin wore a pink nurse's uniform, elegant and a bit sexy. As for Zhang Beizi, she wore a lintel and stole the core of the stolen Yuhui. Regarding this special request, Zhang Baji agreed and went to Zhou Huimin in a happy mood. Chapter 523 The Double Winner. After Zhang Baji left, Keiko Kitagawa said excitedly, "Brother Sheng, we have been studying hard during this period and mastering a lot of the moves of the crane fist. Please give me some advice." Yukawa Sakurako nodded happily and added. She not only studied by herself, but also led Kyoko Fukata to study together, and she made great progress. Du Sheng was a little surprised and asked, "Are you interested in horse stance?" This girl couldn't stand the hard work before, and she learned it passively. Yukawa Sakurako's cheeks were slightly red and she confessed. "You haven't been here for so long, so we have to make do with it, which is accumulating experience." Du Sheng. Yukawa Sakurako knew Du Sheng's taste well. After starting the vehicle, she suggested, "Brother Sheng, how about we go and try Crab Dao first? I had already booked it yesterday." Crab Dao is a famous crab restaurant in Koking, which offers a variety of crab dishes, such as sashimi, grilled crab, crab hot pot, etc. It is famous for its fresh ingredients and excellent taste, and its business is very popular. Sometimes, you even have to wait for an appointment after half a month. Du Sheng's taste is very simple, and he believes that letting go of his appetite is also a kind of enjoyment. Shortly after the few people sat down, Kyoko Fukata arrived hurriedly and breathed a little. Du Sheng handed her a tissue and said with a smile, "I heard that after you finished filming Initial D, you received 3 endorsements, which is great." Thanks to Du Sheng's help, Kyoko Fukata and Keiko Kitagawa's careers were smoother than in previous lives. Now both of them have accumulated a very high reputation. In the past 2 days, Kyoko Fukata is filming an advertisement for the well-known makeup brand Shiseido. Being able to obtain such a frontline endorsement is an important recognition for her career. Hearing Du Sheng's words, Kyoko Fukata sat down beside him and said sweetly, "This is all thanks to Brother Sheng and Sister Ying's care. Jingzi and I will work harder to strive to avoid giving up Brother Sheng." The crab meat in this restaurant is indeed good, with a soft and smooth texture. There are also some seafood sashimi and ice cream desserts, which Du Sheng was quite satisfied with. Moreover, there are 3 neon beauties of different styles to accompany and serve, which is refreshing. After the meal, everyone returned to the hotel at the suggestion of Yukawa Sakurako. After cooking the disaster, Du Sheng leaned against the bedside for a while to rest. At this moment, Yukawa Sakurako and Fukata Kyoko were already tired and slept to death. Keiko Kitagawa snuggled in his arms. "Brother Sheng, your fame in Neon has increased so quickly, and I am only at the 2nd line now. Will you get tired of me in the future?" Once a woman releases her nature, she always loves sentimentality, Keiko Kitagawa asked quietly. "Of course not." Du Sheng touched her pretty face and gently comforted. "Your brother will be the vice president of Toboko, Limited soon. Abandoning you is equivalent to abandoning him." Anyone who is familiar with the neon film industry knows that the 3 giants are Toho, Sanzu, and Toei. At the current stage, Dongbeo is dominant, and the number of the other 2 subsidiaries is not as good as Dongbeo. Not to mention Keiko Kitagawa's familiar skills, since her cousin Tai no Kitagawa is so capable, the relationship will definitely be stable. In the future, whenever there is a movie to be released on Neon, the other party can help. Keiko Kitagawa. Hearing this gentle promise, she didn't know whether she should be moved or sad. "What? Are you so moved that you can't speak?" Du Sheng asked with a smile, stroking her little face. Keiko Kitagawa rolled her eyes. "Yes, your honesty touched me so much. I want to bite you to death." The next morning, with the assistance of Kawa Sakurako, Du Sheng came to a recording studio and completed the recording of the neon version of Sword Heart in less than an hour. Then, he and Ji Niu had another lunch before rushing to the cultural village in Shibuya District, Kokyu. Neon International Film Festival is usually included in the cultural facilities here. When Du Sheng arrived at the scene, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He found that Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji were talking to Chinese filmmakers. At this time, more than 100 movies at the film festival have been played. Everyone gathered here to exchange their experiences while waiting for the award ceremony tonight. Seeing Du Sheng coming in, Zhang Ijia took the lead in saying hello. Mr. Du, you are finally here. Without you, we always feel that we lack the backbone. This is exactly the embodiment of Du Sheng's influence in Asia, especially after the rumors in Xiangjiang that he was going to acquire Phoenix TV, many older generation practitioners were watching. Zhang Ijia, who was the guest at the Golden Horse Awards last time, is one of them. Du Sheng responded with a smile. Sister Zhang has been awarded too much. Everyone is a practitioner in the circle, and there is no distinction between art. Zhang Ijia is a well-known art film director and actress. She starred in Hainan Chicken Rice jointly venture between Xiangjiang and Singapore. This movie was also shortlisted for this film festival. In addition, Jasmine Flowers Blooming directed by Ho Yang, Li Xiaohong's Baby in Love and Su Jinglei's Letter from a Stranger Woman are all shortlisted for the main competition unit or Asian style. The arrangements of the film festival are quite reasonable, and the lounges in the backstage are all divided by country and region. Everyone chatted for a while and saw Wang Jiaoyi walking in with Liang Chaoyi, Gong Li, and Takia Kimura. After Wang Jiaoyi greeted everyone from a distance, he took the crowd to the other side. Although Liang Chaoyi, Gong Li, and Takia Kimura wanted to come over to talk, they chose to stay where they were in order not to look too special. Zhang Baji whispered. I went to watch the screening of 2046. Whether it is the plot, special effects, emotional processing or character creation, they are all very good. After 2046 is released on Neon, Liang Chaoyi, Gong Li, and Kimura Takia will definitely become more popular. Wang Jiaoyi's 2046 was shortlisted for the Kunmain competition unit and is a classic art film in all aspects. It will be released on National Day in China, but it will be a little later in Neon. Wang Jiaoyi's visit to the Neon International Film Festival was arranged by Sony Entertainment, because the film's distribution rights on Neon have been acquired by Sony. During the film festival, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of people, and the screening will be a promotion. When night gradually fell, everyone began to put on makeup and put on gorgeous evening gowns. Although Zhang Yujian was in the air this time, in addition to Du Sheng and Zhang Beizi, many people also came to the crew of 10 Sides of Ambush. For example, producers Zhang Wuping, Zhang Haiqiang, as well as producers and 2 other directors, also came to participate in the film festival. As the sun sets in the west, the red carpet ceremony of the closing ceremony of the film festival officially kicked off. The first one to step into the red carpet were the members of the jury. The chairman of this jury is directed by Neon director Yaji Yamada, and the chairman of the next jury is Zhang Yujian. At first, because the guests who appeared were often seen, the fans on both sides of the red carpet were not in high spirits, and the whole atmosphere was a little dull. It was not until Du Sheng and Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baji appeared on the red carpet that the whole scene became boiling. Cheers came one after another. This enthusiastic reaction was not only because of Du Sheng's popularity, but also because of the unique costumes he and his companions wore to attract everyone's attention. The 3 of them wore traditional oriental costumes and hanfu. Du Sheng's set is mainly black and gold, decorated with exquisite dragon and phoenix embroidery, with gorgeous hand-sewn patterns on the edges. His outfit fully reflects the grand, confident, elegant, and free spirit of the Han and Tang dynasties. Like an ancient gentleman with both civil and military affairs, he came through time and space. Zhou Huimin was wearing a soft blue light Luo Yunjin skirt. The hem of the skirt fluttered like flowing water, and her hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She was inserted into her hair by a blue carved crystal hairpin, like a fairy in the moon descending to the mortal world. Zhang Baji wore a white dress with a plum blossom with a mop of smoke and 100 waters, and a magnolia flying butterfly cloak with moon satin embroidered with moon satin, which made her temperament a little more refined. The scene of the 3 of them appearing in hanfu immediately became the focus of the audience. The profoundness of Oriental culture is often ignored at home, but once it is displayed on the international stage, it can always attract widespread attention. Especially in a country like Neon, which is deeply influenced by Eastern culture, their appearance will undoubtedly impress the audience and even the fans in Asia. With the appearance of Du Sheng and the other two, not only were the fans on both sides screaming excitedly, but the photographers were also busy and the shutters kept ringing. Even Wang Kerwei, Tony Leung, Gong Li, and Takia Kimura, who were walking in front of them, couldn't help but stop and look back when they heard the huge cheers coming from behind. When he saw the amazing outfits of Du Sheng and the other two, even Wang Kerwei, who was known as the introverted and sexy, showed a surprised expression. This scene happened to be captured by a group of photographers and became a classic image. The originally peaceful red carpet debuted, and after Du Sheng and the other three appeared, a will finally be welcomed. The organizer knew Du Sheng's reputation was very good, so he specially arranged temporary interviews for them to keep the atmosphere longer. But in this way, this place has become a stage of oriental charm. After the interview, Du Sheng took Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi into the venue. Along the way, many other dramas, the directors and creative staff of the group greeted them one after another. As one of the most watched stars of this film festival, because Du Sheng did not show up a few days ago, many people chose to nag at this time. This includes Ozas, one of the important competitors of this film festival, the starring of the crime action film Zo's Love. Although the other party was not fluent in English, he still performed quite friendly. Because he loves UFC fighting very much, he regards Du Sheng as his idol. Du Sheng just smiled and said politely, thinking about returning to the award ceremony. According to the summary of Neon Media in recent days, the ambush on 10 is regarded as the seed of this film festival. However, in the history of film festivals, the more you usually have high expectations, the more you end up with a miserable end. The jury seems to be more inclined to choose less mainstream works to reflect their unique appreciation. If the award is awarded to a popular movie, how can the judges' taste and status be highlighted? Therefore, Du Sheng did not have too high expectations for this Neon International Film Festival. It is worth winning a prize. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the award ceremony officially began. The first one to be awarded was the Neon Viewpoint Award. It means that it is only issued to local areas, which is considered implicit protection. Next, the Asian Wind Unit. This includes the Best Movie Award in the Central Region and the Asian Special Movie Award. The films that cannot enter the main competition unit on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three places are basically targeting the Asian Special Film Awards. This year, 4 films from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions were nominated. But in the end, they failed to win, and the award was won by the Kimchi National Film. Immediately afterwards, the Audience Award, Artistic Contribution Award, Viewpoint Award, etc. of the main competition unit will be awarded. 2 of them were won by Kimchi National Films. For a moment, the domestic insiders of Kimchi were filled with joy. He won 3 consecutive awards, which was a good start. Several subsequent awards were also announced one after another, but they were not interested in mainland movies. The faces of filmmakers from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions were a little embarrassed. In the past, mainland movies have never tried eating 0 eggs at the Neon International Film Festival. However, when I think about the chairman of Zhangyi, the H-Wing prison, next year, many people can't help but speculate that this year's film festival may give priority to Kimchi National Films in order to balance. When the Best Director Award was awarded to Kimchi Country director Lin Zanzang, there was a thunderous applause from there, and it was boiling. The somewhat excited Chinese filmmakers even shouted loudly in the direction of mainland filmmakers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Baji couldn't help but look at her side. However, Du Sheng seemed very calm and was in a mood to watch Fairy Tale Town sung by Zhou Huimin in the stands. I have to say that this woman is very elegant in a classical skirt and has a graceful beauty. There are not many prizes left, so we won't really want 0 eggs, right? Listening to the discussion around, Zhang Baji couldn't help but be curious. After all, she is one of the shortlisted players, and this embarrassing thing is her share. Du Sheng smiled and patted her hands, comforting. Don't worry, we will most likely win a prize. This is what Sony says, so don't worry. According to Yukawa Sakurako's response, Sony did a lot of public relations during this film festival. The Ambush on 10 should have an award to build momentum for his subsequent films and albums. After many awards were awarded, the Best Actor award was immediately followed. When the nomination list was announced, the audience around began to shout Du Sheng's name in unison. Compared with several other finalists, Du Sheng is obviously more well-known. However, Du Sheng did not have much hope for this award. Although his performance in The Ambush on 10 is excellent, the film is not an art film. There is no advantage in such a film festival. So, when the name of Hathastan actor Ozas freezes, Du Sheng has already started to applaud politely. But unexpectedly, another guest appeared and announced his name. The best actor at this year's Neon International Film Festival unexpectedly gave birth to a double winner. This situation has not happened for 8 years. Although the same award was awarded, Ozas and Du Sheng were completely different on the podium. The former said that the scene was a bit deserted when he said the speech, and only the crew and colleagues responded. When Du Sheng spoke, the enthusiastic cheers of fans almost ignited the audience. After the two stepped down, the Best Actress was immediately followed. The result was also unexpected, and it was still a double winner. I don't know if it was revised this year or if the compensation for Chinese people won the least awards, but Zhang Baji also won the Best Actress award. Zhang Baji didn't expect that she could win the award. This time she came with the mentality of accompanying Du Sheng and Zhou Huimin. Don't stand there, it's time to go on stage. Hearing the joking, Zhang Baji came to her senses and hugged Du Sheng with excitement. As an actor who is not professional, she works hard in the entertainment industry. At the beginning, she didn't have much talent and only relied on her appearance. Despite the accumulation of several years and winning the Best Actress award at the beginning of the year, Zhang Baizi is still a little unconfident. After all, some people call her a vase in private. This time, Zhang Baji never thought about winning the Best Actress award at the Neon International Film Festival. But its significance to her is extraordinary. Listening to Zhang Bazi, she couldn't help but say thanks to her. Du Sheng felt sincerely happy for her. He patted her arm, said softly, "Let's relax, otherwise it will affect the photogenic. Your performance deserves this award. Go and receive the award now and adjust your mood." During the filming of the Tenside Ambush, Du Sheng not only personally helped her to guide her, but also taught her many acting skills. Zhang Baji is worthy of being a character who can understand it immediately and has indeed performed well. Although the Double Egg Award is an accident, it is well deserved. I was really surprised to win this award. I am not very good at costume dramas. The reason I performed well this time is entirely due to Du Sheng's frequent guidance to me during the crew. Zhang Baji was excited to thank him, focusing on the interesting stories about Du Sheng during the shooting. The audience laughed kindly when they heard this. After returning to his seat, Du Sheng said with a smile, "Don't doubt yourself anymore in the future. At least your acting skills have reached the level of a best actor, and they are still at the international level." Zhang Baji was in a happy mood and put down the trophy, looking at Du Sheng and said, "To be honest, if I didn't meet you, it's still unknown whether I could win the award this year." She really feels that Du Sheng is the lucky star if she can make such a big change. Du Sheng and Zhang Baji were both quite satisfied with taking down the double egg yolk. This is also an excellent return for The Ambush on 10. After the awards ceremony, the film festival also arranged a closing banquet. Zhang Wuping and others were in a good mood and attended as representatives. Du Sheng fulfilled his previous promise and took Zhang Baizi and Zhou Huimin to take a leisurely tour in Qujing. While getting in the car, Du Sheng specially sent the group photo after winning the award tonight to several girls from Girls' Generation. Lu Yifei posted a s, and then said happily, "Cousin, when will you join the group? Let's celebrate with you." This girl was outspoken and said whatever she thought of. Du Sheng was not surprised. Even Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, Tang Yan, Taylor and others were much bolder in speaking on the internet. "Brother Sheng, you are so awesome now. Do you have to be better for me in the future? Otherwise, I will hide your little golden man and hum. Brother Sheng, don't forget to be proud of yourself. You have to squeeze my shoulders and legs when you go home, otherwise I will reveal your little secret." View. International actors. It seems that you have to take Brother Sheng tight when going out in the future, otherwise you will be snatched away by someone else. Dear, your charm is really overwhelming. Next time I come to Hollywood, I will celebrate you in a unique way. You know. Even Sheng Xian wanted to follow her this time. Unfortunately, a large-scale exhibition is being held in Hengdian. As the editor-in-chief of the Urban Entertainment News, she had to rush to report on the spot. She also sent Du Sheng a few photos of herself wearing reporter outfits, including various professional suits and cheongsams. She had a beautiful figure but was not decent, which made Du Sheng, who could only enjoy it from afar. Even so, he still saved these photos one by one. After all, Zheng Xian wearing a cheongsam is indeed very charming. Chapter 524, A Secret Sect. After the chat with Zheng Xian, Du Sheng looked up and found that Yukawa Sakurako, Fukata Kyoko and Kitagawa Keiko were already sitting at the dining table with a smile. "Why are you here?" Du Sheng asked in a little surprise. After Yukawa Sakurako sat down, she replied with a little joy. "It was Sister Baiji who invited us here." Zhang Baiji was in a good mood for winning the Best Actress award. In order to thank Du Sheng for her support, she had an idea and invited these three neon beauties who had a scandal with Du Sheng. Zhou Huimin was a little shy at first and was a little reluctant. However, under Zhang Baiji's low murmur, considering that Du Sheng was so excited to win the award tonight, he finally blushed and agreed to this arrangement. After enjoying the midnight snack, the group immersed in the charming night in Qujing. In the atmosphere of the night, the beauties had a friendly and fruitful cultural exchange. Share experiences with each other and learn from each other. In this open and inclusive atmosphere of communication, everyone makes progress together, which is also part of the spirit of the International Film Festival, aiming to promote the development of film art. But what they never expected was that they thought they could hold Du Sheng this time. The result was still a complete failure. It's even a little bit hard to speak, which is really embarrassing. But due to this sincere communication, it is true that Zhang Baiji and Zhou Huimin have become closer and closer with Yukawa Sakurako and others. The morning sun shines on Wu Niu's skin that can be broken, covering it with a faint halo. When Du Sheng saw this scene, his heart felt full of passion. Round and convert. Please tell him to win over Zhao Yun in the future. When everyone had breakfast together, the girls had no barriers and had a happy conversation. Although Kyoko Fukata and Keiko Kitagawa have limited Chinese proficiency and can only speak some simple daily terms, this does not prevent them from smooth communication with Zhou Huimin and Zhang Baizi. Zhang Baiji also agreed that next time she came to Neon, she would ask them to visit with her and invite them to have the opportunity to visit Xiangjiang. When they parted, several people seemed a little reluctant to leave. Du Sheng did not stop too much, and after breakfast, he began to give gifts and say goodbye. Due to the compact itinerary, he did not less time to stay. He needs to go to Xiangjiang with the two girls and chat with Jared Murdoch and He Shaoxiang. If there are no major problems, the preliminary agreement can basically be decided. During this period, he also secretly bought a part of it in the secondary market and tried to contact the third shareholder. If nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time before it becomes the second largest shareholder. After handling these matters, you have to rush back to China. Because the return of the Condor Heroes is about to start tomorrow, Du Sheng, as the starring actor, has to rush back to participate. This means he will spend a day flying almost the entire time. Fortunately, there were two beauties, Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi, on the voyage from Qujing to Xiangjiang. And while he discussed with He Shaoxiang, they did not go far. On the contrary, while waiting for the flight, they spent 2 hours with Du Sheng in the car until he boarded the plane and returned to the mainland. They were sweating profusely and were satisfied and helped each other leave. Since there is no direct flight to Zhejiang Longwan Airport, you need to transfer in Yangcheng. Therefore, when Du Sheng arrived in the Longwan district of Wencheng, it was almost midnight. The next morning, after Du Sheng had a simple breakfast in the hotel restaurant, Wang Yeyang called a taxi on the street. After the two sides agreed on the fees, the group set off for Yandang Mountain dozens of kilometers away. In addition to Xiangshan Film and Television City, Sichuan Prefecture Zhuzhegu, Yun Prefecture Lijiang, etc., the filming location of The Legend of Condor Heroes is mainly Yandang Mountain. For example, scenes such as Broken Heart Cliff, the exit of the tomb, Chongyang Palace, the top of Zhongnan Mountain, Yangguo Zilongnu's sword practice place, Zhueqing Valley, etc. will all be filmed here. The crew is currently stationed here. The opening ceremony is also held here in Linjian Scenic Area. More than an hour later, the vehicle finally arrived. From a distance, you can see the rolling mountains. Even though they were more than 100 meters apart, Du Sheng could still see more than a dozen people standing next to the Linjian Hotel. Lu Yifei stood beside Zhang's Hitsong and waved excitedly. "Cousin, you finally arrived." Du Sheng waved his hand to the people outside in the car, and after more than 10 seconds, the car parked smoothly in the parking lot. The taxi driver turned around excitedly and asked, "Du Boxer, my daughter is your fan. Can you take a photo together?" "Of course, Ye Yang, come and take a few more photos." Du Sheng smiled slightly. Along the way, the other party introduced them to local customs and food, which added a lot of fun to the journey. "Thanks." The driver is excited and thanked. After getting off the car, Du Sheng found that there were many people coming to the crew of The Legend of Condor Heroes. In addition to the crew management of Zhang's Hitsong, Wang Jinhua, Yu Min, Zhu Zhuoliang and other members, Wang Pan Sanitation, who plays Guo Jing, is also here. It is worth mentioning that Chen Zihan was chosen by Zhang Dehuzi. As soon as Du Sheng said goodbye to the driver, he saw Guo Filai walking with Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Tang Yan, and Lu Shishi, and was born with a smile and chatting and laughing all the way. Guo Filai occasionally gestured something, as if she was guiding the acting skills of several girls. This time she played Cheng Ying, the closed disciple of Huang Yaoshi, and her role was fair. But after a while of separation, she still missed Du Sheng for a while. Therefore, when I heard Du Sheng's invitation, and there were no films in Singapore, I agreed without thinking about it. It seems that she has gotten along well with girls during this period. Seeing Du Sheng approaching, several beauties immediately ran over to meet him. Du Sheng looked around and greeted with a smile. "There is a bit congested on the road, I'm sorry for letting everyone wait for a long time." "Haha, the road here is not easy to walk, it's normal." Zhang's Hitsong was quite enthusiastic, and seemed to be unable to see the gap in the past. He smiled and recommended him. "Xiao Du, come on, let me introduce it to you." After some greetings, the atmosphere was quite lively. Walking on the way to the hotel, Du Sheng had some questions in his heart. "The scene is so big, who are you planning to welcome?" Zhang's Hitsong seemed to see his doubts and responded with a smile. "Can't you wait for you specifically?" The people around him laughed as they heard this. Some of the actors who wanted to get close to Du Sheng said half-jokingly. Producer Zhang said it well. "We just waited for you, the big star, so we had to treat you at noon." In fact, they are waiting for the computer stunt team. The total investment of this drama is more than 30 million, and the special effects alone account for 1/10. Because the crew is specially equipped with a computer stunt team, they produce stunts at the shooting site, which is convenient for on-site modification. Du Sheng understood that this was just a joke, and responded in a relaxed tone. Unless I am a boy with money, I will not have such great charm. Cousin/brother Sheng, they made up the numbers. We were waiting for you here early in the morning. Lu Yifei and Yang Mi went forward to hold Du Sheng's arm and said happily. Seeing this, Lu Zili, who was standing beside her, looked like she was out of the way and had no choice. After putting down his luggage, Du Sheng came to the hotel restaurant, where the first dinner was being held before the crew started. At the banquet, everyone exchanged cups and the atmosphere was good. Both the staff and the artists' tables were filled with beer. Even Lu Yifei drank 2 drinks. Her cheeks it turns red due to alcohol, and the complexion is even more delicate. In contrast, Tang Yan and Lu Shishi hardly touched wine, and only took a sip and stopped drinking. They confessed that they were easily drunk, which aroused Du Sheng's interest and planned to find an opportunity to verify it in the future. It was not until evening that everyone had enough food to go back to their rooms to rest, preparing for the next day's opening ceremony. Several girls and Guo Fili did not leave, and even pulled Du Sheng back to the guest room to continue the small party. Cousin, we have worked so hard during this period of training. Please press us quickly. Du Sheng couldn't help but first helped Lu Yifei massage his temples and Beihui acupoints, then rubbed Lu Shishi's Jianjing acupoints, and Tang Yan and Yang Mi's hands and feet. Guo Fili sat quietly aside, sharing the reports she saw about Du Sheng today. Once she was bored after joining the group, she often browses the news online. After all, Lu Yifei and his girls were busy studying and training, and they had notices to run away, so they had no time to take care of external news, so they all listened carefully. Guo Fili chose positive articles and rejected all the gossips that were controversial. A few girls like to listen to reports praising Du Sheng, and the more they listen, the better they feel. Due to the numerous people and mixed eyes, Du Sheng did not stay for too long. After relaxing the muscles and flexing the hearts of a few girls, he returned to his room. Guo Fili followed in while everyone was not paying attention and took the lead in taking a shower. Du Sheng turned on the computer and browsed the latest news reports. The 10-Faced Ambush won a great victory at the Neon International Film Festival and won several awards in one fell swoop. Du Sheng was once again awarded the Best Actor, and his acting skills have won high praise from all walks of life in Asia. Zhang Baji won the International Film Queen and humbly expressed that she was all thanks to Du Sheng's on-site guidance at night. Phoenix TV is suspected to be about to change its owner, and he is the second largest shareholder. People Insiders revealed that Renren will be officially launched in Xiangjiang next year. Du Sheng will enjoy Water Moon Cave with You in November, which is a classical romance that cannot be missed. The reports of mainstream media are almost entirely praising Du Sheng and his works. In addition, some are promotional releases from Star Media. The purpose is to use this online craze to build momentum for the company's upcoming film and television. Because many of the big investments and ambiguous scandals related to Du Sheng, netizens are full of food. And as the popularity continues to ferment, his reputation in Pan-Asia has become increasingly high and has become an undisputed first-line star. After seeing the relevant hot searches, some netizens of the country of kimchi were curious to explore Du Sheng's path to becoming famous. What followed was countless praises and worship. Some people with unique angles even began to dig deep into Du Sheng's background and try to change him into a person with kimchi ancestry. Reports from the Neon Film Festival have also spread to North America. Du Sheng had a scandal with celebrities in Lighthouse Country, released singles, and even put map cannons on fighting boxers, winning UFC middleweight gold belts and other experiences. I have accumulated a certain popularity and fan base in North America long ago. This time, winning the Best Actor once again ignited his popularity in North America, and there were many discussions. These reports and discussions have been passed back to China and are considered to be the scope of exports to domestic sales. Of course, not all reports and comments are positive, and some negative voices appear. For example, some professors called Tingzi. From the perspective of the so-called humble gentleman, they accused Du Sheng of being romantic and did not repent after winning the international actor. They openly flirted with Zhang Beizi, Zhou Huimin, Fukata Kyoko, Kitagawa Keiko, and others. Magazines such as Reader and Yilan even rated Du Sheng as a negative textbook. He secretly mocked him for destroying the moral character of the East for thousands of years and was contrary to the will of women. There are also some criticisms of Du Sheng's outfit at the film festival. Some of the Gongji who didn't know how to pretend to understand mistakenly thought that he was wearing neon clothes and accused him of respecting foreign countries in order to please neon people. Others who are picky about the fact that Du Sheng wears a bad hanfu and does not conform to traditional clothing etiquette. Some people with ulterior motives even pointed out that as a multi-ethnic country, Du Sheng's wearing of hanfu may undermine national unity. Du Sheng was very confused about these remarks. If we follow this view, will most people have to apologize when eating pork? But this is not surprising, after all, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Now that Du Sheng is famous, any topic related to him will arouse widespread public opinion. In order to attract attention, some people even deliberately hit the bullet. Fortunately, the company's public opinion department handled it well, and these negative comments did not form a large-scale online storm. Moreover, the mainstream media and most of the people who are on the gossip are still mostly rational. October 18th. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, the entrance to Yandang Mountain Scenic Area was held at the opening ceremony of The Legend of Condor Heroes. There were more than 200 members of the crew, standing neatly in front of the gate of the scenic area. More than 1,000 enthusiastic audiences gathered around. Although there are many audiences, the number of media present is relatively small. Compared with the previous scene where more than 100 reporters flocked to the opening ceremony of The Legend of Condor Heroes, the opening of The Legend of Condor Heroes seems much lower key. The main reason is that Yandang Mountain is remote and the transportation is not convenient. Most of the dozens of media present came at the invitation of Zhang's hit song. At this moment, the relevant person in charge of Yandang Mountain Scenic Area was standing on the stage to speak, warmly welcome the crew's arrival and promise to provide all necessary support for the filming work. When Zhang's hit song's speech ended, the event entered the media questioning session. As one of the most popular stars at present, Du Sheng naturally became the first target for reporters to ask questions. Du Sheng, your participation in Kung Fu directed by Zhou Xingqi will be released in December. At that time, it will be copied by Lu Ying and the short-term Yukian slammed with Lu Ying. Which work do you think will be more popular in the market? After all, I participated in Kung Fu and was released on Miracle Cinema. If you have a choice, of course you will destroy your friends for the sake of justice. Du Sheng's humorous response made the atmosphere relax and he laughed from time to time. Hello Mr. Du, Zhou Jialun's new album Qi Li Xiang sold more than 2.8 million in Asia, surpassing your Yi Sheng with you. The fans of your two families had a verbal battle before. Du Sheng politely interrupted the reporter. Today is the launch conference of The Legend of Condor Heroes. Please try to discuss this drama when asking questions. Regarding other non-related topics, I will not respond to this. Thank you for your understanding. A reporter quickly adjusted his thinking and asked another question. The casting process of The Return of the Condor Heroes has remained mysterious, and the cast list was not officially announced until yesterday. Many netizens questioned this, especially the choice of female characters, which seems to be closely related to you. Du Sheng was calm and said, The Legend of Condor Heroes is a martial arts masterpiece created by Hongguya Film and Television and Star Media, which cost more than 30 million yuan. Given such a huge investment scale, we will indeed give priority to our signed artists when it comes to actor selection. Moreover, it is completely reasonable for them to participate in the drama, and there is no so-called behind-the-scenes transaction. In addition, I believe that the cast selected this time is quite consistent with the original image. Du Sheng's explanation left the reporters speechless. After all, it is normal to give priority to using contracted artists in your own projects. The female character lineup in The Return of the Condor Heroes is undoubtedly at the top level, even surpassing any previous version. Not to mention, this time it is the original cast of Sword of Immortality, and the audience has been looking forward to it for a long time. Subsequently, a local reporter asked a question. Mr. Du Sheng, according to our understanding, this time, The Return of the Condor Heroes has extensive considerations in the selection of the site, and many attractions have participated in the competition. In the end, why did you choose Yandang Mountain as the shooting location? Du Sheng knew the reporter's intentions well, so he politely praised Yandang Mountain scenic area. After all, local support and cooperation are still needed in subsequent shooting work. After Du Sheng answered a few questions, the reporters turned their attention to Lu Yifei. She plays the role of Zai Longnu in the play, which is also the focus of attention of the audience. Although Lu Yifei is young, she has more than 2 years of acting experience and has rich experience in various interviews, and is calm when answering questions. Similarly, actors such as Yang Mi, Chen Zihan, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan also performed very appropriately when facing reporters' questions. After accepting a series of media interviews, all the main creative staff gathered around Zhang's hit song and announced together. 3, 2, 1. Turn on the computer. With the slogan of starting the filming, the leading actors did not immediately join the shooting, but instead led the photography team to the scenic area and shot some natural landscape shots. Compared with Zhezegu, it is famous for its clear waters, Yandang Mountain is famous for its diverse mountain landscapes, and it has rich terrain changes. Therefore, the crew plans to complete the shooting of most outdoor scenes here, and then transfer to Xiangshan Film and Television City to continue shooting. Zhang's hit song is well versed in the way of efficient operation and understands that starring actors like Du Sheng are precious and there should be too many delays. Therefore, the entire shooting cycle is strictly controlled within about 3 months, and the time schedule is quite compact. In order to further save time, the crew decided to divide it into 4 groups to shoot at the same time. 2 of them are responsible for the literary drama part, while the other 2 focus on shooting action dramas. With the successful end of the opening ceremony, the crew became busy. In a few days, the highlight of Du Sheng and Lu Yifei will also begin. That is the plot of Zai Longnu and Yang Guo being secretly involved in the story of Yin's Haiping when he was practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. This is undoubtedly an important plot twist. It is also a scene that many people are looking forward to. Chapter 525 Take advantage of others' danger. Once the shooting stage is entered, everyone is busy. The crew is like a busy construction site every day, full of noise. Within a few days, Zhu Zhuoyang's voice became hoarse. Although it looks a bit confusing on the surface, the shooting progress is very fast. Especially under Du Sheng's leadership, every actor performed extremely well. Especially Lu Yifei and a few girls. Under Du Sheng's supervision for so long, they have made significant progress in their lines and performance skills. Even in the noisy environment under the waterfall, the lines are still clearly heard. Although Lu Yifei's crane boxing skills are not as good as Lu Shishi, her training in Lu Xili's dance since she was a child has made her martial arts performance quite skilled. As she said, Huang Deli Tachi can easily complete martial arts movements. Therefore, the light figure in her performance of Zai Longnu is amazing, whether it is her light body in martial arts or her gentle temperament in literary dramas. Whether it is Zhang's hit song, Yu Min, Huang Deli, and Wang Jinhua, they all admire her very much. After gaining recognition from everyone, Lu Yifei's confidence has also increased. In fact, she was a little uneasy at first. After all, there are too many beauties with their own characteristics in the play, and she is worried that the little dragon girl she plays cannot stand out. For example, in terms of acting skills, she knew that she was not as good as Chen Zihan and Tang Yan. In terms of beauty, Lu Shishi and Yang Mi are not necessarily inferior. But I have to say that Lu Yifei's temperament and image are very suitable for Zai Longnu. The unique beauty and unrestrained plot made Yang Guo wholeheartedly consider him reasonable. Speaking of which, after the script of The Return of the Condor Heroes was completed, it was shown to Du Sheng. Du Sheng recalled the complaints made by the audience in his previous life about this drama and made some modifications and simplifications of the script. Compared with the large-scale changes in The Legend of the Two Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, the shooting of The Legend of Condor Heroes is basically faithful to the original work. Du Sheng mainly adjusted the plot of some of the script that does not match the character of the original character, and there are loopholes in the plot logic. For example, in the plot of Yang Guo and Cheng Ying taking off their mask together in the play, Yang Guo's performance is too light and exaggerated, and he cannot see his respect for Cheng Ying at all. This is very different from Yang Guo's image in the original work. There is also Yang Guo who took advantage of Jin Lun to rescue Guo Xiang and sneak attack Jin Lun, and put the despicable things that Jin Lun did in the original work on Yang Guo. This kind of adaptation is pure and annoying, which has aroused strong complaints from the audience. In addition, when Zai Longnu was seriously injured and died soon, Yang Guo did not take her to heal her wounds, but instead arranged candles leisurely. This logic of ignoring the plot in order to pursue romance simply rubs the audience's IQ on the ground. At the same time, he also deleted and modified the plot of Zai Longnu not paying the bill when she had eaten and destroyed other people's stalls. Isn't this driving away the audience? I don't know what Zhang's hit song thought. In addition, Du Sheng also restored the negative portrayal of Guo Fu in the script to restore it to its original appearance, making it closer to the original image. The Return of the Condor Heroes has been adapted many times, especially the far-reaching 1995 version, which has made various uglinesses of Guo Fu. This practice is more common in TVB episodes, with the purpose of highlighting the protagonist. However, in fact, according to Jin Yang's original work, Guo Fu is not a villain. She is just a little proud and impulsive because of her superior growth environment, but she is sincere and straightforward and has never done bad things. In terms of beauty, Guo Fu is also a top presence in The Return of the Condor Heroes. She inherited her mother's beauty and also took a word with Huang Rong to form Fuko, which all reflects her beauty. Guo Fu's biggest complaint is that she cut off Yang Guo's arm in an independent and special business, which damaged her image. Du Sheng considers that this role is handed over to Lu Shishi. Of course he can't be slandered. Of course, generally speaking, follow the original work. Fortunately, his status is different from the past. Although Zhang's hit song was a little unhappy, he still could hear it. With this change, the rhythm of the whole play is more compact, avoiding the lengthy and procrastination. In terms of martial arts movement design, Du Sheng discussed with Zhu Zhuoliang and Huang Deli, moderately reducing the use of special effects wind and light and shadow, and adding more realistic fighting scenes. Normally, the fights in martial arts dramas should be both real and beautiful. To this end, Du Sheng made adjustments during the preparation stage and strived for balance. Because these preparations were done thoroughly, the crew had clear goals and unified style after the filming was turned on. In addition, the actors' acting skills are quite good, making the entire shooting process smooth and efficient. As Yang Guo, who has the most role, Du Sheng's performance is particularly outstanding. Very good, very good. I feel that a Sheng's version of your performance is even more superior than Gushan Le. In his previous life, Yang Guo, played by Huang Xiaoming, was repeatedly criticized by the audience for being too greasy and looking old. The main reason is that Huang Xiaoming's face looks too mature and it is difficult to interpret the image of a teenager. In the original work, Yang Guo was only 13 years old when he first appeared. Even if he was taken to the ancient tomb by Zai Longnu, he was only 17 or 18 years old when he appeared again. The 28-year-old Huang Xiaoming obviously finds it difficult to reproduce the young and naughty characteristics. In addition, Yang Guo was supposed to be a problem boy who was arrogant, extreme, and had some inferiority complex. But Huang Xiaoming's performance is too exaggerated, often yelling and yelling. The expressions and body language are too exaggerated, lacking the temperament that Yang Guo should have, which is very different from the image of Yang Guo in the audience's hearts. In contrast, Du Sheng can easily interpret it with his younger age and the blessing of LV4 acting. There was no slightly greasy feeling like Huang Xiaoming at all, but instead exuded a youthful atmosphere. Director Zhu Zhuoliang praised Du Sheng's performance many times, feeling that he is not only inferior to Gushun Li's appearance, and it is even better in terms of flexibility. This kind of evaluation is undoubtedly extremely high. You should know that after the 1995 version of Gushun Li's version of The Legend of Condor Heroes was introduced into the mainland, it caused a huge response. This version of Yang Guo is even known as one of the most classic images. However, Zhu Zhuoliang and Yu Min asserted that Du Sheng's performance would surpass Gu Tian'el. This may contain a certain amount of flattery, but it also indirectly reflects that Yang Guo, played by Du Sheng, has reached a high level. As for the response after the broadcast, the audience will ultimately judge. But no matter what, Du Sheng all hopes to present the most classic image of Yang Guo to the audience. If this version can be broadcast successfully and recognized, then he will gather the achievements of the four major martial arts protagonists, Sai Huatuo, Zhang Wuji, Su Xiling, and Yang Guo. By then, there may be few male actors in the Chinese entertainment industry who can surpass him in the field of martial arts dramas. The title of number one martial arts brother is also a foregone conclusion. Time flies, and the shooting is progressing smoothly. By the evening of October 23, the crew had already filmed the key scenes. This highlight is the plot of Zhen's Hibing defiling Xiaolongnu. It is worth mentioning that the crew received a temporary notice and the characters in the play will be synchronized with Jin Yang's new version of the novel. Among them, the one with the most changes was to change Yin's Hiping to Zhen's Hibing. This is actually a problem caused by Jin Yang. Yin's Hiping was a Taoist real person in history. He had literary and martial arts talents, and was diligent and self-disciplined. However, he was given a disgraceful role by Jin Yang's novels. Taoism expressed dissatisfaction with this, so Jin Yang changed Yin's Hiping's character to Zhen's Hibing. This temporary change is also due to the same consideration. The crew moved to the outside of the scenic spot to prepare for filming. This scene is most likely the scene that the audience complained about the most. After Du Sheng finished watching it, he wanted to kick Zhen's Hibing away. Mad, let her go and let me do it. On the internet, whenever this scene is mentioned, there will always be people who strongly condemn Zhen's Hibing's despicable behavior. A thief who takes advantage of others' danger. Jin Yang is so confused that he has lost all his reputation for life. Bah! The clean and purity are gone. If reality is possible, please be sure to call me. Although many people have watched this scene repeatedly, they will still have the idea of beating Zhen's Hibing in their hearts whenever they revisit it. This is enough to show the weight of Xiaolongnu in the audience's minds. Many people are confused by such a plot design, and even question why Jin Yang wanted to let Xiaolongnu suffer such misfortune. If you want to know your true intention, you may only get the answer by asking Jin Yang himself. Maybe even he himself can't explain the reason exactly. As for the rumors on the internet, this passage is said to be written by Jin Yang's friend. Du Sheng kept his reservations. Because the original novel title of The Return of the Condor Heroes was The Heaven and the Earth. This happens to correspond to the different situations of the two protagonists. In addition, Xiaolongnu's personality is too pure and has few desires, while Yang Guo's feelings for his aunt are more respect and attachment than romantic admiration. If there were no special events, their relationship might be vague. It is this incident that forces the two to face each other's relationship. From worry-free to vicissitudes. The plot of Xiaolongnu being defiled by Zhen's Hibing and Yang Guo being cut off his hand is likely to show the tragic aesthetic. It was past 6 o'clock in the evening and night fell. After Yu Min explained the plot to the actors, the filming began immediately. The first thing to shoot is the scene where Yang Guo meets Yang Feng, who teaches the toad skills. This part requires a hang of a wire. It took more than half an hour. After solving the difficult action scenes, the next thing I look forward to is the most anticipated scene tonight. Previously, Zhang's hit song and the two directors were wondering whether to add a clip of the ambiguous interaction between Zhen's Hibing and Xialongnu. I think this may attract the interest of a group of veteran drivers. But due to review considerations, I finally decided to abandon this part of the content. Only the shots of Zhen's Hibing touching Xialongnu's face are retained. In fact, this is right, otherwise it will only increase disgust. A moment later, the ambiguous grudge between Xialongnu and Zhen's Hibing began to take place. But the actual traitor is not the actor who plays Zhen's Hibing. Because Lu Yifei was unwilling to let other men touch her, she specifically asked Du Sheng to replace her. Therefore, the lingering and beautiful pictures presented are all completed by Du Sheng. Lu Yifei lay on the grass with a comfortable face, letting a thin black cloth cover her eyes. "Okay, you're here, Sheng." Zhu Zhuoliang sat in front of the monitor and couldn't wait to laugh. The actor of Zhen's Hibing tactfully retreated aside and followed the mellow-kneading crowd to watch. Yang Mi, Tang Yan, and other girls who had finished filming also came to join in the fun. Although Du Sheng felt the atmosphere was strange, it was not easy to clear the scene. He walked to Lu Yifei and squatted down. The little girl was not shy, and she was even a little expectant. If this behind-the scenes are released, the designated situation will shock you and fall on your chin. Zhu Zhuoliang opened his order. Scene 8, the fifth shot, the first one, Asian. The photographer quickly closes the scene, and the lens accurately locks Lu Yifei. Du Sheng gently reached out and stroked her smooth and delicate cheeks, rubbing them gently. Lu Yifei felt Du Sheng's touch and couldn't help but raise her head slightly, but was immediately stopped by Zhu Zhuoliang. "Ziqian, you can't move now, and you maintain a pure and clean temperament." Hearing the chuckles of Yang Mi and others, Lu Yifei's cheeks turned red, and she was rarely a little shy. "Okay, I'll pay attention." Photography pays attention to switching environments, and use scenes to bring drama to set off the atmosphere. Don't be too bright, use the front light to enhance the three-dimensional feeling and make the charming atmosphere, then side backlight to outline the outline. After Zhu Zhuoliang directed the adjustment, he still felt uneasy and just did it himself. Zhang's hit song also came to the scene and walked around for a few times, as if he had become a mellow-kneading person. He suddenly noticed that the surroundings were too messy, which affected the sense of layering of the picture, and ordered, "Spray some smoke to create a hazy feeling of fairy spirit, do you understand?" Clear. Although the scene was puzzled, I still did it, but I was muttering in my heart. This scene can only be clicked until the end, and the audience can't see it even if they glance at it. Not long after, hazy smoke rose on the set and drifted to the surrounding woods. I have to say that the sense of layering has indeed improved. Zhang's hit song looked at the fairy spirit created on the set and smiled proudly. This scene will definitely be watched repeatedly by the audience. It is necessary to create a romantic atmosphere and you cannot be neglected. It's really worthy of being an old critic. Although you have a rough appearance, you can marry a few wives and have a delicate heart. It is indeed something. Of course, this is not enough to demonstrate his emotional thinking. Zhang's hit song emphasized in particular. The mirror should be from far to near, showing Xialongnu's pure and elegant temperament, so as to highlight Zhen's Hibing's vulgar contrast, so that the audience can be more immersive. Du Sheng and Zhu Zhuoliang were in a state of stagnation and had nothing to say. As a disciple, Yu Min deeply agrees. Brother Zhong's insights are indeed unique. This kind of deception and contrast will definitely make the audience angry. In this way, a few people came up to determine the tone, which became a classic that made countless people grit their teeth in the future. At this time, Lu Yifei leaned halfway beside Du Sheng, dressed in white and elegant outfit, giving people a pure and refined feeling. When she appeared, she captured the hearts of many young men and women. From Wang Yuan to Zilongnu, and then to Xiaolinger, Lu Yifei has always been the perfect goddess in the eyes of the audience. However, after starring in several popular works, she turned from TV screen to big screen. In the next few years, although she has developed in the film industry, she has not created a character image as deeply rooted in people's hearts as before. This makes many people still remember her freshly. Despite this, it is difficult for juniors to surpass. At this moment, against the backdrop of the hazy light and atmosphere, Lu Yifei is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. She looked at the busy Du Sheng with a smile, with a hint of undetectable expectation hidden in her eyes. This cute girl seems to have woken up. Since last time she took a pretender photo, she would show such a look every time she saw Du Sheng. A look of desire and admiration is almost uncovered. Du Sheng gently pinched her pretty face and smiled. Remember to restrain yourself later. If you take me into the pit, you will be responsible for the consequences. Lu Yifei blinked and smiled. Cousin, isn't it right for you to take multiple remakes? I can't bother you. Little girl, you're trying to die. Anyway, the eucalyptus has passed, so you can't do anything to me, hee. Du Sheng. This girl became more and more unscrupulous, and she must have been ruined by Yang Mi. Yang Mi, who was watching from the side, was picking up the camera, obviously having some idea. After a period of preparation, the set started running again. Action. As the shooting began, Lu Yifei became serious. Her expression seemed very enjoyable, and she was very picture-like with her pure and clean temperament. This shot will pass once. But in order to ensure the quality, Zhu Zhuoyang decided to take another photo. After the filming, Du Sheng pulled Lu Yifei up and cleaned the weeds for her. Cousin, please check the collar, if there are grass clippings in it. Lu Yifei naturally held his arm and lowered her head to ask him to check the itchy part of the snow neck. Du Sheng took advantage of her inattention and squeezed a dogtail grass on the back of her neck, making her giggle. No, no, haha, cousin, don't scratch it. Give me your life. Lu Yifei was so itchy that Du Sheng bent over and was completely powerless to resist. Zixi, don't be afraid. I'll help you. Seeing this, Yang Mi, Tang Yan and others lit up their eyes and joined the battle circle. But their target is their own little sisters. Haha. Lu Yifei's fists were hard to match with 4 hands, and she smiled and lay down in Du Sheng's arms, but she still couldn't avoid scratching her itch. After laughing and making fun, the clothes of the young sisters were a little messy, and Du Sheng was also affected. Bystanders all showed a knowing smile when they saw this scene. Obviously, this is commonplace. It is no secret that girls' generation's favor for Du Sheng, and almost everyone on the set is tacit. Moreover, people in the circle have long been accustomed to this kind of thing, but it is not normal for young people to be old-fashioned. After the transition, the shooting continued. When Zhen's Hibing wiped and left the scene, he happened to meet Yang Guo, who had just returned from practicing martial arts. This scene obviously strengthens the contrast again. Although Zhen's Hibing did a mediocre job, he had a thorough layout. Yang Guo was still ignorant of the world and even became addicted to the practice of toad skills. Although Wei Yangfeng was the one with the greatest mistake, it indirectly led to Zilongnu's misfortune. I wonder if Yang Guo will regret it later. If God gives him another chance, would he directly chop Zhen's Hibing? At this moment, facing Yang Guo's questioning why he was sneaky, although Zhen's Hibing seemed uneasy, he did not reveal any flaws. When Yang Guo saw his reaction, he just scolded him fiercely. Zhen's Hibing was eager to get rid of the embarrassing situation and allowed a few sarcasm to turn around and leave. But Zilongnu realized something was wrong because Yang Guo had too much reaction. After some conversation, her face changed drastically and she confirmed her guess. With grief and anger, the qi and blood attacked the heart, and he returned to the ancient tomb in a lost and desperate situation. At this point, Zhen's Hibbing's scene came to an end. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and the crew also announced that the filming ended tonight. Since the shooting was on the mountain, the vehicles could not arrive, so everyone had to return on foot. This is almost the case recently. Either climbing or waiting, no one can be an exception. No one complained about the hard work, but the security risks still exist. If Du Sheng hadn't had his quick eyes and quick hands last night, a photographer carrying the equipment would have probably rolled down from a steep slope. Even if the consequences are not fractured, it may cause serious injury. In order to ensure safety, everyone has been much more cautious recently. When going down the slope tonight, Du Sheng simply carved several girls from Girls' Generation one by one, making them happy for a long time. But I have to say that the natural scenery of Yandang Mountain is indeed beautiful, and it makes sense that several crews have filmed here. According to the crew's expectations, it will take about a month to stay here. In other words, more than 10 episodes of the entire drama were filmed here. Therefore, the pictures of The Legend of Condor Heroes are extremely beautiful, giving people the feeling of watching a documentary of mountains and rivers. This is also one of the highlights of spending money, in order to show the audience a unique Jinyang drama. A Sheng, Zhujiang Studio just called me and asked if you are interested in joint venture films. As soon as Du Sheng returned to the hotel, Wang Jinhua came to him.